Join us next week from Monday through to Friday. We're doing crafting for kids. I know, we've got all these projects that can either be made by children or for children. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? And guess what? We are launching a competition. Now, I don't know the exact words because I've forgotten it already, but it's a competition that children can enter. There are 3 categories, right? The winners will end up on air with us and they'll win £100 worth of fabric or sewing goodies or anything like that. So join us on Monday for a week of crafting for kids. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Morning, welcome to Sewing Street. How's the weather with you? I have to talk about the weather because it's so massive at the moment, isn't it? Glorious up here in Redditch, absolutely pouring in Bath. So who knows what it's going to be like today? But it doesn't matter because we've got a great day for you. Great day, cracking day. We've got a brand new competition launch and we've got 2 fantastic guests. What's not to love? It's all about children and mindfulness and needle felting today. It's a bit of everything really. So we have set off this week as called Crafting with Kids. So we've got lots of ideas for you this week of things that you can do with children, what with the summer holidays coming up. And we're launching a brand new competition, but it's not just all about the children, you'll be pleased to know. There's loads of things for you too, loads and loads of different things. So we've kind of mixed it up a bit. We've put a few things in for children and a few things for you too, and gifts galore. Gifts galore. So we're not going to do an early bird today because we've got the brand new Junior Sewist competition that we're launching with 2 fantastic panels which are the most amazing price. They're like an early bird all in themselves. So let me tell you about the Junior Sewist competition. We are launching it today to find the Sewing Street Junior Sewist. We have 2 panels for sale, which I will show you in a moment. And you buy the panel and then you can enter the competition. Now the competition, the rules are really simple. There are 3 age categories. All the rules, by the way, are written on the bottom of the panel, so you don't need to remember this. There are 3 age groups, up to 9 years, age 10 to 13, and ages 14 to 16. So we will be judging across those 3 categories. You have to make your panel using one of the bought panels and any other little bits and pieces you want. The closing date for the entries is the 8th of September, but you don't have to send the entries in. You just take a photo of them and email them to juniorsewist@sewingstreet.com. And remember, all of that is on the panel, so you don't need to remember any of that. Now, one winner, exciting, one winner from each category will win fabric and essential products worth £100. Not only that, the winner will also be invited to come on to Sewing Street itself in October half term. So if you've got a budding sewist on your family who would like to win £100 worth of products and would love to come on Sewing Street, and they will be invited to present their winning design as well. And it will be during, actually it doesn't say the dates on here, but it is in kind of October half term. That's when it will be. And that's a week commencing the 13th. So it's 30th. Is that a half term? Oh, I suppose it is the end. Yeah, 30th. Yes, can't remember anymore. But it will be during half term. So there will be a winner from each category. All those rules and dates and everything are on the panel. So all you have to do, buy the panel, make something glorious, use your imagination. We will be judging it on skill as well as imagination and originality. But you know, if you want to create a design based on somebody else's pattern, that's fine. There will be many things we will be judging it on. Oh, also the runner-up from each category will win fabric and sewing essentials worth £50. So we'll have a winner and a runner-up from each of the categories. But I know this is the controversial one. You might not even want to enter the competition, but you just might want this panel because the panel is gorgeous and it's an amazing price. We've got 2 of them. Now on the panel there are 12 6.5-inch squares. This is the, oh, yeah, no, that's a different one. That was the nature. Let me just get out the right one. This is the bright one, the rainbow one. So look at the price. Look at the price of that. £5.99. You can buy this even if you're not entering the competition. If you want 12 beautiful rainbow 6.5-inch squares, or if you want to enter the competition, all the details are on here. It's even got labels on the bottom so you can put your name on it. £5.99? £5.99 for 12 6.5-inch squares. So these are even bigger than your normal charm squares. You can use these. You can also add a few of your own other materials and embellishments if you want, but use this to inspire you. So 12 6.5-inch squares, just £5.99. All the rules there, all on the bottom, so it tells you all about the different dates and age groups and all of that. How excited are they? Wouldn't this be lovely? I mean, this is something we're thinking ahead. Summer holidays. This is something you say to the children. Right, come on, guys. We're going to enter the competition. Wow. And can you remember that? Remember that when they're grandmas, mums, they could go, do you remember when I was on the telly and I won? So there are 3 different age categories as well. There is no limit to what you can do. You can use any technique you like. This is just your inspiration board. £5.99, and that's the rainbow one with all the information there. And you don't even need to post it. Take a picture of it and email it in. Right. And then we've also got the nature panel. Now, very, very popular. So this one, beautiful. We've got like blue daisies. We've got a blue leafy design. It is a bit Scandi. We've got a purple flower. We've got some green. So if you want to do some naturey thing, this is your grass, bit of sky. How about animals? You know, you could use templates. If you wanted to do an animal, just go onto Google Images. You could take an outline from there, use it. You could sew it on. You can bond-a-web it on. All sorts of different things you can do, whether you're a complete child beginner, whether you need a little bit of help, whether you're more experienced. It won't be judged on absolute how long you've been sewing for, skill. You know, it's about your imagination. Which one of the winning panels will grab the judges the most? That's what it's all about. Really, really popular, this one. This is the nature panel. And so all the information on here is on here about closing dates and everything. Now, I know half term varies depending on where you live. It will be during half term. The fixed date of when you will be up on air will be arranged with you, obviously, because we have to work around you, the winners, and when we can get you on air as well. So it will be done, because I know depending on what school you go to and what county you live in, they do change, but it will be during October half term. So there we go. You just got to choose between nature and rainbow, or get both if you can't decide. Only £5.99. I've never seen a panel like this price. That's amazing. And I know it says junior sewers competition, but you can just buy this. You don't, if you know, I know a lot of you have messaged in saying, can I buy it if I'm not entering the competition? Yes, of course you can. You can do whatever you like with it. But we want to see the young creativity. We want to see the future sewers of today. Because, you know, someday me, John and Stuart, we won't be presenting this anymore. We will be knitting in the corner somewhere and not able to come up here anymore. And you, the junior sewers, will be needing new presenters on here and new guests. Bruce and Ben will still be here, obviously, whereas John, Stuart and I will be knitting in the corner somewhere. But we need new talent. It's all about how do we keep this fantastic hobby of ours alive. I mean, to be honest, nearly everybody I ask when we have guest designers on, or whether I meet people at shows, how did you start sewing? It's always my mum taught me, my auntie taught me, my grandma taught me. It's us, isn't it, that teaches the youngsters of today, and we need to keep that alive. So part of that is launching this competition. Is if you've got children in your family, maybe they haven't done any sewing before, you can use this as an opportunity to say, right, let's learn some sewing. What do you want to do? Because I'm sure if they see you sew, they will say, oh, can I have a go? Can I have a go of that? And it's really important because it's not just about them learning how to make their own clothes or mend things or how to sew on a button. I mean, how many times do people say, I can't even sew on a button? It's important for that, but it's also about creativity, isn't it? They might end up going to college and doing fashion design based on the Junior Sewers competition. So we are trying to unlock the creativity, which is, I'm sure, why, and it is really important, isn't it, that we engage everybody. But I know there are loads of you out there who are sewing, lots of young sewists, and we have lots of messages from our younger sewist viewers as well. Loads and loads of you, and it's really lovely to see you. And I know when we go to the Festival of Quilts, which we will be at this year, we meet loads of you there as well. So when you do if you come to the Festival of Quilts this year and you're a young sewist, come and say hello. When am I there? I'm there on Thursday and Sunday. Stuart's there every day, and John is there Thursday and Saturday. So come and say hello to us. Anyway, shall we do the menu? I will leave that there. If you've got any questions, message them in. If you've got a junior sewist who's going to enter, or if you need anyone needs a little bit of persuasion, do let us know. But I'd love to see your entries. Can't wait. I'm hoping they let me be part of the judging panel because I love to see what you can all do. I taught my 3 children to sew, and they still do now. They're not very good at hemming their jeans, I have to say. They are still sewists, but they're not very good at hemming their jeans. That's why I went wrong. They can create stuff, but the practical, I need to give them a new lesson. Anyway, coming up on Sewing Street this morning. So today, 8 o'clock, it's all about crafting with kids. So obviously we've already launched these panels, and we have got kits that you can make for children, and we've got kits that you can make with children. So a little bit of both, as well as some beautiful nursery flannels. I don't think you'll be making with babies, but you could be making for babies. So some beautiful things this morning at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we've got Sandi in. Now, you are going to love this out. I'm very excited about this out, actually. So you know the whole scrapbooking thing. When you went on holiday yourself, and I did this with my children, you'd go on holiday, you'd collect all the receipts, you'd take weird photos, you'd get a couple of pebbles and shells, and you'd stick them all in a book, and then you'd remind you of your holiday and all the leaflets that you had. Well, this is the fabric version of that. So Sandi has been working with our fabric designers and has created 4 beautiful panels, absolutely beautiful panels, and on each of the panels, they're arranged by like pastimes and gardening and travel. You cut out all the little pieces, and then you can create things. You can create a wall hanging, you can create cards, you can create fabric scrapbooks, you could make little zip purses for people. It's the most wonderful, mindful but memory hobby. It's the sort of thing you can sit down and cut out things. We've got permanent markers, we've got the fabric paints, we've got the liquid that seals the fabric, and on these beautiful panels, which we're selling with calico as well, you can create your own memories in fabric. Honestly, I am transfixed by it, and Sandi says that I can have a go during the show as well to make my own panel. It's absolutely gorgeous. The most amazing value for the money, because there are so many little things on there. It is beautiful, and it's all about having the time, putting some time aside to create your memories in fabric. Glorious. So that's at 9 o'clock. You're going to love that. Then at 10 o'clock, we've got Steffi Stern from Makers in. Oh, have you seen her needle felting toy? They are beautiful, gorgeous. Now, we have got today, exclusive to Sewing Street, mice kits. They are just gorgeous. And every mouse is doing a different hobby. They're just beautiful. And you can become a little bit obsessive about these, I think. You may make one mouse because you know somebody who's a rower, and you make them the rowing mouse, and then you make another mouse. And Steffi was saying she's got so many mice fans on her Facebook page. You make all the mice. Now, the kits themselves are wonderful. They have everything you need in them, and they're all very eco-friendly. They've even got natural wool felt mats as well. They're just gorgeous. They're the sort of thing you can take away with you, you can gift, and again, wonderfully mindful, and you can create something, a work of art, but that you've actually done yourself. Gorgeous. You're going to love that, so don't go anywhere for 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Sandi will be back with us showing how to make the Time for Tea tote bag. Gorgeous design, designed by Wendy Orlando. We've got kits of how to make the Time for tote bags. They come with fabric panels and instructions, and we've got instructions only as well. They're just gorgeous. So they're like little hexies that you cut in half and sew back together and then make them into a bag. Beautiful. We've got 2 different kits, and we've got fabric panels and instructions. That's a lovely show. 12 o'clock, Steffi will be back with us for more making, more felting. We've got a fruit bat. Absolutely have to say that because that is my favourite. Look at the fruit bat. He's got, and he has to be hung upside down like that, doesn't he? He's gorgeous. And owls, and a hare, and we've got a puffin. They're all here. We've got loads and loads and loads of them. And what I love about them, because I was talking to Steffi earlier saying, I've done needle felt and really good, really loved it. I said, I don't think I'm very good at it. And I think we worked out in the end it's because I was so much of a perfectionist and the ears on my hair were not in the same place. But as she was saying to me, it's not about being a perfectionist, it's about you can create something as beautiful as this, but original to you. Those are going to be beautiful. Beautifully priced as well. You are going to list. Great day. It's a great day. So let's go through all our fantastic panels that we've got today. Any questions about the competition, please do ask me. So I've got a little pile of panels here. Any particular order, Benjamin? Oh, well, I'm going to go for this one because it looks like nursery rhymes. DEUU 57. I love this. So this is a charm panel. So you've got 40 5-inch squares on here, and they're all based on nursery rhymes. Look at this. It's lovely, isn't it? The T, Hickory Dickory Dock. I should know all of these. Hot cross buns. And there's the clock. We've got the rainbow. We've also got some prints as well that will go with them. There's the cat and the fiddle. Sing a song. I learned basic sewing when I got my badge as a brownie, but now, because they changed all the badges, my new brownies don't get to learn the skill from Jenny. Well, that's shocking. I had a sewing badge from brownies as well as a knitting badge, and a sewing badge for guides. Well, I tell you what, you should go into the brownies, and they get them to all enter our competition. How do they not have a sewing badge? That's terrible. I'm going to write to Bear Grylls. He's in charge, isn't he? Yeah. Well, he is in charge of isn't he in charge of the National Scouting Association? Isn't that brownies part of the whole thing? Maybe I'm wrong there. If I am, sorry. But I thought it was part of the whole thing, and I know he's Chief Scout, isn't he? Anyway, panel. There's 420 blackbirds. Cow jumped over the moon. The dish ran away with a spoon. Incy Wincy Spider. Bar Bar Black Sheep. What's that one then? Dog. What is that nursery rhyme? Anybody? Oh, come on, it must be one. What is it? I mean, I know Humpty Dumpty and the Owl and the Pussycat and Sixpence. Right, please tell me what that one is. The pig is... There's got to be something. I'm missing that nursery rhyme. Anyway, isn't this beautiful? This would be lovely. You could make, if you bought a couple, you could make it into a cot quilt, make a really nice wall hanging, but also, wouldn't it make a lovely fabric book? So if you sewed 2 of them, right sides facing, turned them out, then you could create them all into a book. I mean, it is delightful, isn't it? To make it go further, choose some, once you get it home, choose some fabrics from your stash, some plain ones or some prints that go with it, and you can make it into a beautiful quilt or hanging, or even, you know, cushions for the bedroom. That's really sweet. $14.99 for 40 5-inch squares, all based on very classic nursery rhymes, including the pig and the dog, that classic one. Old Mother Hubbard. Yeah, I do know, but I can't remember the dog and the pig in it. I've never heard that one. Ben's now singing nursery rhymes to me. I don't know. We're going to have to find that one out. 1 a penny, 2 a penny, hot cross buns. Oh, this is so lovely, isn't it? So perfect for your sort of children's nursery makes. Right, next one. NRUU 60. NRUU, 1 minute. 70 even. Again, this is 45-inch squares. Countryside. So actually, when you look at the colours, it goes really nice with this one. So if you wanted to buy somewhere, it matched together. So this is nursery rhymes. This is things from the countryside. The colours go together really well. So we've got a windmill, a cow, a toadstool, a tree. We've got rabbits, flowers, the sun, rainbow, hedgehogs. Oh yes, maybe it is. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to fetch a poor doggy a bone. So maybe that was... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got squirrels, we've got ducklings, we've got hedgehogs, foxes. Actually, this is really good. I've worked out there are different numbers of these animals, so this is really good for counting. Again, make a lovely fabric book. So we've got 3 foxes, 4 pigs, 5 sheep. So it'd be make a really nice counting book as well for children. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ducks. 6 hedgehogs, 3 rabbits and a cow. Isn't that one lovely? Just $14.99. Again, use your plain fabrics to go with it. So if you wanted to alternate them, if you wanted to make them, I mean, this would make the most beautiful cot quilt, wouldn't it? Would be really nice. The animals could be for Old MacDonald Had a Farm, but I don't think a dog ever came on Old MacDonald Had a... Yeah, it could be Hey Diddle Diddle, Cat and the Fiddle, the dog ran away with it, could be, but I still don't know what the pig's for though. Maybe it's just a random pig. I love this though. But it would be nice, wouldn't it? Or even like a hanging in the nursery where you could put pockets on and then put all, you know, different items. Or a little drawstring bag to put their laundry in. Or if you're going on holiday and you want to make them a little bag to put all their bits and pieces in. Gorgeous, isn't it? I think that's really lovely. I like the fawn. Leave that one there with you. Next one, SBUU 28. So this one, we've got 4 coordinating fabrics based on the countryside. So 35 by 50 centimetres each. So these coordinate beautifully with this charm square panel, because you've got the whole countryside scene with the windmill, the greenhouse and all the animals, and then you've got the same in green. So if you've bought the charm square panel, the 2 go together really, really well. That's that one. Oh, this little piggy went to market is the pig. Yeah, it could. Thank you very much, Pauline in Warwickshire. I was struggling with that one and I thought I knew all the nursery rhymes. Oh, how did we not get that one? I think because there were other nursery rhymes. There'd been a picture of a market, I might have got it, needed a bit of a clue. The same theme, the countryside. These are design roll strips, so they're 2.5 inches wide, but they are all 27.5 inches long. So you get 16 of them. There's 2 sets on the panel. Again, same theme. So wouldn't this be lovely if you were bordering the edge of a quilt? So you could cut them up and use them individually as 2.5 inch strips. Nice for child Bargello, wouldn't it? Or you could just keep them like this. You could sew them in, you know, you could have one side, if you were making a drawstring bag, you know, to keep things in and like keep your toys in, or for when you're going away, you could use one side for the front of the bag and one for the back of the bag. Because what's lovely about them is although they're individual strips, the design rolls from one to the other. So it does go together very nicely. Isn't that lovely? So that goes together with the charm panel and the squares. And then this one. Oh, this is larger ones. The Nursery Creative panel. Oh, this is fab, isn't it? Oh, I love this. So this is designed by Delphine, of course. So this is to hang it. So in the nursery, here is the trees and the field. Feel like you need a Teletubby house in there, but no. Underneath it, you've got strips that you can use to put round it, and then print fabrics. Good morning. The panels are lovely. Also, the idea for making a book. What is the crinkly sounding material they put in the pages? Marion, I don't know, but I have heard that people use the inside, the cereal packets. So you know when you get your cornflakes, that crinkly plastic is really good for putting inside. Give it a little wash, and then if you put the pages right sides together, then it will go. I mean, I haven't tried washing it, so that's the only thing. I wonder whether ripstop would work. Insulating wadding would work, wouldn't it? Because that's got a real crinkle to it. Thank you, Kat. Ripstop would work. I would, before you use the inside of a cereal packet, if you want to wash it, it would have a lovely crinkly feel, but you'd need to know. You need to know whether it would wash, because I think with those books you'd need to wash them. But insulating wadding is very crinkly, as is ripstop. We've got that on the website. Very, very inexpensive as well. So that would definitely work. So that's super crinkly. If there is a specific fabric, can you let me know? Because I don't know what it is. But it needs to, I feel it needs to be washable, because it's the sort of thing that little people put in their little mouths. So you'd need to check that first. So you've got the panel of the countryside, you've got the pieces of fabric that you can use, and then look on the other side of the panel, you've got all the animals. So again, this is beautiful to go with all of the design rolls, the charm panels, and the smaller pieces of fabric as well, because this is all the same theme. But wouldn't you maybe be able to make a beautiful hanging? So all you have to do, press bondweb to the back of these little elements here, cut round them, press them onto the scene. You could even personalise it. You could cut out letters and put their name on it. You've got the pieces below to make your own items. You've got strips as well. And you've got labels to put on it all as well. Isn't that lovely? It's just all about your creativity and what you want to make with it, because it's all on there. We've got an owl, butterflies, we've got the rainbow, so you can personalise. So you know when someone's having a new baby and you think, oh, it's Christmas coming up and it's their first, you think, oh, I don't know what to buy them. Make them something really special like this. I think it's called Mylar. So I do know what Mylar is. Mylar is the actual the silvery bits that's in Insulbright are Mylar, so you must be able to buy Mylar as sheets on its own. Didn't know that. Thank you very much. That's great. Do you know, guys, you know all the answers. It's fantastic. Does anyone know why my Apple Maps weren't working this morning? That's another question. I thought, do you know what, if there's roadblocks, I've had it, I won't know where I'm going. Just wouldn't connect. It just said, all it said on my phone was, we cannot locate you. And I thought, well, I know where I am. But you guys, you know all the answers. So you obviously must be able to buy Mylar on its own. It's used, I think, in spaceships, isn't it? But thank you for that, because it's obviously washable. We'll have to see if we can find Mylar. Yeah, we'll send Paul out, he's our buyer, to find Mylar. Because actually it would be a really good thing to have on its own, wouldn't it? Now these are the nursery rhyme fabric strips. So we have got 18 strips on here. They are all 2.5 inch wide, so just like your design roll, but they are 55 inches long. These are just gorgeous, aren't they? Right, so now we can now work out what the cat and the dog is, because look, they're all of the different images here. This little piggy went to market, and I like the 4 and 20 blackbirds. I mean, that's a horrible nursery rhyme, really, isn't it? 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie. I mean, really? I wonder what blackbird pie tastes like. Anybody idea? And then we've got print fabrics that go with the nursery rhymes as well. We've got a strip that's got clouds and stars, and then we've got trees, and then we've got more strips. So if you've got designs and projects that you have that you can use design rolls with, then this is what you do with it. It's beautiful, isn't it? I love that. It's so pretty. Really lovely. What's this message? My pig rhyme. Tom the piper's son stole a pig and away he ran. The pig was ate, Tom was beat, and Tom went rolling down the street. Oh, Marion, that's a horrible one, isn't it? So he stole a pig, ate the pig, and then ran down the hill. I do wonder, thank you very much, Marion, I do wonder about some of these nursery rhymes. Because they're all a bit, I mean, although they do have a certain history to behind them. So Jack and Jill ran up the hill. There is a hill just outside Bath called Jack and Jill Hill, and that is actually the hill that they rolled down. It's really, really steep as well. I've never walked up it. I've just looked up it and thought there's no chance I'm walking up there because it was very steep. Lots of hills there. There's lots of hills up there. But I think all of these nursery rhymes, there is a history behind them. Like Ring a Ring of Roses is to do with the plague, isn't it? I know, very strange. Right, let's recap the, where's that gone? There it is. The Junior Sewers panel. So if you weren't with me at 8 o'clock, we have launched the Junior Sewers competition today. We have got three different categories that you can enter. You buy the panel, you have to choose whether you want the rainbow one or the nature one or mix them up. This is the rainbow one. There are three different categories: under 9, 10 to 13 and 14 to 16. The winner will win £100 worth of sewing accessories and fabric, and also be invited to come on air at half term. And then there's also the runner-up will win fabric and sewing essentials worth £50. The winners will be announced on the 15th of September, but the closing date is the 8th of September, and all you have to do is take a photo of your finish entry so that you can keep it, and send us the picture in. And please do keep hold of it, because if you're the winner, you'll need to bring it with you. So there we go. That is the rainbow panel. Or if you just like the rainbow panel, £5.99 is just worth getting anyway, isn't it? Bargain. And the nature panel, or you could get both. You don't have to choose one or the other. If you want to mix them up, that's absolutely fine. This is just to give you some inspiration, and also will help to make the panels hang together. We're not going to make anything from them, obviously, because we're not asking you to send them in, just a photo of them. But it's just nice to see the same sort of colours used together. It's lovely, isn't it? And just think, we may have some input on the future sewing. One of the winners may well be on the sewing bee in 10 years' time. Who knows? And you know, I feel like it's us crafters, you, me, other people that craft, it's our responsibility really to teach the future, because we were taught, weren't we? So I think this is quite a good starting point, and particularly with the summer holidays coming up, we thought it's an ideal opportunity. Right, let's do some more, should we do some fabric? Let's do this gorgeous nursery fabric. This is beautiful. It's beautiful, gentle colours. It's all 100% cotton, and it's all brush cotton as well. It is gorgeous. I'm going to start with this one. So this is got a navy background, and it's got sheep and clouds. The sheep are counting themselves in the sky so that you can go to sleep. It is really beautiful. It's very, very good quality brush cotton. It's quilting weight, so it does make. I've used brush cotton to make a baby quilt. It quilts beautifully, and it sews beautifully as well. So you can use it for making quilts, or it's really nice for baby makes as well. Babies and toddlers, lovely makes if you wanted to make little pajamas, or little tops, vests, that sort of thing. It is gorgeous. £4.99 for half a metre. Now, this is available by the half metre, which means if you want to buy more than a half metre, you can. You just put that number of units in your basket, and then we will send it to you as the whole cut piece. So if you're thinking, well, I want to make pyjamas for all of the children and you need 3 metres, put 6 units in your basket. So that's the navy sheep. There's lots in this collection as well. I'll show you the other navy one. So this one goes beautifully with it, because it's exactly the same, but it's got stars in the background. So it matches, look. It's got It's got the same stars, so it goes together beautifully with it. So it is lovely for all sort of children's baits, but actually just for yourself, I would quite like a pair of pyjamas in the Counting Sheep. Gorgeous. And it is quilting weight, so it's not like your really heavyweight brush cotton. It is quilting weight, but it would be nice as well if you wanted to, you know, make bedding as well, because it is so lovely. So if you were making pyjamas, tops, bottoms, tops, all the other way around, lovely for cushions as well. When mine were little, I made them all a cushion for the car because I was falling asleep, and they had one in a different colour each, and I use brush cotton and they're really nice, so when they have a little nap in the car they have their own cushion. Very lovely. Or those little you know, all-in-one baby sleeping baggy things, nice for that as well. Then we've got all the pastel colours, so I'm going to start with the ivory background one, so the same sheep but on a white actually. Let's go white, not white background. You've got pink sheep and grey clouds with pink and grey and yellow stars and moons. Again, £4.99, available by the half metre. So if you buy more than a half metre, it will be set as a whole cut piece. I always use flannel to back baby quilts as it will not slide off the baby, and it's warmer too, from Elizabeth. That's true, I do as well actually. I quite often buy flannel fabric like this or brush cotton sheets and use that, and I actually use that quite often for bigger quilts because it doesn't slide, it stays, and it does feel softer and warmer. Good tip, thank you very much. Please send in your tips because we do love them. Right, now this one goes with it, although this one does have an ivory background, but it's got the same pink and yellow stars. But it is lovely for backing things, and I think if you've spent all that time making a baby quilt, back it in something lovely like this. I think also if you've never made a quilt before, starting off with a baby cot quilt is more achievable. It's not so big. If you've never quilted before, it's something you can much more easily get in under your sewing machine. It's your sort of starting point to then move up to the full-size quilts as well, because it's just a bit more manageable. But nice for a lap quilt as well. If you want a quilt for lying under the sofa this winter, get some of this flannel to put on the bottom. It's lovely. Really, really nice. How cosy would that be? So that one's just the starry one. Then I've got a grey stars. Oh no, blue. This is blue actually, but it's a very pale bluey grey. So actually it goes quite nicely with this one as well, doesn't it? So it's like it's a very pale bluey grey. It picks up the grey in those clouds. So that's got shooting stars on it. Then we have blue sheep. That's lovely, isn't it? So doesn't that look nice with the white sheep? So if you wanted to keep it really simple, just cut it into squares, like 5.5-inch squares, so they end up 5 inches maybe. So they look lovely together, don't they? So you could just cut them all into squares and join them all back together. Then, oh, this one's so lovely. Look, this is the moon with a nightcap on. So he's got the little moon, he's got his striped nightcap and little stars on it as well. I really like that one, that's so pretty. But all of these in the range, they all go together really well. So there's blues and there's whites, but they all look really pretty together. I like that one. That does feel very much night as well, doesn't it? Nightwear. That would be lovely for pyjamas. Little pyjamas or little night dresses. How gorgeous. And because it's a quilting weight, it's not super thick. So if you were going to make like a little 90, it would pleat together really well, wouldn't it? Then we've got the same one, but this has got a grey background, but I would say it's a very bluey grey. I mean, compared to this, they say this is grey, but it's a, look, let me just show you what the difference is between the two. So that's the blue one and that's the grey one, but it is a bit of a bluey grey. So that's the grey one. Again, it's the moon with his nightcap on. I've got him upside down. This is such lovely fabric, very good quality. And then finally, we have the pink one. Got it the right way up, yes. There we are. So wouldn't that be lovely? You could have a whole matching set. Pinks and blues. Again, lovely for a quilt as well. Just keep it simple, do squares. If you want to go up a step, do half square triangles. But when you've got fabric as lovely as this, you don't need, let the fabric do the talking. You don't need to do anything more. There doesn't need to be a fancy design. Simple squares would look lovely. And it's the sort of thing, if you made it for a child, they'd keep it forever. You know, you always have a blanket as a child that you have, you know, when you want to just snuggle up under the sofa. And then they keep it forever and ever. Love that one. Right, I also have some kits. Let's do kits. Should we do, because we've got Sandi on today, let's do Sandi's teddy backpack. This is delightful. Now, this doesn't have to be for children. I know many an adult who loves a teddy, who would love a teddy backpack. I think this is glorious. Now, I'm going to show you, actually, let's show the pink one first, just to confuse you. Right, so in the kit, now this is just fantastic. You've got the panel, which has all been printed specifically to fit with the outlines. So if you look at the front, it's printed in the curve. Let me show you the picture on here. So it makes the teddy backpack. So the pocket on the front here meets up with the pocket on the teddy, and then all the pieces that you need. So you've got the bottom side gusset. It's called unicorn pink because the back of it and the pockets on the inside have pink with unicorns on. You've got the handles, the gussets, there's a luggage tag loop, an inside pocket. It's got everything you need, plus the full instructions of exactly how to make it. So you don't need any templates because it's all in the print. Isn't that just lovely? I mean, you could make it for children. What a lovely thing for them to take on holiday. You know, if they're going off camping with the family this summer, you can put all their colouring pencils in there, a few snacks, bottle of water. That is lovely, isn't it? So that's the unicorn pink version. And we've also got it in, same thing, but a different colourway. Oh, that also comes, with a metre of pink fabric. Oh, we have got two more colourways, you're right. So this is the taupe one. There's the front outer. So the teddy is on a neutral gingham there. Again, if you were buying a present, maybe a new baby, you could fill it with new baby supplies, a few baby grows and some nappies and cream and wipes and things, and you could put it all in this backpack. What a lovely present. Yes, if you've got someone in the office who's having a new baby, could they come in, you could give it to them. I think that's a really lovely thing, particularly to take to a baby shower when you've got all of yours. Don't even need to wrap it up then because it comes in its own bag. This comes with a metre of, is that a latte, that one, I think? A neutral fabric is what it is. Beige. That's used to line it all. So you've got everything that you need, all the fabric that you need to make it, with full instructions. And if you've ever used Sandi's instructions, you will know how fab they are. So that's the beige neutral version. And we've also got it, if you want to go super bright, we've got it in the rainbow version. Look at this panel. So it depends what sort of baby. Are they a rainbow baby or a neutral baby or a pink baby? Look. So this one, you've got multicoloured spots in the background. The teddy's got bright blue shoes on. He's got a red rucksack with a little rainbow on it. The back of it is has got rainbows. You've got the gussets. You've got the outside pockets. So this is all of the outer pieces, and then the plain fabric, which for this one is gold. How lovely does that look? That's for the lining for it. And you get full instructions as well. Let's have a look. I think this is gorgeous. What a lovely thing to have for a picnic, teddy bear's picnic. So here we've got full instructions, tells you exactly how to make it. It's even got all the labels to put on all the pieces, loads and loads of photos of how to make it. And so although the panel has got all the pieces on it, when you've got the kit, if you then want to make another one, all of those pieces are included as full size templates, which are printed on slightly thicker paper so that you can use them over and over again. So once you've made your backpack using your panel, you can make more of them. So if you wanted to make a backpack, you know, without the teddy on the front afterwards, if you want to make one because you're going away and you want something specific, or you've just got a lovely fabric, one lovely fabric that you want to use for something special just to put on the front. There we go. So you get everything you need in there. How fab's that? Books. I've got loads of books. Let's start with Debbie Shaw's Half Yard Kids. So this is 20 colourful toys and accessories from leftover pieces of fabric. Oh, I'm loving this already. Look at that. Oh, this is just lovely. So again, this is things that you can sew with the children and sew for children. Now we start off with all the techniques, the general sort of sewing techniques, things that you need to do, and then we move into the projects. So we have a craft easel. That's lovely, perfect for keeping all your colouring pencils together. Fish for fish and ditch the crab. Look, it's a whole game. That's the lovely thing to keep at home. If you have children that visit you, you keep that. Wouldn't they absolutely love that? Nice, nice project to take on holiday. Fish for fish and ditch the crab. This is lovely. Oh, I love homemade games. They're sort of thing they really last, don't they? They pass the test of time. Foxy drawing folder. Keep all your pencils, pens and paper organised with the Mr. Fox. And every project has full colour photos so you can see exactly how to make it. Halloween bunting. I love this. Try making the bunting in white felt to create scary ghosts. Oh yeah, you would do, wouldn't you? That's nice, isn't it? Oh, I do like that. A kid's backpack. You see, I'd look at that thing, oh, I didn't like kids, I'd like that myself actually. That's very nice. You know, because it all depends. It's not the backpack, it's the fabric, isn't it? I always have a backpack for my handbag. It's so much easier to carry. Never have a normal one, always got a backpack. But it's nice to have a pattern of how to make a small one. Oh look, you've got somewhere to put your pencils in. Monkey Skittles, again, one of those lovely handmade games. Look at their little faces. I love them. Yeah, that one's got his tongue out. Oh no, he's got teeth. Little teeth. Hot water bottle cover. Very nice. Again, these are good gifts, aren't they? You know, when you've got children's birthdays and Christmas is coming up, nice to be able to make them something. There is so much choice in here. A patchwork ball. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Does it say what age they're for? Well, one moment and I will check. Because I would have thought it did. It probably does somewhere. What I would say is just think about the age of child you're making it for, and if they're under 3, don't put any small pieces on them. You know, something like this, you know, think about what you're filling it with, but there's no small pieces on this, but you know who you're making it for, so just think about that when you're, you know, when you wouldn't put any embellishments on that. But that's a lovely thing. Wouldn't that look nice in Liberty fabrics? Witch's hat, very good for fancy dress. Oh, look at that. Pillow Pal. It's a cute ragdoll pillow. Oh, isn't that lovely? So it's the ragdoll cushion, so you can cuddle it and put it on your bed as well. Look at his stripy legs. I love that. And look, we've got a pirate version. It says here, why not try making different characters? So you could use that as the template to make other characters as well. Oh, that's lovely. Cube tidy, very useful, and not just for children as well. Very useful. And again, you can make it in any size of square, and it's a great way as well of using up just your favourite fabrics. Chair pockets, that's really good, isn't it? Keep loads of stuff in those. Actually, I could do one of those, couldn't I? You could have them in the kitchen, keep all your cutlery in them, couldn't you? Snacks, if you don't like your dinner. you imagine after the children have eaten, you'd find the peas, the vegetables they didn't like, a few bits of broccoli in there. Porthole curtains. Oh, this is lovely. So you can put this under the bed and put portholes in it so they can see through it. What a lovely thing for playing. Like the pyjama eater. He's a pyjama bag, but that eats them. Shoe bag. So, you know, there's so many different fabrics. You know, we were talking about those nursery fabrics earlier that are ideal to make simple drawstring bags, like this one's for shoes. But this shows you exactly how to make a really lovely one. So, you know, if you've got any spare fabrics or fabrics to do with children, it'd be perfect. Roaring storing. That's a pencil case. So you can make it in any size. So it could be a small coin purse all the way up to a pyjama case. I love that with all of his pens sticking out. These are gorgeous. Honestly, this is like, if you were making things to sell at a fete, how perfect would these be? Kite wall hanging. So, this is the one I like, the caravan caddy. The little play caravan for on the go. Use it as a portable doll's house or a storage for pens and paper. That is so cute. I think I would like to use this myself. So you could use it to put all your, oh look, they've got all their Sylvanian families in there. Or you could use it to keep all your sewing in it. Just depends what storage pockets you put inside. Look, it's even got a little teddy. Oh, I like that. Miss Monster bookend. And a coin purse. There you go. That's all your presents sorted for children, isn't it? Oh, now this is one after my own heart. Learn to crochet. Yes. 35 patterns for clothes, accessories, gifts and toys. So this is learn to crochet with these simple patterns and step-by instructions for children aged 7 years plus. Well, I would say that it depends on the child. You can't really necessarily say it's 7. And if you're going to sit and teach them, using the book, teach them, they can definitely be younger than that. Children can definitely crochet before that, but maybe 7 years plus is where they can learn on their own. But it depends on the children. If you can crochet, or maybe if you can't crochet, maybe you could learn together. So buy the book, and then together you could say, right, well, let's make this together. So there's different levels as well. So because they've got these the levels on them, number 1 are quick and easy, a little bit longer. You could start with the simplest ones. Look, it shows you about all the tools and materials, and then it really shows you very simply how to hold your hook. So honestly, as an adult, I think this is a really good beginner's book. But why not teach yourself and teach somebody else at the same time? So it's not assuming anything. The pictures are nice and big. And honestly, I think learning a craft, if you take a children's book, they often explain it much more simply. So you can start off with just a belt. That's a really good way to learn. Move up to a scarf. You see, children or adults would like that. I would quite like the flower earmuffs, to be fair. Quite liking that. Floral purse. See, again, adult or child. These are gorgeous. I mean, to be honest, this is what you see on the catwalk at the moment. Crocheted leg warmers. They look great with ballet flats or ankle boots. Beanie hat. Yeah, see, if as an adult you don't need to put the ears on. But if you've always wanted to learn to crochet, I mean, this is great. Granny Square's scarf. And this uses all sorts of oddments. You can buy yarn so cheaply. You know, it depends on what yarn you get. But if you're just practicing, then, you know, buy some very inexpensive yarn and have a go. And if you teach someone to make a granny square, that's it. That's their craft for life, isn't it? They'll be onto whole blankets as well. But you can learn together. Little bird bag. Oh, I like the hat with the ear flaps. No, they're really trendy, aren't they? You see a lot of men wearing those. Maybe not with the pom-poms, but... Slippers. Oh, do you know, I would have absolutely loved this book when I was a child. Because there weren't so many children's books then. I used to have to use adult ones and work out how to do it. I love those. A book bag. Make it this summer, use it, take it to school. Oh, we've got jewellery. So look, this is really simple. This is right at the beginning. Teach them how to make a chain and then they can make it into a necklace. Headband, flowers. Oh, I think this book is fantastic. $12.99. $12.99. If you want to learn how to crochet, get one of these because because these aren't all for children. The projects are based at adults and children. It's such a lovely hobby. My daughter's a primary school teacher, and she was told last year she had to run an after school club. So she decided to do a crochet one. And she had about 15 children, boys and girls, and they were all 8 and 9. And they all learnt to crochet, some better than others. But, just spending 1 hour every week with them, and they did it over a couple of terms, they all learnt how to crochet. But if you start, I should have given her this book. It would have been brilliant, because you need to start with one thing. People think start with a granny square, but actually starting with a chain is easier. So look at that. Just to get, because the hardest thing, once she taught them how to hold a hook and yarn and how to move it, they were fine, and actually a lot easier to teach than adults, because they don't have any preconceived thought. They just follow what they're told. Princess tiara, bedroom essentials, floral curtain tie backs, storage jars. I mean, that's easy. That's really easy. And then you just cover jars. Oh, well, I think children will love to. Bolster pillow, a bowl. But this, I love the Knickerbocker Glory bunting. Gorgeous. This will keep them quiet for the whole summer holidays, and you too. You could have, whenever they come over, say, right, we're going to learn. And these are gifts, baby gifts. Cheryl the snail. I love the little egg cozies. 27 pence a project. 37 pence. 37 pence. Look at the little crocheted sweets. Crochet cakes. Look at those. See those cupcakes. I love cupcakes, and I got really into making cupcakes because I bought all of the Nigella books. I had a feast book, got really into them. Anyway, Nigella came to Bath to do a talk on her new book, and I crocheted 5 cupcakes for her and gave them to her. And I look back at that now and think, I wonder whether she thought I was mad. Whether she got them home and went, oh, you'll never believe what I got given today. This mad woman gave me 5 crochet cupcakes. I was very excited about it at the time. It's not actually that long ago. I wasn't a child or anything. But I do wonder now. She looked very grateful, but I do wonder now whether or not she thought, I can't believe somebody gave me 5 crochet cupcakes. Because she was the queen of cupcakes, wasn't she? I was very excited to give them, and that reminds me. I would love to know if she ever comes another book sign, going, do you remember, or have you still got? I do wonder whether she thought I was a bit mad. Anyway, cafetiere cozy, that's very useful. Oh, look at these. So make your jam and then crochet a top for them. This is great. I think that's great. Honestly, get this for yourself. Doesn't matter about the kids. Get this for yourself. If you want to learn to crochet, this is gorgeous. There's so many projects in here I want to make, especially the crochet donut, the crochet penguin. That is honestly one of the best books I've seen, and one of the best crochet books as well. Well, we could do, so we've got the same book, Learn to Sew, which I'm going to flick through because I want to show you the other one. It's exactly the same philosophy, but it's all about sewing, this one. So there's loads and loads of projects, all different levels. Good if you want to learn how to sew, because you might be watching Sewing Street and you can't sew. You might be a crocheter. This is really good, but also this is a really, really good way to teach children to sew and get them to love sewing, because if they make something they want to keep, they will love sewing. Can we not do finally Happy Homemade Sew Sheet Kids? I'm just going to show you. These are 20 designs of children's dressmaking. So they're not necessarily designs that children will sew. They are dressmaking designs for children. So I'll just put that. I just wanted you to see it because it's £13.99 and it's got the patterns as well. And I think that is incredible price, £13.99 for £20. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour. Hope you've bought your panel when you're going to enter the Junior Sewist competition and become the sewers of tomorrow. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time with Sandi. It's all about journaling. You're going to love this. It's really inspirational, very mindful, and I think you will be hooked. And I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Join us next week from Monday through to Friday. We're doing crafting for kids. I know, we've got all these projects that can either be made by children or for children. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? And guess what? We are launching a competition. Now, I don't know the exact words because I've forgotten it already, but it's a competition that children can enter. There are 3 categories, right? The winners will end up on air with us and they'll win £100 worth of fabric or sewing goodies or anything like that. So join us on Monday for a week of crafting for kids. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Welcome to Sewing Street. You are going to love this. Absolutely love this. I'm completely hooked. So, you know that whole journaling, scrapbooking thing you do where you remind yourself of your holiday or somewhere you've been or an experience or a childhood.
Glastonbury.
Yes. Or something. And you would put everything in a scrap, but this is the fabric version of it.
Yes.
It's great. So this idea came from you originally.
Yes, I love paper crafting as well, and I find sort of like the journaling that people do with the paper absolutely fascinating. And I used to do scrapbooking when I was little as well. And I thought, and because I love sewing, I thought there must be a way of doing it with sewing. So I got together with one of the designers here and we came up with a few panels. And if people love it, we'll come up with a few more. So
fantastic.
And it's just like, it's a mindful thing. I sort of sat there for about 3 hours. I got my husband involved, I got my stepson involved, and they're not crafty either, but I said, just have a go with this and see how you find it, because I wanted to try it on somebody else.
Okay.
And they absolutely loved it. I've never heard them so quiet for
Really?
3 hours.
Amazing.
Absolutely. I had to say, look, it's tea time now. Come on, we need
So
to
it's not
tidy up.
crafting with kids then?
No.
Crafting with your husband?
It's a whole family thing, and I think if you've been on holiday and you've got sort of pictures and things that you want to sort of save, instead of putting it on paper, do it on fabric instead. And it's, if you've got a wet afternoon, get all your sort of ribbons, your buttons out, and just have
It's
a
wonderful.
real
So show me
play.
what you've made then.
So I did a wall hanging just to sort of show what you can do with it. So in fact, this is one of my husband's squares that he did.
Oh, was that his?
That was his
okay.
that he did. And these are Dewey's needles that I put on to hang it up
I
with.
said last time we had Julie on, I said, wouldn't they make brilliant wall hanging things?
yeah.
And they do, don't they?
So I had a word with her. She popped a couple of holes in them for me and sent them off to me. And I said, those are great, just
They
what I need.
are
So they're fabulous, aren't they?
perfect, aren't they?
So they make it look really good. So we've got the lace on it. And you can sort of, you don't need to do any machine sewing. I've machine sewn a few of these on, but I've done sort of like embroidery on it. There's buttons, we put lace on it.
And all of these little pictures, these are all on the
They're
panels.
all on the panels, yes. And then
Wow.
I've done
let's get the bag down.
tote bag.
I want to show you that here. So you could then make it into a bag. So what you can do is make like you could make it as a square on calico first, like Sandy's done here, and then make it into a bag.
That's
or
right,
make it
or
onto
do it the
front
other
of
way
the bag.
around, yes. And then I'd sort of added a little bit of embroidery on, and on the back there's like a little sticker and some paint on it as well. So
Oh, this is gorgeous. So this is all about your garden, this one then?
Yeah, and it's about Alexander Palace. So I wrote on it. So we've got some fabric pens in it. That was the year that it opened.
Right.
So then we've got a picture of it here, and then there's just like all the flowers that we liked in the garden and the bees and stuff. So
That's gorgeous, isn't it? And what a lovely bag.
yes.
And it's the sort of thing that you would make and you just to remind you of something. Or not, it doesn't have to be a holiday or an
No.
experience, but just your
It could
hobbies.
just be a pastime thing, because a lot of journaling that people do these days is purely just scraps of paper and lace and beads and things like that.
And
So
why shouldn't it be fabric?
this is it, and it's yes, because I love fabric. I mean, it's very tactile.
Well,
isn't
also
it?
we have a lot of fabrics that are our favourites,
Yes.
just small pieces of.
Well, I mean, look how tiny some of these
Yeah,
little bits
that's
are.
true.
So if you had one of your favourite bits of material, you could just cut a little bit out. I mean, I use this. We've got it in the bundle today, I think. But we just the little
Can you
bits
see
of
it?
the lace. So I just cut a little bit. So if you've got some
Right.
beautiful Liberty material
Yeah,
or
that's
something
what I
like
was
that,
thinking. Yeah.
just cut a little piece on and add it to it. We've all got so much in our stash,
Or
haven't
for
we?
memory, so if you've got clothing.
Yes, yeah. So it could be a real
Yes.
memory thing. So you could add those onto what we've done. So this gives you sort of lots of little sayings on it, lots of, got shells. So if you've got pictures of the seaside, you can cut the shells out from the panels to add on to
Okay.
it. So it's all sorts of things.
So let's have a look at the panels. I'm going to go over there
Right,
just to show the
okay.
panels and then we'll be back. Now we've got 4 different kits. Now what we've done is we've put a panel with 1/2 metre of calico, because you can use that as your background. Obviously you could buy a pre-made tote bag and sew it on, but the calico's a really nice background. So each of the panels comes with 1/2 metre. So I'm going to start with the one that's on the top, which is pastimes. So this is all about hobbies. So look at this. So this whole panel, it's got, I'd have to count them, so many little icons on it.
Oops.
So look, $11.99, you get the whole panel, and for that you get the 1/2 metre of calico as well. Now look on here, we've got a sewing machine, we've got a reel of thread, a dressmaker's dummy, but all vintage ones. So they're just really lovely. Then we've got knitting, so we've got some knitting needles, but we've got labels on here as well that say knitting, bird watching. So we've got some old-fashioned binoculars and we've got some botanical prints. Then there's the gardening section. Oh, I love that pot of African violets. But they're very nostalgic prints. History, so we've got a castle and a knight. Oh, I love the old sewing machine. Interior decor, and it is very reminiscent of look at that, it's kind of a 1950s, isn't it? That's gorgeous. I mean, there's so much on here. Fishing, floristry, cookery, baking. We've got some macarons there, some cupcakes, painting, art, sports. We've got a bike, we've got a golfer, tennis player, a lady and a man golfer, writing, astronomy, geology, photography. Then we've got all of these labels, and these I love. These are like your proper old-fashioned luggage labels. So this is where you can use your permanent pens, and we've got those on sale as well. So you can write your own little labels to go with things. So if you were going to create one of these journaling blocks, you can put your own labels on them, so you can write them to really personalise you. You've got these small little arrows, so if you had a piece of fabric, you could write on here, my favourite Liberty print, and put a little arrow to it. We'll talk about how to create these with bondweb and sewing, but I just want to go through the panels first. So this is pastimes. Now I am going to go through them individually, but at the end we are doing all 4 together. So just so you know, you can get all 4 panels together. This one is pastimes. Next we have childhood memories. So if you wanted to make something a little bit nostalgic, this is something that you could do. You know, you could we've got transfer sheet paper here as well, so if you wanted to print out photographs and make something about your childhood, or if you were doing a scrapbook for children now, you could use them. So there's all different childhood memories here. We've even got Christmas on here, and we've got these lovely labels: memories, Christmas memories, trick or treat, birthday, cake, pets, a day at the beach. Look, we've even got a bit of the rabbit, Skittles. We've got an old-fashioned teddy, children playing. I love these illustrations here, aren't they gorgeous? Books, letters, the old carousel. Look, we've got ice cream, so this would be great if you were doing a scrapbook about a day at the beach. You could write inside of these the birthday cakes. Love the snow globe, day at the beach. Again, this one has the labels, the little arrows that you can write on, the coloured labels. All different things here. Really, there's so much on here, you would struggle to use them all, but it's something that you could do with somebody else as well, isn't it, to create the most beautiful. So how about making like a small little zip purse and giving it to somebody? Maybe you've been on a holiday together, or maybe you wanted to say someone to your sister and to remind you of something that you did, and just with a few of these, and you could write their name on here, this sort of thing. Keep every piece of this you will use, but it will be over time. And again, remember, $11.99 comes with half a metre of calico. That's panel number 2. Panel number 3 is travel. So this is a really good way of recording the holidays and things you've been on. I love the airmail envelopes. You could write the address of the hotel you stayed in, or that nice little apartment in Florence you rented once, or the little cottage in Pembrokeshire you had one year, or the castle in Scotland, or just the bungalow, or just the bungalow in Brighton.
Yeah,
but how lovely to put that on. You've got little tickets here, maps, we've got shells. If you were one of the beauties in the Butlins competition in the 1950s, turtles, bicycles, trunks, we've got hot air balloons, just the little airmail labels. And remember, if you put this together with your own photographs as well, it will be lovely. We've got labels that say things like memories, journey, adventure, making memories, travel, photographs, sunsets. We've got little luggage labels in French, envoi de, remis le, sent by, received by. Isn't that lovely? We've got airmail stamps. And we've got compass points here. really, you know, once you start it, it'll be what not to put on.
I know.
Wouldn't
And
it?
you keep finding more as you're looking
Yeah.
through it. You suddenly think, oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, I
I'll
didn't
put
realise
that
that was
on.
on it. And then you want to add
I know,
more
and
and
I
more
just
onto
think, you
it.
know, maybe you just think, right, well, I'm going to make myself a wash bag for my next holiday. Right, it's going to be about me.
Yes.
Or I'll make it for somebody else, and you know, you can send. Oh, right, they went to Venice. There's a lovely picture of Venice, that, you know, and
Yeah.
just keep adding to it.
Oh, you really can.
And you could even call it like "Remember When." Oh, I know. Honestly, you start off and you think, well, I don't know where to start. Get your panel and have a look at it, and one thing on there will spark your imagination, which will just keep going and going. And again, remember that comes with 1/2 metre of calico, and then the final panel is gardening, because I know loads of you love gardening. This is a really good way. You could use this to cover a book to keep all your gardening notes in. So you've got all these labels here: lavender, oregano, basil, raspberry, cherry, feverfew, parsley, catmint. You've got all the names of the plants there. You've got little hexy squares with bees in, old-fashioned watering cans. I love these seed packets. That's really lovely. Look, melon seed packets. These are really old-fashioned vintage ones because it gives that scrapbooking feel, doesn't it? Do you remember the scraps you used to get? Oh, I used to love scraps. Do you remember scraps?
Yes.
Can you still buy scraps? They were like paper and so they looked like
That's
this,
right.
didn't
Yes.
they?
Yeah.
And then you stuck them in your. Oh, I loved them.
I just loved scrapbooking. It was always something we did on a summer.
Always,
In the summer
always.
holiday, my mum used to go to the local slight little hardware shop, and she'd buy all these little bits and pieces. And we always just wet day, you'd sort of put everything out on the
Oh,
table.
it's lovely, isn't
and
it?
it's just what you can do here. You know, if you go into your room, you've got
Yeah, because
all
this is not
sorts
about
of
children,
bits.
you know. This is
Of
about
course
us.
it's about us.
Yes,
Absolutely.
this is fantastic. So you've got the old-fashioned plants and the nests, and then again you've got all the labels. But these little labels, these panels are brilliant. What a fab idea! I've got the travel and pastimes panels to combine with collage projects from Collective Moselle. Oh, it is a fab
fantastic.
idea.
Yes,
I spoke
thank
to
you.
Sandy about this one. I'm thinking, I love this. And then this one comes with the 1/2 metre of calico as well. Now, if you can't decide, which I wouldn't be surprised if you can't, because to be honest, there's so much in here. Once you make one project, whether it's a journal, whether it's a tote bag, or whether it's a cushion or a little cosmetic bag, you won't want to stop. Now, the best way to shop is to get all 4 together. So you get the travel, the gardening, the childhood memories and pastimes, all for $39.96. This doesn't come with the calico because otherwise you'd have loads. So we've just done these as the 4 journaling panels together, $39.96. If you cut them out all very carefully, you can keep them and you will use them over and over again. I mean, when you look at this one, I'm thinking that knitting one, wouldn't that be nice for a little zip case to put your stitch markers in? Because I have a little zip purse that keeps my stitch markers, my little scissors in, and a tape measure.
So you could put a little label on it and
Yes,
just
I would.
write on it.
I'd
what's
have
in
that
it.
underneath
Yes,
it, and I would take one of these labels and put it above my knitting things
That's right.
or my yarn bits. Don't touch.
Don't touch it.
Do
Keep
not
out. That's
touch. And that's what I mean. And then you've got a whole thing. So there's so many different projects you can make from this. So this is just the 4 panels together, $39.96. Now we've got loads and loads of other products that we can use with it. I'll just go through the accessories bundle and then we'll go back to Sandy, because I think the accessories bundle is fab. If you've bought the panels, so when Sandy was talking about embellishments, using things from your own stash, if you want a little bit of help to get your stash going, this bundle is brilliant. £24.20. Now look, in here we've got some Hessian. Love that. We've got a light one and a dark one. This looks gorgeous when it's sewn on top, and then you could put labels on top of that as well. We've got some lovely calico with lace already sewn on, nice trim. We've got pom-pom trim, love a bit of pom-pom trim. We've got gold thread and silver thread, very nice for a bit of embellishment. Green bugle beads, they're lovely to add to things. We've got some wooden buttons that are all vegetables. We've got some wooden buttons that are all children's things, like an old pram and a doll. We've got a packet of assorted buttons, because these little shirt buttons are lovely for adding to things. So maybe if you sewed one of those parcel labels on that you wrote on, pop a button on top of it, and it looks like you've attached it on with the button. And then we've got a whole bag full of ribbons and trims. Look at all those. Loads and loads of them. So we've got all different ones, because if you just need a few little trims, so you've got like some, almost like a crochet lace. We've got a lace, we've got a spotty one, a bit of broderie anglais. We've got a little bit of Christmas ribbon. We've got gold ribbon. We've got some tartan ribbon, animal paw prints, striped. There we go. We've also got calico on its own by the half metre, because all of the panels come on their own individually by with a half metre, but if you buy the bundle it just comes with a 4. So if you want extra calico, it's only £2.99 for half a metre, but obviously if you want more than that, if you're going to make lots of things, it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. It's pre-shrunk calico. It is only £2.99 for half a metre. It's beautiful calico as well. This is what it looks like. It's really, really good quality.
I made the tote bag out of the...
And that was the tote.
Yeah.
And it's, I think, 150 or 140. It's really
yes.
wide. So this is absolutely perfect. It's a really good base, isn't it?
Yes, I used it for the sort of the top and the bottom of the wall hanging. I used it for the bag as well. So
gorgeous.
You can do lots of things with the calico.
So if you want calico separately, we have got it there for £2.99. Right, let's go on to demo. Go move back. So
right.
Okay, so where do we start then?
You start by just getting all your stuff out in the middle of the table.
Right, okay, and then a bit of calico.
And a bit of calico. And then you can sort of have a little play and you think, right, what do I want to do? So I'm just cutting out, so I've used Bonder web for a lot of the things that I've put on here.
So do you press it on first?
Yes. What I've done with one of them, I don't know if I can find it here now, I was quite extravagant, but I think if you've got children or something that are doing it with you as well, I just ironed on the Bonder web on the back of the part of the panel, and so I had to do it with the kids, the husband and the son. So
yes.
And I ironed it on for them, and then they cut it out.
Okay.
And then put on where they wanted to put it. Gave it to me, I pulled off the backing and then ironed it all on for them.
Right.
So you can do that. So that's one way of doing it. Or if you've sort of seen a bit and you think, so I've just done it now with this. So I've just found a little frame and I thought it'd be nice to put a picture in that. So I'm going to put it on somewhere and you could put a picture inside that or draw a picture. But I'm like you, I don't draw. I'm not a drawer.
No, I'm absolutely rubbish at drawing.
I'm terrible. Rubbish. I know, I'm not good at all. But I just love creating things.
No, I love creating, but I'm not very good at drawing.
And that's why I thought this is ideal, because if I wanted to draw even a ball of wool, I wouldn't be able to do it. So with there, I've got a ball of wool, I can cut it out, and I can hand stitch round it, because I'm good at sewing, so I could hand stitch round it.
Oh, this is lovely, isn't it?
If
so can I have a bit of Bonder web?
Right,
so I'm going to use, because I was talking about the knitting things, and I love them.
There you go.
So if you just take, so I guess what you could do is put it on the panel first. So what I'm going to do is press a bit.
Yeah, I've got scissors here. There we go.
This is great. This is like craft. Does anyone want to come and join in?
But this is what you
come
could
and
do
join
if you had
in.
like a morning
I know.
that you wanted
I'm
a few
like,
people,
right, come on, let's all have a go at this now.
And the other thing as well is I used to be an activity coordinator at an old folks home.
Oh, did you?
And some of these panels would be beautiful for that because you could sort of reminisce with them as well as doing
yes,
things.
That's true. You could,
so
couldn't
as you're cutting them out, or even with your grandchildren, you could say, I can remember when something looked like this or when we did this.
But also I'm thinking gifts for people.
Oh, yes.
Because, you know, when you think, oh, I don't know what to give somebody, I mean, this is so personal. So I'm going to just press it on the back of those bits there because I like them. That's the sewing bits that I liked, the ones I liked earlier. So what I've done is I've pressed some Bonder web on the back of the sewing ones, and then I can just cut them out.
Because I remember us having a sewing machine like that, an old Singer, weren't they?
Yeah, I've actually got
Have you still got one?
Well, no, it's not my original one, but it's an old one that I've bought since.
My nana's house in Hayfield, and she had an old Singer sewing machine like this on a treadle table.
Oh, really?
Yes. And I can remember being about 3 or going up there and seeing this sewing machine and thinking, oh, I'd love to be able to use that.
Well, also, it's just a nice thing to decorate something with.
Yes.
So I love the fact it's got all the little labels on. So I think, right, well, I'm going to cut out the knitting label because I like knitting. So you can be as creative you want. I guess what you could do is you could cut out just the things on here, or you can add your own bits and pieces too.
Yes, and you could add it to a project, like you were saying, if you've got a bag that you've made and you think, oh, I'd just like a little label and I want something nice on that, you'll find something on one of these panels for it.
So what if we wanted to add a photograph to it?
Right, so if you wanted to add a photograph to it, I've got some transfer paper here.
Right, so we have got the transfer paper. It's $9.99 and you can use it on dark or light textiles. And let me just get it, because I want to see how many sheets you get. 3 sheets. So this is what you get. You get 3 sheets. And then you can use them, they're like A4 size, and you use them for your photos. Right.
So you pop it through just through your printer. So if you've got a picture on your laptop or computer, and then you can print it off. So make sure you know which way your paper comes out of your printer. So mine, I have to put the paper in with the wrong side facing up. Some people, I think it just goes straight through.
Yeah,
so
no,
just
mine's wrong side facing up.
So if you check, so I put it in wrong side, we print it on a photo onto the laptop, and it just prints on it.
Okay.
So you've got it on there.
And then what do you do?
Then you cut it out. So I'm going to cut it out. So you've got a backing on here as well. So I'm going to cut it out first.
So it just goes through a normal...
It says an inkjet printer.
Right, okay.
So I think you need an inkjet printer on it.
Be nice to make for something, you know, like someone's honeymoon, wouldn't it?
Yes.
A nice memory if you got all that, or for their wedding if you've got lots of photos, and you could put all the labels on, couldn't you?
Or if you're doing a wedding and you wanted to, you know, do favours for people and things like that at a wedding, or how to name the tables, you know, and you wanted to put something special on it.
Yes, that's
you
true.
You could do that. So you just cut this out. And I've got Portofino after my Portofino beach bag.
Yes, of course.
Can you tell we like Italy? So now I've got a little book here. So if you had like if you wanted to make a scrapbook, I've just put a few pieces of calico together, sewn it down the middle. Then you could put a nice backing on it. So there's some lovely materials in it. You can make a nice sort of a firmer back.
Yes, yeah.
So you could use like cardboard on it to sort of like back. So this is just sort of, I suppose, like the inside of the book. And then with it, you could either make a panel. I did have some in here. You could make a panel and then sew it on. So I'd started one with holidays, so you could do that and then just sew it on, and then you could sew those two together. So you got all your bits on the inside.
So you could actually make a whole scrapbook, couldn't you?
You could,
but
yes.
a fabric scrapbook.
Fabric scrapbook, and you can make it with your calico that you've got. You can make it whatever size you want. So with this, you've got this, and then you just peel off the backing paper.
Oh, because that's so easy, isn't it?
And pop it in here. Then I'm going to swap over with you.
Oh, you want to iron them?
Now you have to make sure, I don't know if you can see, you've got it's almost like a greaseproof paper that you put over the top of it. Then you don't use a steam iron, but with quite a lot of pressure on it, you need to hold it over it for about 30 seconds.
And all the instructions are on here as well.
All the instructions are on there.
It lasts on cotton, wash separately the first time, turn inside and wash at 30 degrees. So if you were putting this, you can actually wash it should you want to.
Yes.
You can wash them.
Whatever you do, don't iron it without the paper on it. So if you've washed it and then you go to iron it, your iron will get very
like a
messed
t-shirt
up.
does.
I'm telling you from
experience, yes. But like a t-shirt does, you have to be careful, don't you?
You do.
I've caught mine with the end of the iron before, got blurred words. And
then just leave that to cool for a bit, and then just peel that off, and that's stuck on.
And that's done. All right, I'll swap back with you. Yes, can you have a look at that on the overhead?
Whoops, yep, there you go.
So if that was a photograph, you'd have your photo there, and then you can then embellish on top of it.
But what I'd say is, if you were going to embellish around it, I'm just going to borrow these for a second off you. If I wanted to put, say, those over the top, I would then put the paper over the top to iron the bond away, because otherwise, if you just catch it,
so you need to be careful with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I did earlier on. So I think I did, actually, there you go, with the holidays, I was ironing those on and caught it, but I just sort of drew the rest of the holidays on, so I thought it made it look quite nice. So it was, nothing's ever a mistake, it's just what you can create from it. So this then you could hand stitch that on. So you've got lots of embroidery threads. We've got a lovely pack of embroidery threads. They're nice and thick. They're sort of a 6-strand embroidery thread.
This one here. Well, we've got 3 packs of embroidery threads actually.
Oh gosh, I just have the one.
So we've got the embroidery floss section, which has got loads of colours. 36 skeins.
Yes. And they're lovely quality ones as well. They're really nice.
Do you want to see that one? There we go. 36 skeins. Just £9.99, because that's nice to have that choice, isn't it, of colours, so that you can embroider on top of it. We've also got a multicoloured one. Again, 36 skeins. Those are variegated, so if you can't decide what colour to use, they come with lots of different colours within each one, which is lovely. Just £9.99. Amazing value for 36 skeins. And then finally, a pastel one.
Oh, I like those.
So if you want to do some pastel embroidery on top, again, 36 skeins, but those are pastel ones and a black. There we go. That's all the embroidery skeins.
And I tend to leave them in, keep one of the little fasteners on it, and then just pull it out, and never use much more than about that sort of size, about 24 inches, I suppose.
Okay.
Because if you use much more of embroidery thread, you're tempted if you think, oh, I've got a lot of embroidery to do here, I'll use a nice long piece, and you'll find it'll just get knotted up.
Right.
So I would use just a smaller piece, and then you can split it at the top, and it's got 6 strands on it. So I tend to use 3 and then double it over when I'm doing something like this. So, or you could do 2. So if you just start it off, and then if you hold, I tend to sort of hold it down and then just sort of pull it apart, and it should, there we go. And again, if you've not got too long a piece, it won't, if you're trying to sort of separate a really long piece, you'll get very knotted with it. So you've got 2 pieces there. So I've also done on one of my panels, I've drawn sort of like some flowers on it with the fabric pens. So we've got some great fabric pens on the show as well. You're never going to get yours finished.
I'm never going to get mine finished. We have
see,
got amazing fabric pens, so I'll just go and get them. Which ones have you got? The Inktense?
Yes.
So the Inktense fabric pens.
No, these ones.
Oh, those.
Those ones. Yeah, sorry, those ones. Yeah.
The textile markers.
Yes, yeah.
20 assorted colours. You leave them to dry for 6 hours after decoration, then iron inside for 5 minutes on the decorated area.
And they're great for just sort of writing.
So if you want to do writing or colouring in, use these textile markers. Yeah. Okay. They're perfect, aren't they?
Oh, they're lovely.
And so I guess you can just get the accessories and the pieces that you need.
Yes. So like on this one, I've just done a little book on there. So I put Sandi's memories, and then I'll show you how bad I am at drawing. I'm going to put a little flower on the other side. And it doesn't bleed on the fabric either.
Oh, okay.
So it's really good, and you can just...
Oh, that's nice. And you've got all of those colours as well.
Yeah. There we go. I told you I'm bad at drawing.
Okay, and that's good because in the pack you've got all of those colours.
There we go.
So you use that to decorate all the other bits you've got.
So on this one this was written on it. We wrote some of those are like the places that I used to go to on holiday, so I put little luggage labels.
Oh, okay.
We used to send a trunk off when we were little.
Oh, did you?
Because we didn't have a car, so we used to go on the train. So my dad and mum used to pack up a trunk and send it off to where we were staying. And when we got there was our trunk with all our
How did you send it off then?
I don't know, Max. I was only tiny. My dad used to do it, but we had a big trunk in the cellar that came out every holiday time. And my dad would sort of wash it all out. We put clean newspaper in it all, and then all our clothes would go in it.
And then it would just be sent?
And then it would just be sent off. And we used to go to our holidays.
And there it was?
There it was, waiting for us when we got there.
That's amazing.
I know. How good is that?
I wonder what
that makes it sound really old.
No, I know. I'm just thinking that's amazing. Was that the trunk specialist?
That's right. I don't know. But it was a fabulous trunk that we had. So I'm just going to put some little French knots on my daisies here. So if you wanted to do some embroidery on it.
Okay, so if you don't want to embroider, you can colour.
Yep.
Or you could do colouring and embroidery.
Yes. So you can do, so with French knots, you just wrap it round your needle twice. Oops. Keep it quite close and then go back into the hole that you came out of almost. Then just pull it down, holding your thread, and just let it come through. And you can put some of the little French knots on things as well. So if you like embroidering, you could, some of these are beautiful for embroidering. The kite here, I embroidered all the kites with some French knots and some
well,
sort of
also you can do as
stitches on
much or as little as you like, isn't it?
Just little, like on the balloon, the hot air balloon, I just did the top of that, just did the leaves on the flower here, so you can just really, and put little tags, some little bits of the embroidery thread on the tags as well. But can you see how you could spend hours just
oh yes, well I know, I've just started mine, so
yes,
I feel like I've got my base now. I've got the images I like, and then I can then embellish after that. So I'm just going to press my images on, because I've got all the sewing and the knitting ones.
Because sometimes we're all in a hurry, aren't we? And even when you're sewing, it's like, oh, I've got to get that finished. I want something finished. Whereas
but you can come back to this as well, can't you?
Time after time. Just keep it in a box. I keep all mine in a box. So I know that it's almost like a bit box, isn't it? So all your stuff you've got in it, and if you've got any little bits of fabric that you want, you can just pop it in there and think, oh, that might come in really handy for doing a little bit of journaling with.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
And then just keep it there. And then when you've got an hour or two, put it out, grandchildren round.
Yes.
Husbands driving you mad, say, sit down and do some of this with me.
Yeah, exactly. This is well, also, you know, you can keep coming back to it, but this is what gives you the inspiration to get started with. So rather than, you know, if you're super artistic and you know how to do it, but this just gets you started,
if you just
doesn't
sort
it?
of get one of the panels and you have a look at it and you think all the things that you do. So this is where I think it'd be lovely if you had an elderly parent in a home or something and you wanted to sort of take a panel in and sort of do something.
You don't need to have a sewing machine. You can just sit there and
you could use a glue stick. You don't even need an iron. So if you wanted to just put a glue stick on the back of these and stick them down, you could do. And then later on, if you wanted to do a bit of hand stitching, you could do to just sort of keep them down.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, the old Father Christmas on here, and you've got a bit of Halloween on here, and the Christmas cakes. I like the Blackpool. I said to Lou, I said, we've got to have somewhere at Blackpool. We used to go there on our holidays. So
yes, gorgeous, isn't it?
And the seaside, which I love, and flying a kite. You know, I'm sure people would remember doing that as well, wouldn't they? So you can just sort of sit at it, and there's so many things. You've got lovely kittens there, so you've got your
That's
kittens.
why I think it's quite nice if you get the bundle with all 4 panels on.
Yes.
Because once you've done one thing, you think, well, I could use bits from different panels.
They will
it's
all
not just
interact
one,
with each other. That's right, because when you've got the pastimes as well.
And I've cut the sewing ones off
right,
there. I've had them.
But I mean, you've got lovely little sort of, you know, samples of paint there. Little art. Do you remember having like a little artist outfit when you were little as well? It's like an old, sounds like a coffee grinder type thing, isn't it? And the old fishing baskets. So it's really nice to just.
So if you're getting the bundle of 4, which is $39.96, that doesn't come with the calico, but we've got the calico on its own. It's only $2.99 for half a metre, so it's worth getting some of that as well. You know, what lovely presents for people. So you could think, right, this Christmas everyone's getting a tote bag. I'm going to make it from the calico, and then I'm going to personalise it.
So you might have somebody that likes fishing, somebody that likes sewing, you know, somebody that likes crystals. Crystals are very sort of popular at the moment. I've got crystals.
And if you got maybe the pack of textile markers, then you could write their names on.
Well, often you need a little bag to keep your crystals in as well.
Yes.
So if you've got a bag that you've made and you can put some of these crystals on it.
Well, I like the idea of getting these little labels as well, because you could put someone's name on the labels, couldn't you?
The labels are lovely. And then you just sort of, you can almost punch a little hole, and I just sort of sewed the thread through it just to make a little.
Okay, or you could sew one of the little buttons on it. That's quite nice, isn't it?
Because you've got some lovely little buttons in here, and put some of the ribbon behind it. So you could just sort of fold that in a little tab.
Pop the ribbon behind it.
Behind it, sew a little button on, and then you've got a lovely little tab that you could put on somewhere. Yeah.
I know, this is like, and it was such a great way. So even if you're thinking, right, well, I'm going to make gift bags for people for their presents, you could personalise it with a few little bits and pieces.
There's so many things that you could do with it, and for so many people as well. Then we've got these pencils as well, so we've got some lovely pencils here which I've been colouring in here with.
Oh, the Inktense ones.
Yep. So
let's show us the Inktense.
Right.
So we've got the Inktense pencils.
Right, so
they are a pack of 24.
Now I don't know if this was the right way to do it, but I was doing it this way and they worked out great. So I've done some of the flowers here and they're just super.
So there's 24 pencils in here, so they're not your normal colouring pencils, but they work in the same way.
Yes, exactly the same way. So if you've got your flower here, you could just colour it in with the pencil. Oh, can you see there?
You need to move.
Shall I move? We've got so much stuff on here.
I know.
Haven't we? There we go. Can you see there?
Yes, that's fine. Right.
So you can just sort of colour it in. Or what I was doing is if you just colour a little bit in, get some water. See how it intensifies it,
yeah.
and then it just sort of, and you
They
can just
become more
blend
intense.
it out. Yeah. And so you can almost make it sort of like an ombre colour. And then if you wanted to add more on, you can do. And a little bit of water will just
That's
sort of spread
amazing.
it out.
And now the fabric medium, if
Yes.
you mix the textile, it's called the textile medium. Keep
Yeah,
coming
I've
over
got
with different
some
things.
here.
The textile medium, if you
if you put some on
put that
here.
on afterwards, that fixes it,
Yeah.
means you can wash it. So it depends what you're going to do with your finished item, but if it was going to be something you wash, now you
can
mix
just put
this, you can paint it on afterwards, or you can mix it in with the pencil at the
And
same
if you've
time.
got just like an acrylic paint,
or a matte emulsion, you know, one that you've painted your walls
matte
with.
emulsion, or just very cheap acrylic paint as well, you can do it with. Pop a little bit on
If you mix the textile medium with it,
it'll make it fabric paint. So
it then suddenly becomes fabric paint. So you don't
There you
need to
go.
buy expensive fabric
No.
paints. $5.99, get the textile medium. When we had it last on air, it absolutely
there we
flew
go.
out.
And then you can just paint
And
on
we
it.
have been waiting for a long time to get this back. So
And
it makes, you know, maybe you've painted the walls in your bedroom a really nice colour and you think, well, I'm
Yes,
going to keep
and
that.
yes,
Or
yeah.
you just want to get a tester pot
Yes.
or inexpensive acrylic paint. Mix it with the textile medium and it turns it into fabric paint.
I mean, there's a lot of the cheap shops you can buy those really cheap acrylic paints
Yes.
from, can't you? You know, sort of 20,
Or, like
20
say,
colours for a fiver and
Because we've always got a bit of paint left over, haven't we?
Yes,
And then you've suddenly got make your own
There you
fabric
go.
paint.
and it just paints on so easily.
And it goes a long way, this textile medium as well. It's brilliant.
Now, you can't draw like I can't draw.
No, I can't draw
But do you
either.
like colouring in?
Yeah, I love colouring in.
So
yeah.
do I.
So there we
So
go.
something like this, I mean, I could spend hours just, you can get absolutely lost in this. And it's just bringing your creativity out. And it doesn't have to be anything special, but it's special to you.
Exactly. Oh, I
You
need
know,
to cut out a
it's-
label. I want a label on mine.
Yes. And you could just spend hours with,
piece
oh,
of
sorry,
scissors.
yeah. And I think this is what's so nice when we were all doing it before. There's like, who's got the scissors? Who's got this? Who's got that?
Yes,
And
I
you
go,
can-
right. Everyone has to have their own scissors.
Yes.
Who's stolen my scissors?
See, mine's got the ribbon on it.
Yeah,
Don't use the ones with the
absolutely.
ribbon on it.
But this is the sort. Yeah, this is a lovely thing to do as a group, isn't it?
Yes.
Can you imagine, like on a hen party?
Oh gosh,
Wouldn't it
yes,
be
yeah.
fab?
Or even a child's birthday party.
Yeah.
Maybe you've got a sort of a young teenager and they're into sewing, and you could have that as a real, you know, you could make little pouch bags for them, and then they could all personalise them before they went home.
Yeah, I mean, and you
know.
could make those. You can actually buy like or make little calico zip purses,
Yes,
can't you?
yeah.
That you could even use that, couldn't you? Depending on this, they could decorate them. Let it dry a bit.
I love these.
I like these
pencils.
parcel labels. Are so lovely. I love these.
Who doesn't love a parcel?
Oh, I
label?
do love these. But I'm thinking gift bags as well. And if you made calico gift bags, because we've got the calico available by the half metre, make your calico gift bag, decorate it, even if you just put the label on it.
Yes, yeah. And a little something on the label.
Oh yeah, you've got to write something on the
Yeah.
label.
You'd use one of your pens for that. So this is. you
So
can
the most
just-
popular way to shop at the moment, what's the most popular, is to buy all 4 panels, because there's so much on them. Just keep you going for ages and ages, because there is so much on them.
It's not a project that you sort of go, right, I've got to get this home and I've got to do it now.
No.
It's one that, it's an ongoing one. You can add to your stash with it. You can, if you're out and you see a little bit of ribbon somewhere, or you're at a jumble sale or something like that, and you see old bits of vintage ribbon, and you think, oh, I'll buy that and pop that in my stash to do with it. You can take pictures, and we all have hundreds of pictures on our phone that we don't do anything with. You could print one of those out on the transfer paper and then put some of these, even if it's just a label around it,
Yes.
to sort of show, you know, where it was and what you were doing at the time. You could do free motion over it as well. So when you put it on something, you could always sort of free motion over the top of it.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
You could use I've done blanket stitch round here. So around the holiday parts, I coloured that with the pencils.
Right.
So that I coloured the transfer paper with the pencils. So I put a little bit on, washed over it,
Okay.
added another little bit to get sort of like a sepia sort of looking colour, and then I did some blanket stitching from the machine round
Oh, that's
it.
nice, isn't it?
So again, you can use all your different ones.
Yeah, look, there's
from-
mine. So that's why I've just started. So I put my label in the middle of my parcel label, and I'm thinking you said just little
Yes.
zip across the top.
Oh yes.
Then, but I would sew this. So I would
You'd
now,
yes,
I would
yeah.
now sew that
Yeah.
on. But I feel like I'd want to colour in some of those
yes,
as well.
Yeah. So you could sort of colour wash some
I
of
could,
those. Yeah.
Or I guess I could use the textile markers, couldn't I?
Yeah.
And think, right, well, I'm just going to colour in my wool.
Because sometimes if you sort of maybe put some things like that on and you think, I'm going to hand sew all those on, it's something you can take on holiday with you.
Yes, you could actually. Yeah. Well, or you'd sit here in the afternoon and do it, and then think in the evening, right, I've got a lovely box set to watch.
Yes.
And you could do all the embroidery then, couldn't you?
Yes.
Oh, this is brilliant. I love this. But this just sort of opens up, mixes together, because I do like mixing different crafts together. And this kind of opens up your crafting journey, doesn't it? Because you're starting off with sewing and you think, well, how does that mix together with colouring?
Yeah.
But it does, doesn't it?
And you could also stick them on cards. So if
Yeah.
you're,
Oh, that's true.
if you're sort of a card mix, I used to
Oh,
make a
yeah.
lot of cards. So if you're into card making, you could get some of these, and you could sew them onto the card.
Yeah, because if you just use, I use like a longer stitch on your machine,
Yes.
cut them out and then
Yeah.
sew them onto a card, because the card blanks are very inexpensive, aren't
Very
they?
inexpensive, yes. So you could sort of get something that's suitable for somebody, put a little border. I've got a nice frame here. If you've got a picture, and then you could just stick the frame. So you've sort of photographed a picture on your card, then you could put that around it with just a glue stick on it, and then you could always even just sew it round
So
as well.
relaxing. I'm doing EPP while watching Rebecca sewing and Sandi painting. It's like being at a class. yeah, I told you, come and join us.
That's
Come and join us.
exactly the
It is,
feel that
isn't
we
it?
wanted,
It's like being
because-
at a class.
Yeah, I think sewing is such a mindful thing.
It is.
That sometimes people are so busy with everything.
So
aren't
Lisa
they?
says, I'm watching this demo. It's made me think I've got an old ottoman I'm going to recover in calico and embellish for my grandson. What a brilliant idea.
How lovely.
It's
Yes.
good
That's
idea.
A really
I think that's
good
lovely.
idea.
See,
Yes.
I like
Yeah.
the black and whiteness, because you can
Yes.
just do a bit of colouring in.
Yeah.
You know, not too much.
It's lovely.
I feel like I want to keep doing this.
Yes.
More and more. I want to add more bits to it.
But
I
you
think,
do.
well, what
and
else have I got?
Yes. There's some-
Actually, we've got some really nice fabrics. I'm just going to go through
Oh,
these
yes, those
fabrics
are lovely.
because these are gorgeous. These are Moda fabrics, and these are absolutely perfect for this craft. I think these are gorgeous. I'm going to start with the bottom one because I love these. Look at this one. Look at those. They're proper like old-fashioned buttons. So this is from the Moda Junk Journal range. This is buttons in blush. Wouldn't it be lovely to cut out all of these buttons and stick them on? But actually, or maybe you were making something scrapbooking, like a little purse or a bag, you could use this for the lining fabric. This is available by the ½ metre, so if you wanted more than that, you could. But that would be lovely, wouldn't it? I love these journaling panels. I've bought loads, but I also love Sandi and all her ideas. I remember the first time she tried out for the show from Alison. Yes, so do I.
It was like,
It was amazing.
It was with you.
We did it together, didn't we?
I know. My first proper show was a year, almost to the week today.
Really?
Yes, yes.
Wow.
I know.
Where's the time
it's
gone?
just absolutely flown
I
past.
know. Well,
I've
you have
absolutely
such
loved it.
fantastic ideas.
Oh,
we
thank you.
love Sandi on Sewing
Oh.
Street because she has amazing ideas. Right, next one from this. We're just going to go. Oh, this is lovely.
That's beautiful as well, isn't
Right.
it?
Look at that one. Loads of labels. Yeah. Again, you can use this with your journaling as well. It's beautiful. It's like the old sort of scrapbooking, isn't it? And then, next one, I'm going to go through these quite quickly because we're running out of time. Look at all the dates on, all the numbers on here, so you can cut out the numbers and use that like Sandi did to personalise her bag.
Yeah, on the bag. So I got the date of when they first opened the Ali Pali. and I put the date on there, and then just sort of, again with just Bondaweb, and then just sewed round it.
So if you wanted to put someone's date of birth on here,
Yes.
you could cut out each of the individual numbers. We've got one with butterflies on for your junk journal. All the butterflies flutter by in. How lovely is that? Look at the colours on that. Obviously, if you just love the fabric, you can use them for anything. And then the last two is all vintage lace. So you could use the fabric as a whole, or you could cut out the lace and sew that onto something else. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's really old vintage effect lace. You've even got the sort of the old antique-y bits in it. That's on a blue background. These panels would be ideal to combine with Alice and Marion's fabric postcards. Fab Debo, ladies. That's a great idea. Fabric postcards. How cool.
Yes.
Send fabric postcards.
Because people don't write anymore, do they?
No.
So how lovely would it be to
you
make
just send
up your
them a
own
text.
Yeah, make your own lovely postcard, all in fabric, and then write on the back and send it to somebody.
Oh, that's so lovely.
How
Sort
nice
of thing
would that
people
be to
would
get through the post from somebody?
Oh, I know. It's something that everybody would keep as well. They are gorgeous. Right, so how long have I got? 10 minutes.
You've got 10 minutes there.
Yes.
You go. Right. So what can we do now? So I've done those ones. I've just sort of painted on one as well. So with the paint, I'm not very good, but I was trying to do some
That's
sort of...
very good for someone who can't draw. I'm not sure I could do that.
It was some sort of a seascape, so
It is
it's
very
sort of
good.
sandy. And then I thought if I got sort of there's some lovely little things with on the sea here with the shells and everything. So I was going to cut all these shells out here, and then just
Oh,
sort
and
of
put
put them on
those
it, so
on.
you can almost make a picture as well.
Yeah, that's actually a really good way. And then
So-
frame it,
Yes. Yeah.
your very own artwork without having to be able
Without
to draw.
drawing, because I can't draw.
So was that using the Inktense pencils?
Yes. It was using this with just some acrylic paint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I mixed some
Wow.
acrylic paints with that, and then just went over it.
And then you can cut those out. Shall I iron them for you?
So there's a bit of Bondaweb. Do you
Oh,
want
let's-
a bit of Bondaweb on the back?
Yeah, I'll have a bit of
So with the
Bondaweb for
Bondaweb,
that.
just cut a rough piece out. I'll do it slightly smaller than we've done. And with the rough side on it, if you've not used Bondaweb before, pop it down over the back.
Yeah, so now this is where the mat comes in really
That's right,
handy.
yes.
So that you don't ruin your ironing board. So we've got
Shall I get that
the
out for you?
Millwood fusing mat.
Which is brilliant. I couldn't manage without
So
that.
if I was going to press this on, it's quite hard to be able to press exactly without ruining your ironing board. But if you take the mat, what I do is if you place that on your ironing board, then if you put the I need to try and
Can
get
you
this
come
on the
over here a
overhead.
little bit?
Yeah, not the easiest thing.
We've got so much stuff on.
There's so much stuff on here because I need to get it on there. Right. If you place the piece of fabric right sides down, then get your Bondaweb and glue side down on top. Now, if I iron that onto my ironing board, that's going to stick. Or the other way round if I iron
And
it
it irons
upwards.
on your iron, that's
but if
right.
I do it this way round, this is magic. And this is the same size as your ironing board. Then,
I've got one of these, I keep it on my ironing board.
if you pull it up, you see, it doesn't stick to anything, and then I can cut it out.
Yeah.
Magic.
And it also still keeps the glue on it.
I
So
know,
if you
I
needed to do
don't
it,
know how that
I
works.
don't either. Because I was frightened the first time I did it, and I thought, I'm going to peel it off here now. It's not going to have any glue on it anymore. And then I wanted to try
Then-
and glue it on. And I said, it works. It does. It's
But
absolutely
you can also do it
fantastic.
the other way round, because you can do it if you wanted to do it right sides up. Depending on what you're doing. It
Yes.
works really well with interfacing, if you're interfacing fabric as well, the same thing. But if you need to do it this side up with the glue side up, you can press it on top.
That side, and it's still.
I know,
it's
it's
fine.
magic.
It's magic, isn't it?
And it does save your iron and your ironing board.
It does.
So if you, and this fits, you see, this is so clever, because it's
No,
ironing
I've got
board
a
size.
big ironing board, and it fits that. It's
It's lovely,
brilliant.
isn't it?
It's fantastic.
And it all comes rolled up in a tube. Okay,
Right.
I'm going to roll it, put it
There we
back
go.
in.
So I'm going to pop that over here.
It's gonna take
It's lovely.
ages to clear
Have you
this
ever been
desk
as messy as this before?
Yeah.
On it?
Yes, but not often.
Not often. Isn't it nice then? So we've put some Bondaweb on the back, and then I'm just going to cut the shells out just very roughly. Because if I'm going to sew them on, and again, if it's going to be a wall hanging and you put Bondaweb on, you don't necessarily have to sew it down. I think it's when you start washing things that the
Yes,
Bondaweb
yeah.
will come off. So it really depends what I mean, if you have it for a long time, it can start sort of peeling, but you can always sort of go back and put a little bit of glue on it if you want.
Yeah, I mean, or you can stitch up, but you could just do some running stitches by hand, just enough to hold it in place.
If you just have, you know, sort of like a clear thread and just did little tiny stitches around the outside of it. So I could just put my little shells on here.
Okay. And that's where you can really make it 3D, can't you?
And you can layer them up as well. Don't be frightened of layering them up. I think you sometimes get, oh, I shouldn't sort of go over it. But do, if you see sort of like some of the paper journaling, they just layer and layer over it. So you could really sort of build this up as well. And then you could sort of do another bit of the calico and then sew that onto the top of it as well. So you really sort of keep building things up.
And you think with the once you've got the panel, you're using just 4 little shells, and that's your picture, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
yeah, and if you are very artistic and you like drawing, you could, if you've drawn a picture and you want it, you can always just add the odd little bit onto it.
And you could go really modern art and put a typewriter in. You know, people do that, don't they? Think of Dali.
Yes.
What would Dali
What
have
would
done?
Dali do?
He'd have put a typewriter on the beach, wouldn't he?
I like that.
I know.
I'm going to put the dummy, you know, the
dressmaking.
dressmaking
yeah,
dummy.
see, think Dali. What would Dali do?
That would be amazing.
Right,
yes.
I'm just going to run through the panels again because we've almost run out of time. Right, so let's start with the mega bundle. Now, this is the best way to buy because you get all of them. And if you get just one, you might think, oh, yeah, but there was something on that one that I saw. So, in the mega bundle, so I'm caught up with ribbons and all sorts here. It's a crafting hour. Yes, it might be a long, no, we're going to go really fast. So, the pastimes one, this has got your sewing and knitting and interior decor and antiques and writing and sports and fishing and baking and painting and photography and geology and everything on it. And all of the labels. So that's pastimes. We've also got in this bundle childhood memories. So this is really good for scrapbooking and creating, you know, things from stuff that you remember as a child or from holidays. It's beautiful. I love the donuts. Loving the donuts and the cakes. Then we've got travel. Aren't they lovely? So we've got all of the labels, and I love the airmail envelopes where you can write the addresses on. Or you see, you could sew that then to a piece of card and send it.
You could.
Yes.
I'm going to do that. I think
you should do it before. In fact, before you go on holidays, put their addresses on, post it.
Post them. Yes.
People go, she did that while she was away, you know. They'll never know. Then we've got gardening, that's the final one in the set. And you've got vintage seed packets and you've got labels and you've got like botanical prints. And I love the black and white images. So that's $39.96. You don't get any of the calico with them, but it's fine because we've got it available by the half metre. Calico is a lovely background fabric. It's inexpensive, but it's also neutral, so it works beautifully with the colours and the prints in here. Whenever we get the calico, it's quilting weight calico. It's pre-shrunk, it's beautiful to work with, whether you're making toiles in dressmaking or scrapbooking with these things. It's gorgeous. $2.99 for half a metre. It will come as a cut piece when you order. So if you want 10 metres of it, put 20 units in your baskets. Because if you're going to get half metres, you may as well get a metre. So I would get more because it is lovely. Think this. From now on, all your birthdays, all your Christmases, I'm going to make gift bags and I'm going to personalise them. And just think of the money you save as well. Amazing. Right, then individually, we'll go backwards. So gardening on its own, if you want just gardening. And remember, if you buy them on their own, then they come with half a metre of calico. So gardening with half a metre of calico, $11.99. Very quickly. Travel with half a metre of calico, $11.99. Look at the value for money you're getting. You're getting so many images on here. This is just keep you going. Even if you just use 2 little hot air balloons for one bag. Or your whole journal, obviously. Then we have, I'm going the wrong way around. I thought it was going backwards. Childhood memories with half a metre of calico is $11.99. These are gorgeous, aren't they? We love Sandi's projects, and I can't wait to see what you're going to make with yours. Please do share some photos or let me know. Just message us in. This one on its own has been the most popular, Pastimes. The mega bundle is still in the lead. I'm not surprised because it's a really good way of getting all of it. Then you don't have to limit what you're going to make. This one has been the most popular on its own, is Pastimes, $11.99. Right, we're going to have to go for a break now because we've got more. We've got more.
We could have just done this all day.
We could have done this all day.
Yes.
Sadly not. It's all about needle felting in the next hour. And we've got brand new mice, brand new gorgeous little mouse kits. You are going to love this. If you've never tried needle felting, you'll love it. And if you're experiencing needle felting, you are going to adore these kits. They're gorgeous. Thank you so much, Sandi.
Thank you so much.
We will see you back here in an hour. Don't forget to check out your baskets in the break, and I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Join us next week from Monday through to Friday. We're doing crafting for kids. I know, we've got all these projects that can either be made by children or for children. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? And guess what? We are launching a competition. Now, I don't know the exact words because I've forgotten it already, but it's a competition that children can enter. There are 3 categories, right? The winners will end up on air with us and they'll win £100 worth of fabric or sewing goodies or anything like that. So join us on Monday for a week of crafting for kids. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Morning, welcome to Sewing Street. So this hour's all about needle felting, Steffi.
Yes.
So, well, we haven't worked together before, but this is not your first time on Sewing Street.
No, it isn't. No.
So tell me, how did you get into needle felting?
Oh gosh, so as it's focus on crafting with children, it actually works quite well because I got into it through my children.
Oh, okay.
So I did a little parent and child group, and they were doing needle felting at the time,
Right.
for the parents, not for the, because it was like tiny toddlers.
okay,
So yeah, they
right.
were babies
Oh,
still.
okay.
And the mums got to needle felt a little bit, so it was really fun to do, and yeah, that's it. I've
And
done
then
it,
how
this
did
is
that
20
move
years
into
ago.
How did that move into your own business and
Yes,
creating
so
kits?
I've always loved needle felting because it's one of those crafts that you can just pick up, stab away a little bit, put it away when you're busy with other things, other
Yes.
crafts even. And so I got into it when I wrote my first book about it in 2015.
Wow.
So I had a craft shop at the time. I was offered a book contract, and I've never looked back. It's
Wow.
just been,
and then the business has just
that's
grown.
it, and it gets better and better every year.
Fantastic. I mean, these are beautiful. I absolutely love all the little mice. So as far as entry level goes, I mean, is the kind of beginner
Yes, so
do
needle
this?
felting is one of those great crafts. If you've never done it before, you can still start out without having a clue, basically.
Okay. So, and you don't need, do you need special tools?
Yes, you need felting needles, which will come in all of the kits.
Okay.
So you're all covered with that. It's a specialist tool, which if you don't have it, you can't needle
Right,
felt,
but
basically.
it comes in the kit.
It comes in the kit, yeah. And a felting mat, ideally, so you've got a surface that
Yes.
you can rest your project on. But that's it. All you need to know is how to stab a needle into wool.
That's fantastic. Right, so I'm going to go through the kits, and then
Yeah,
we're going to come
great.
back and you show us how to do
Excellent,
them. Okay. So we have got mice. Now there are lots. I mean, Steffi does loads and loads of different animals. We're going to focus on this hour and the mice. Now these are exclusive to Sewing Street, which is very exciting, isn't it? So now the kits have everything you need in them. So I'm going to start off with the travel mouse. Actually, look, I need to see them. Can you hold up the travel mouse for me? Now that's the rowing. This one.
The travel mouse. Sorry. Well, the travelling mouse, the rowing mouse is also travelling.
Oh, okay, yes, true. We'll do rowing
Down
next.
the river,
yes.
potentially.
So
Sorry.
that's the travel mouse.
I
So
know
he
which
comes
mice
with
I'm
the
having.
suitcase.
It does.
Oh, he's beautiful, isn't he?
You've got a few little accessories because he's already been on holiday and he's brought a few shells back, obviously. So yeah.
Oh. So he's a little brown mouse. So that's what he looks like. Now look at the kit. The kit all comes packaged in a lovely box, which is always important because I always think if you want to give a kit to someone as a gift, it's nice when it comes in a box because it's a very whole, complete thing. You have full, extremely comprehensive instructions. So you've got a photo on it. You've even got a tape measure on each side. You've got a list of everything. Look, skill level, easy, beginner. There we go. You've got step-by-step photos of every stage so you cannot go wrong. Everything that you need to know is all in here. Then you've got all the materials. So I'm going to talk to Steffi a minute about the wool that's used because it's very important what this wool is and how it's done. This is what makes or breaks your mouse. and it's beautiful. So you've got
Hopefully
like the
just
brown.
make it, not break it.
Yes, because it's having the right materials,
Yes.
isn't it? Is what makes a difference.
You want the really good quality, super fast felting wool bats.
Because if you're going to spend the time doing this, you need to get the right thing. I mean, and look at the price. This is only £18. And you've got exactly the right wool that you need. So you've got the brown and the pink. You've got the little wool mat. Now, this is important, particularly important to Steffi, because these are eco wool mats. Now, often with needle felting kits, they come with a foam. I think it's foam, isn't it?
It is, yes,
a plastic
foam.
But these are eco.
They are. So they're made in the UK from recycled wool, and they are fully home compostable if you don't need them anymore.
Oh, okay. So this is lovely, and this works beautifully as well, and it's the right thing. So that's important. This is what I'm saying. When you look at the price, £18, you know, you're even getting the proper eco wool mat. You are getting the felting needles, so you just don't need anything at all. The string. That's for the luggage tag.
It is, yes, sorry. Yeah.
The string for the tag. You get the little suitcase, which comes as a little cardboard box, and in the suitcase you've got all the pieces, so you've even got the luggage tag. So if you made this for somebody, you could write their name on it as well. It's got the handle, it's got the string, and it's got all the little bits and pieces, which is the starfish and the fish and all the little things. So
That's it.
Is in
And
here.
you've got pipe cleaners in there as well, which
Oh,
are
yes.
hiding because they're really essential. Otherwise, it won't be a posable mouse.
Yes. because you've
And the
got
great
pipe
thing about the
cleaners.
mice is you can bend them into position.
I
And
see.
I've even fitted the mouse inside the suitcase.
Really?
It fits in there.
So
you
cute.
you could surprise somebody with a little mouse in a suitcase.
Oh, that's.
It's a bit of a squeeze,
But
but
he
if he's
fits in the
if he's a
oh,
stowaway,
look.
he could be, popping out of
I
that
love
suitcase.
that. So all of the materials you're getting in here are all very specialist, and they have been hand selected by Steffi to be exactly what you need. Eco, great quality, and that's just the travel mouse. Right, we've got loads more. I just wanted to go through one kit in absolute detail. Now all the kits are exactly the same in that they include full instructions with photographs, and they include your wool eco mat. So, oh, I don't know which one to do next. Shall we do the reading mouse? Love the reading
That's
mouse.
my favourite. I love the reading mouse. Yeah.
Oh, look.
I knew he would be. He's just too adorable. Look at him with his.
Oh, he's got glasses as well.
He's got glasses. He's got his book.
Do you know what I like about these?
little
The tape
twirl.
that you've used on these boxes is they're resealable. They don't rip the box.
Yes.
So Joanne says, these are so cute. My sister and I are booked on one of your workshops at the Festival of Quilt, and I'm so looking forward to it.
Yay.
From Joe and Carnarvon. They
Exciting.
are
I
gorgeous.
can't wait.
But they don't rip the box, you can reseal them again. So in the reading mouse, obviously you get full instructions. Again, you get the eco wool mat, you get the glasses and the little book. Look at that. Oh, and the eyes. You get the wool, you get the pipe cleaners, and you get the felting needles. I love the fact they come with the accessories.
Yeah, I think that just makes them so special,
Yeah, it
and
does.
maybe you can personalize them. So if you sow that seed of accessorizing the mice, you might come up with
I know.
even more ideas.
Exactly. I think they're delicious, aren't they? And right, which one shall I do next? I don't know, because they're all nice. Gardening. Let's do gardening mouse. He's gorgeous. Oh, let me undo him.
Oh, he's a repeat from. I think he's a repeat from a previous show. So we've just brought him in because
he's a gardening mouse.
That's right. Because
Look at the gardening mouse. So again, you get all the wool. You even get the little. I love the rainbow wool.
So this is basically the flowers in the plant pot.
Oh, I see.
There you go.
Gina says these mouses are so much fun to make and suitable for a beginner. Thank you, Gina. It's really lovely to have your feedback, because that makes a big difference. You've got the brown wool for the mouse. You get the green for his hat and the peachy colour. And look, and obviously you get the eco wool mat. You get the pipe cleaners. You get the needles. You get some felt. And look at these. Look at that. Flower pot, trowel and fork.
So the gardening tools can vary.
I do not know if my last message went through. It didn't. But what was it? Send it again and we'll read it out. So you've got the little terracotta flower
You do,
pot.
so you get the terracotta flower pot. There are 4 tools that you get 2, but there is a choice. You don't get a choice, but
These
there
are
are 4.
gorgeous. They're even like rusty.
Exactly, they're like properly used, of course.
Properly used because
For
he's a
years.
gardener mouse. What a lovely gift.
So you might get a spade, you might get a hoe, you might get a fork,
And
or you might get a
eyes
rake.
in a little bag. So everything you need is in that one. He is beautiful, isn't he? I'll package that one back up in a minute. Ballerina mouse.
Oh,
Very
that's the
nice for
ballerina
anyone
mouse.
who's loving the ballet. These are amazing, aren't they? So make them yourself, make them with children, make them for children, just keep them. Look, so the ballerina mouse, again, you get the instructions. Look at this. Look. Wand. And it's not just any wand, it's sparkly silver wand.
It is.
Look.
Can make a
Love
wish.
the wand. Then you've got the wool, obviously. And this one has pink pipe cleaners. And then in here, is this the fabric for the tutu?
It is, yes. So the
won't
only
take it
thing
out.
about the mice is it comes with a little bit of a. You have to make sure it fits the mouse. So if you if you make a mouse that's slightly more larger,
Yes.
you might run out of the
You
fabric.
might not
but
fit his
it can
tutu.
be open at the back.
Okay.
It's all right.
So that's got the tutu and it's got the wand. I mean, obviously, and it's got the eyes and the pipe cleaners and the wool, just like all of them. They all come with everything, but I am loving the accessories. These are just gorgeous. Hula mouse. Hula mouse. So hula mouse, look, comes with a hula skirt. Oh, that's so cute. Where do you get all these accessories? These must take a lot of sourcing.
Well, as you can tell, I've never quite grown up myself.
Oh, I would love that. I'd go, right, what can I buy that's a hula skirt? It is, actually, it looks like...
It's like a jute trim.
yeah, jute. It is.
Yes.
It's exactly right. There's the hula skirt. You've got all the wool, even the multicoloured that's used for the hula garland.
That's it. So you felt that down ever so slightly to make it into a little garland, like a lei garland. And this is the point I was trying to prove earlier.
So if your mouse is too fat,
Yes.
it will not fit its
Well,
skirt.
I think that skirt is a bit smaller than the one you're getting.
Okay.
We've made allowances for slightly more.
But again,
proportion-wise.
as with all of them, they come with everything that you need. All you need that it doesn't come with is your time. But that's great, because you've got that. Rowing mouse.
Oh yeah.
So
yes,
do you know anyone
finally.
who rows? Anyone who loves watching rowing? What a perfect gift for them. Oh, look at him. And obviously he comes with his boat. What is this made from?
It's bamboo.
Is it? I thought it was paper to start with, but I can feel it.
It's bamboo, and then you've got little wooden.
So look,
oars.
there's the little boat. I'm going to find the oars. Look! With wooden oars. Oh, that's fantastic. You must have such fun sourcing these.
I do.
Don't forget, oars, I need oars. Oh, that's so lovely. And I love the fact it all comes in a box. So maybe you wanted to do some crafting on holiday. You want to take something with you that's light, portable, you can pop in your suitcase or put in the back of the caravan, and then you can sit there if it's a rainy afternoon or you just need to get out of the sun and make yourself a mouse. Because everything is in there. Right, the last mouse is the flower mouse. So in the flower mouse, right, we've got to go, what you get? Oh, basket, look. Oh, I want the shopping basket. Look, it's just brilliant. Look at the shopping basket. Gorgeous. And flowers. Look at the little flowers that go into the flower basket because the mouse is carrying them. Oh, that's so lovely.
So you get a bit of extra wool to put in the flower basket as well.
Ah, okay.
And then you can decorate your mouse with a bit of a hair accessory as well to put a flower in the hair.
Oh, of course,
So
yes.
yeah.
And then obviously all the wool, the needles, the wool mat, it's all in there. But
Everything.
you get everything you need. So these are lovely to have as a collection yourself to put in your own home. You can make loads of them. They're lovely to give to somebody as a gift. Who knows? And then the final thing before we get on to the demo. Now, everything that you need to make each individual mouse is in here. But if you wanted to make another mouse, obviously you won't with this is like your accessories pack. You've got your instructions, you've got your mat, and if you want to make more mice and embellish them as you want to, then we've got the accessories pack. So in the accessories pack we get cream brown peach. Is that a peachy colour?
Yeah, it's for the ears. It's the
for
flesh,
the ears.
sort of the flesh pink colour.
So this will make lots of mice.
It will, yes. So per mouse you need about 10 grams, and there's 80 grams of wool in there.
So you can make 8 more mice.
Yes, the flesh pink you would so you can make 6 mice with all the other accessories as well, because you get the pipe cleaners.
So so in here, to make 6 more mice, you get all the wool, you get the pipe cleaners, and you get the accessories.
Lots of accessories, yes.
Wow. So you will need one of the kits, obviously, because you need the instructions and you need the needles and the mat. But if you want to make another 6 without buying all of the 6 kits, this is an amazing buy. $32.72. You get the suitcase, the glasses. In fact, you get several pairs of glasses.
You do. I think you also get 2 suitcases. I think you get 4 books, 4 glasses. You get a strip of tutu fabric as well.
2 boats.
You get 2 boats, 4 oars.
Wow.
I'm trying to think.
All the eyes.
That's it.
And you get glue.
Yes. So this is the glue stick that I use all the time for fastening the eyes in, and because it's got a really fine nozzle and it's a very good clear drying PVA. We use it all the time, but it's people absolutely love it because you only need tiny amounts. You pop it behind the eye to secure the eye.
That's good, isn't it? Precision sticky glue pen.
Yeah, we really love that one.
Great for loads of things. So this is amazing value for money. $32.72. You've got enough wool to make 6 more mice and the pipe cleaners, but you've got all of the accessories as well. So if you wanted to make another couple of reading mice, Martin says, I've just started needle felting and these kits are very good. There you go. Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you, Martin.
Lovely to see your messages. The Makers kits are really good quality, great instructions and everything you need. Great for beginners too, from Rosemary. And that's what we want to know, isn't it? Because we want to be able to get you to start new crafts. Have a go. You know, if you love crafting, whether you love knitting or whether you love sewing, then you can do needle felting as well. And this is take the box on holiday, pop it in your suitcase.
Yes, that's it.
It's perfect gift.
It's perfect because it's a sturdy box. You can just find 10 minutes, 15 minutes somewhere, sit down, do a bit of felting, and then pack it away. It's no bother.
And it's a gift for somebody. You know, if you're thinking about sort of birthday gifts, Christmas gifts, what a lovely thing to give somebody.
I think so too. And then you can make all these mice. Maybe make your whole family.
Yeah, the whole family
extended
of mice.
family. Everybody,
exactly. So you can then personalise them yourself,
right,
aren't you? Right. So where should we start then? We've got other kits, but I'm going to do those later because I want to get on with making mice.
I think we're going to do a reading mouse. So I'm going to do it from beginning to end.
Okay.
It shouldn't take me too long as I've made zillions of them.
Yes. Yeah.
But I should also just say that if you need to see something slowed down a little bit, then we do have a YouTube channel, and the mouse instruction or the mouse tutorial is on there as well. So it's just the Makers YouTube channel. And so starting out with, you get your 2 pipe cleaners in
now in your kit you will get a small mat.
Yes.
But you're using a bigger one.
Yeah, because we're selling this here today as well.
So is it easier to use the bigger one?
I think so, because I mean the small mat is absolutely fine. So but if you're planning to make lots of mice and you
you don't need the big one.
No, you don't
in your
need the
kit,
big one.
But if you wanted, like you say, if you're gonna get into needle felting and do a lot, and you want the bigger one, which is the one that Steffi's using.
It's just a nice to have.
It's £11. Yeah, you don't have to have it because the little version is in your kit. But if you're going to make a lot, it's just a bit easier. But it's the same thing. So that's £11. Okay.
So it all starts out with wrapping wool around the pipe cleaner. Now that is a special way of doing it, and I've just cut one in half, and you're going to bend it the ends in so that you're in effect halving the pipe cleaner, and that makes one set of arms. And when you tease the wool off that you get in your kit, you can sort of see a natural grain, how the wool runs. Even though it's a really lofty and looks a bit messed up wool, it's perfect for needle felting because it's got that loftiness in it, so you can sculpt it.
Is it pure wool?
It's 100% pure wool. This is a New Zealand merino. It's obviously dyed. but it's we only use pure. We don't use any man-made fiber in our needle felting kits. So it's all pure wool, and you're going to wrap the bend-in pipe cleaner so that the wool is flat like a ribbon. And when I run these workshops, and I run so many of them, I always say use your first set of limbs as a practice pair of limbs to practice your wrapping of the wool, because if you look at the little mouse, a lot of that first set of limbs you don't see, so if it looks a bit messy, it's all right.
Right, so it could
Just
be his legs.
Don't stress over it.
Okay.
Exactly, it can be the legs. So when you get to the second set, you've learned how to do it, and then you can make a really nice, neat pair of arms. And so basically just allow the wool to grip into the pipe cleaner. Make sure you keep the loop at the end uncovered, because that's the little paw. And with some of the mice, that's quite important, like for example with the gardening mouse, because you can fasten the tools into it. And
Right.
and also for the rowing mouse, you need that loop to put the oars in. So
So that's his
exactly.
That's his hands.
So for the reading mouse, it doesn't matter so much how much of the loop is visible, but I think it also looks nice to have a slightly different coloured oar. Now the wool will grip to itself. We don't need to do any needle felting.
Well, I was thinking, how do you
Not
hold
at
it
this
down?
moment.
That's amazing.
It's like Velcro, because it sort of it grips into that chenille cover first, but then it grips into itself as well.
And that's all about the quality of the materials,
It is,
isn't it?
yes. And these pipe cleaners, they're no ordinary pipe cleaners, make no mistake, because when you bend them, you cannot see the wire. It is a really, really densely covered pipe cleaner.
Gosh,
These
so
are
you've
also
really
made in
spent
the UK,
time
by the way.
sourcing that.
Definitely. It's all in the detail for us.
Yeah, no, it definitely is.
We really love making sure that the things that you're getting in our kits work. So then you bend your second pipe cleaner in by 1/3, and now you have about 4 centimeters from the tip here, which is going to be the nose, down to here. You need to just twist that closed. So what you've got now is you've got a sort of strange contraption where you've got like a fork here, and this is the top of the nose. So now you're going to choose which one is the nicer looking set of limbs, and you're going to fasten your first set of arms into there. And then you twist them in to close them up. Go about down by 2 centimeters. So from here to there is about 2 centimeters. Remember, you've got the tape measure on our instructions if you ever need to know what that is, because you work in inches. And then you trap the legs in there as well. So now you've got a roadkill.
Yeah, it is roadkill.
You've got your roadkill mouse. But if you just imagine what will happen is this.
Yeah, no, he looks like a mouse now.
So
yeah,
if you need to know the big picture in all of this is your mouse, right? We just need to add meat to the bones now, literally.
Absolutely. And this is all in the instructions.
100%.
It's all on the YouTube if you want to watch.
The nice thing about the mice, and I know we had this conversation before, but they will all look different. And that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's okay.
I know. And I was saying to Steffi, I think I was rubbish at it because I'm a real perfectionist. And not on. This is the only thing in my life I'm a perfectionist. You should see the state of my house. But I wanted mine to be exactly the same, and you need to let that go.
You need to let go, because that's also the beauty, is that you're making a mouse that's 100% unique. And they come, it's almost like you can't help but their character comes out.
But I do actually like the fact that you're making it around a pipe cleaner frame, because I think when I did it, I didn't, and this sort of creates a structure to start with.
A lot of people love the idea of a pipe cleaner frame or wire frame, because you're constricted by certain. You can't really go rogue.
Yeah.
You know, this is the size it is. You can't suddenly make an out of proportion arms or body or whatever.
But also you can kind of see where you're going to start with, isn't it?
So now I'm getting to the point where I want a needle felt. I've layered wool up, I've made that slightly tapered, and now you're going to use your felting needle. Now, because there's a wire inside, you want to go into the wool so that you don't stab directly into the wire. So there's 2 ways of doing that. Either going along, mind where the needle comes out, don't stab it into yourself, it does hurt. Or you go past the wire straight from above. So you get a good idea there is a pipe cleaner inside. You felt that down a little bit. At the moment, my mouse is looking right up in the sky. So if you bend the head down, you can see that this is where this is going.
And does he have that little bit of pipe cleaner sticking out?
Yes, that's
for
the
his
nose.
Yeah, of course.
And I think it works really well with the pink mice as well. So you get
of
that
course,
little
the pink mice have pink
nose.
pipe cleaners.
That's it.
The white mice.
He's got a brown nose. And then you start adding the wool around the midriff. when you get to these parts, you can speed up the process a little bit by having slightly larger quantities of wool strips that you've pulled off, but you're still following the same technique, flat like a ribbon, always going round it, to make sure that it stays flat, and then the wool sticks to itself.
It does, that's really
and then
good,
you felt
isn't
that
it?
down as well. So it's there is some people felt this down, so the mouse is rock solid. We put extra wool in the kit for those who like felting their projects down a lot. There is no right or wrong way.
So the more you stab with the needle,
That's right.
the more
That's right.
solid it becomes.
So you can probably see where these little hole marks are being made, and that is because the needle pushes its way in. It has actually got notches at the end of the needle. They're often referred to as barbs, but they're actually little notches. So if you run your finger along it, your finger gets stuck in these indentations, and
Yes,
they
see what you
pull the
mean.
wool in. Every time
Yeah.
you stab, it pulls the wool in and it tangles up the fibres. And
So
it
using a good
fuses
quality
it.
wool
Yes.
makes the
Wool
felting.
bats make a huge difference. I'm not saying you can't use wool tops, because I've started out like that. Wool bats is more of a modern concept of needle felting. But
So what's the difference to a bat and a top?
so the bat is what you see here. It's the tangled up carded wool. So basically it gets processed in a different way. It's all washed, it's all this is dyed, and then goes through drum carders, and they make these big sheets and blankets of wool,
Okay.
what's called wool bats. A wool top, as you've seen in the little strip of wool that's in there for the hula mouse, and also that's in the plant pot, let's pull that out, is a strand of wool where the fibers are all lined up side by side.
Right, so that's a
that's
wool
a top or roving. Now we don't use that with our 3D makes because it takes a long time to felt it down. If you imagine these fibers are super long, whereas these are nice and short. When you stab the needle into it, the wool gets tangled up so much faster.
I see.
Whereas this takes a long time to felt down. You can do it, but I think it often gets disheartening for people.
Right, because it's the fibres are longer and
That's
they have
right.
to be caught.
And I just don't think it's necessary to make it extra hard.
No,
so
this is
you know,
great.
use the easy
And
fibers.
I think, if you're going to start needle felting and you're going to buy one of the kits, by getting yours, you've got the really great quality.
That's it.
It's all eco. It's just perfect.
Diane
Diane says everyone needs a mouse in the house. You're absolutely right, Diane. Absolutely.
These kind anyway.
Yeah, just depends what sort of mouse you have.
Yes. So I'm now building that sort of saggy bottom look on the mice by just adding a larger, softer layer of wool. And I'm going to start felting that down from the
And it
top
does
down.
felt down quickly.
You can
Remember,
see-
you get the needle in the kit, so you don't need to get those
You get
separately.
3 needles in every kit, and your little felting mat as
Are
well.
they all the same size?
It depends on the
different?
project, and
okay.
it depends on the wool. The finer the wool, the finer a needle
Right.
is required. The coarser the wool, the coarser the needle.
But
so
you've,
they're marked. They're very clearly. You won't get them muddled up because we tell you which one is which, and so we also tell you in the instructions when to change needles. So this is the little mouse with no ears and eyes at the moment, but as soon as you pose them, you can see that the shape literally comes.
It's funny,
comes
without
to-
ears, he looks like a mole.
He
doesn't
does,
he?
yeah. So let's give him some ears. So ears, you're going to use the main wool, but you mix it with a little bit of pink, and that goes for all of the mice. And mixing wool, you just overlay the fibers on top of each other, so that it makes it a softer brown, not quite pink.
yes.
Well, you can give them pink ears. I really don't mind what colour ears.
But you are
your
sort of,
mice
it's
have
like
got.
mixing paint, isn't it?
It is, absolutely, and it's actually the same rule applies. If you've got yellow and red, you can make orange. If you've got red and blue,
wow.
you can make purple. So in this
never
case,
realised
I'm
that.
literally just making it a slightly lighter brown. It always reminds me of Neapolitan ice cream.
Oh yes, it does. Oh gosh,
like,
I've
yes,
had
you just
that
need
for
vanilla
ages.
now.
Oh, do you remember Neapolitan? And you could get it in blocks as well, couldn't you?
You can.
I think you can still buy ice cream in blocks.
So to make the ears, you for the first time laying something flat on your mat and making a little round sort of shape on the inside. Now this fastens it on to the mat, so you do need to peel it off quite regularly. But the main thing is that the wool that's outside the ear, the round shape that you felted onto there, you're going to pull inward anyway. Felt it down, lift it off, felt it on the other side, and you keep repeating this until you've got a lovely little solid shape of felt, basically. And this is also literally how you imagine the felt gets made with these needles in industry, because these felting needles actually sit in huge felting machines with thousands of needles in them.
Of course,
and they go up and down on man-made fiber or natural fiber, and they turn it into a fabric. So the craft felt that you buy wherever, you might sometimes, if you look closely, you might see some little needle marks still on there.
Oh, so this is how they make felt?
Yes, that's what the needles, we've taken them from them.
Yeah, okay.
Not the other way around. So these needles, which is also one of the reasons why needle felting is quite new still, because it wasn't...
So is that why they have the little hook on the top? Yes,
exactly. It's not for you to hold it. They're actually very unhand friendly.
Yeah.
Very hand unfriendly, that way around.
Yes, you'd think, wouldn't you, they'd have like a little a handle or a little rubber bit.
And in the past we've sold needle holders, which might still be available on the website, I'm not sure, on Sewing Street. But anyway, most people get on fine with a single needle holding it.
It's funny, isn't it? Is that's why it has it, because it fits into a machine.
So I've made 2 little ear shapes there. And these wispy ends here at the end, I'm going to just use these to felt the ear into the mouse's head. Sounds a bit cruel, but it's
amazing, isn't it, that you can join it on by just stabbing it like this.
No glue, no sewing, just a needle, because you can fasten shapes together by just stabbing the needle into it. And to get the ear sort of facing forward a little bit, you go from behind, stab into the base where you fastened it on both top and bottom, and then you stab into the imaginary ear hole, and that creates sort of a shell-shaped ear.
Yeah.
And he's got quite small ears. The ears of your mice can be as small or as large as you choose them to be, because they don't need to look exactly like the one on the packaging.
Leave that behind. This is what I need to do.
Yes, just allow yourself to go completely wherever it takes you. And I think that's one of the things, talking about crafting with children again, I think children haven't lost that inhibition. You know, they have that total freedom of,
so they don't care as much that it looks the same.
That's it. They don't care if it turns into something entirely different as well. I always remember this occasion. My daughter, she wanted to knit a teddy bear blanket, and I gave her some yarn, and I cast it on for her. And then so half an hour later, I said, "Oh, what's happened to the blanket?" She said, "Oh, it's a teddy bear scarf now." I always remember that, and she was totally happy with it.
You know, your expectations.
She didn't beat herself up over the fact.
We all go, "Oh, you're going to regret that. You're going to regret
another unfinished project."
Yeah, but she didn't. She turned it into a scarf.
That's it.
Brilliant.
So you get these little glue-in eyes to pop into the mouse's head in a minute, but this particular mouse, we're going to give him a little bit of pink around where the eyes are going, because he's been reading a lot and his eyes might be a bit tired from looking at all the small print in the book. So we just mark the area where the where the eyes are going with a bit of pink, and do that on the other side as well. That helps also to just get the eyes symmetrical, because you can see where they have to go, and just stab that into there.
So if you were going to do this with children, what sort of age are we talking?
So we say 10 plus.
Okay.
But I know that my children needle felted way before that. You just need to keep an eye, because it is a sharp needle.
Yeah.
It's not a toy. Especially if it's really young children, it's never a toy, even when it's done. It's for decoration purposes only. So when you get to this stage, you just have to do the last cruel thing to this mouse and poke your needle in. If you have an awl, use that. Make sure you know where the needle comes out at the other end, so you haven't got your fingers exactly in that spot. And then you pop the eye in.
And that makes the hole for the eye.
It does. So just follow that channel that you've just made. Push the eye in. There we go. One, and then...
Oh wow, he suddenly becomes a mouse.
He does. He looks a bit like a rat, actually, this one.
He does actually. Maybe it's his... He does. Why is that? Is it?
I think I've made his snout quite long. But you can also turn his nose up a bit, and that makes him look quite cute. So because there's a wire inside, but it's fine. You can have a whatever you want it to be. And then this is where the glue comes in handy. So you have the eyes are in, you don't want to take them out again, but you want to put a dab of glue behind.
The glue comes in the
mouse bundle
kit.
Yeah, that's
if you've just bought a kit, what could you use instead?
Just any PVA glue. If you've got a glue bottle with a nice thin nozzle, works really well, or you just have to maybe put it on a matchstick or something like that and put it behind. Now, because the glue dries clear, I'm not worried about spilling out the side a little bit, and that's totally enough for the eyes to stay in place. And then you can pose him. Sometimes the mice can look a little bit sort of like a hunchback. You can just, because you've got a wire in there, you can pose your mouse. Now this is softly felted. You can felt this a lot more and make him firmer. There's loads of wool in the kit.
So you've made a mouse.
That's it.
And look at all of that you've got left over.
That's right. And then you get your little red book and you can fit the glasses. Now, I think the glasses fit better underneath his ears than on top of his ears, because they seem to stay on better that way. Yeah. They are wire glasses, so you can bend them a little bit more. If you want them to permanently be attached, obviously you can just glue them down as well.
Of course.
You can be at front of his nose or further back, and then you can give him his little book.
That's actually like a proper book as well.
It is, yeah. It's got proper pages. You might have to write into it yourself.
Oh, you could let me show you on here. Look, it's like a proper book with pages, so you could write. You'd have to write the person's name on it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you have to put at the very end the end.
Yes, and you'd have to call it Of Mice and Men, wouldn't you?
Yes, you would. Yes, something like that. So then you can just, because he's got posable arms, you can position them so that he can actually hold onto his book. But again, if it's a more permanent decoration, then you could glue it onto them as well. And well, that was a mouse. That was a speedy mouse.
Wow, that was a very speedy mouse. But look at what you've got left. And I guess when you're making yours at home, obviously you'll take a bit more time and you'll stab it more.
Yes, you will.
That is, that feels very achievable.
It just goes to show that if you're an impatient crafter like me, you can do it really quickly.
Yes.
If you are somebody who wants to take time and you want to go over it and over it, you can needle felt until somebody else will say it's enough.
It's enough.
Yes, stop stabbing that.
Walk away.
That's it. Walk away. You're done.
I'd be going just a bit more. Add a little bit more.
Yes, that's it. But it's suitable for both, and we have both. We have crafters that take absolutely ages doing it because they just love working on it, and we've also got people who just like a quick fix of crafting, especially when you go on holidays.
Yeah, I think it's a lovely thing to take on holiday. Maybe you're going in the caravan or canal boat. Fancy going on the canal boat. Would it be nice to take something like that with you?
Anywhere. And it's so mobile. You don't have to get big kit, like a big big machines or whatever out. You just literally pack it in your, as you say, in your suitcase, and off you go, and then you can come back with something nice that was born wherever.
Yes, exactly. And it's a lovely gift. Well, you can give the mouse to somebody, but I'm thinking it's a lovely kit to give someone because it doesn't require any previous knowledge or skill.
That's it. And also I think if you're making it as a gift, because somebody you will have in your family who loves reading, somebody loves maybe sports, somebody's a ballerina, like you say, somebody loves gardening, somebody loves traveling. So you can tweak, maybe somebody loves flowers, maybe somebody's a florist.
Yeah, that's true.
They're really amazing gifts to give to people when you're really stuck, and even to men. I know people have made these mice as a gift to a man, because sometimes you don't know what to buy.
No, I never know what to buy.
But a handmade gift that comes from the heart.
And you can imagine they put it on the desk, on the bedside table anyway, wouldn't they? Well, I'm just going to run through the mice kits again, and then we'll talk about the other, because we've got some other animals with us, haven't we?
Lots of
so
animals.
I'll just run through those again. So individually, now remember, I won't take everything out of all of the kits, because in the kits you get everything. You get the little mat, which is big enough to do that. Obviously the bigger mat makes it a little bit simpler, but you can use the little mat. So reading mouse, that's the one that Steffi just demonstrated for us. Very popular, the reading mouse, only £18. Look at that, special Sewing Street exclusive. Save 10% as well. So not only is it a really good price, you're saving as well, and you are getting all the correct materials, which have been really carefully sourced. How Steffi's ever found these, I have no idea, but I would quite like that job. Sounds lovely. Ballerina mouse. We've got some lovely messages on Facebook as well about the mice. Adorable mice. I love all the accessories. Ooh, love hula mouse. Everyone needs a maker's mouse. There you go. Everyone says it. Hula mouse. Love hula mouse. And remember, all of them come with all the accessories. If you've only just tuned in, the boxes come with everything you need, even the little accessories, all the yarn, all the wool. We're so used to saying yarn. All the wool, and more than you need actually as well. So you can make a really big mouse. Gardening mouse, perfect for any gardener. And
It's even got our price on there, and you're getting it much cheaper.
Oh
here.
yes, there you go. Should be $19.50, but it's not. $17.99. There we go. There you can even see. It's a good job it doesn't say less, doesn't it?
No,
I've got it
no.
wrong. But this is a special saving.
It
There you
is.
go. £19, but it's not. $17.99. Rowing mouse. I love that, isn't it? Reminds me like Toad of Toad Hall.
It does, yeah.
He was always in a little boat.
He was.
Flower mouse. Comes with the basket and all the little flowers. Pretty little white mouse. Can you not see that one? Flower mouse, please, Ben. Got it. £18. Save 10%. That's a special price that Steffi's doing for us today. And the last mouse is Travel Mouse. Travel Mouse comes with a suitcase as well. I love the suitcase. And Travel Mouse will fit into the suitcase as well.
It's a bit of a squeeze,
But he will
it's
fit.
all right short term.
Well, he would be though, wouldn't he? Because if he's a stowaway, he's got to fit in really tightly.
He does.
So that's all the mice. Now in the kit you get everything you need to make the mouse. But if you've bought the kit, now you will need the kit because the kit has the instructions, the mat and the needles. But if you've bought the kit and you want to make more mice, there's enough wool in the accessories pack. This is amazing value, $32.72, to make 6 more mice. So all of the wool to make 6 more mice, white ones and brown ones. You've also got all the pipe cleaners for them. You've got, which you don't get in the kits, you've got that special glue pen, which is super fine and just right for sticking the accessories on in the eyes. And then you get all of these accessories, and this is amazing because you get absolutely loads in here. I'm going to empty them out this time because then you can actually see. Look how much you get. So you get 2 suitcases. So you don't have to make one of each. You could make several. You could make 2 travel mice. You get 3 pairs of glasses. So you could have your travelling mouse with glasses on.
Is it? Yeah, it is 3 pairs. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 pairs. Oh no, 4.
Might be. Yeah. Is it
4?
4 pairs of glasses.
4 pairs of glasses. So all your mice can have glasses on. You get oars. You get 2 sets of oars. So you make 6 mice with the wool, but you get all of these accessories. You get 2 boats, a wand, a basket. You get the string. You get 4 books. So you could make 4 reading mice with this
You could.
kit. And all of the eyes and the hula skirt as well. Right, so we've also, I'll put those away in a minute, I'll keep them very careful. Now we have got some other kits as well. So, oh that's lovely.
Aww.
So collector sent in the Toadstool Fairy from Kate.
Nice. Thank you,
That's
Kate.
lovely. So you've got your Toadstool Fairy there.
Yes, that's it.
Can you see? And then this is the kit. Now I presume the kit is exactly the same as with the mice.
It is.
Everything you need is in there.
It is. In the kit you get 1 felting needle that also has a price on it. Naughty us.
Yes, see, look, £18. See, what an amazing value. You're saving £2 with this one. £18. I love that.
So with this one, you actually, the felting mat that comes in the kit, we've used as a base.
Oh, right, okay. So once you've made it, that's the
it.
grass
You
it
can
sits on.
you literally you felt around it, so that you've got a base for your little fairy to stand on, and she gets fastened on all by needle felting. There's no glue or anything. It's all needle felted.
Wow, she's beautiful, isn't she? And everything you need. Again, what a lovely kit. I'm thinking these would be lovely to buy. I'm thinking Christmas presents. Let's do Toadstool next. Ben wants this one. Well, Ben, you will have to buy the kit and make your own. So the Toadstool is £16.20. I know. It says £19.50 on here. £16.20. That's so lovely,
We've
isn't
actually
it?
recently somebody made that toadstool and posted it on Sewing Street fan
Oh,
page,
right.
and it was so lovely. If you haven't seen it, you must go and have a look.
It is gorgeous. I think if you get the toadstool fairy, you kind of need the toadstool as well,
Yes,
don't
you do. I think so. And then,
Or wouldn't it look lovely with the mice?
oh yeah, let's have the mice with it.
Oh, it would look lovely with the mouse, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That's a nice little accessory for it, isn't it? That's so cute.
Yes. I think that's like Mr. and Mrs. Mouse living in a toadstool
It is
house.
living in a toadstool, so that's gorgeous, isn't it? Then we've got the sheep. This is the round sheep.
Where did I put him? He fell down and I put him somewhere. There he is.
So I want to have. Well, I'll have a look at one of the bigger ones.
So with this one, if you are really concerned about starting to needle felt, you actually get a wool ball in there.
Oh well, let's
to
open
start
this one
you
up,
off.
shall we?
Yes. So this is sort of a really easy beginner, extra user friendly kit.
Oh, okay.
And so with this one, you
Trying
get
to open it
a
carefully.
pre-made wool ball in there. So because we
Right.
want to do everything in wool if we can, and don't ever get tempted to use a polystyrene ball. It's really not very.
It doesn't
good.
work.
Well, it kind of does, but it doesn't. It can easily not work.
Right. Okay.
And then you get all these ready-made curls.
What's that then?
This is a blue face Leicester curl.
Oh, I love a blue face Leicester.
It comes from the UK. And,
It's very soft.
And then you get the extra wool to make the legs.
So that's actual proper sheep fleece curls.
Yes, the sheep have made the curls.
So that's why it looks so realistic.
Yes,
they're proper curls.
It is. You're basically turning a sheep into
a sheep.
That's it. And but you're getting a real head start.
Yeah, that's
with
really
the
useful.
wool ball.
And again, that's often the problem, like you say, with having the pipe cleaners. The structure is there to start with,
and
isn't
so
it?
if you're really not convinced yet and you don't know, oh, this looks too complicated, or will I be able to do it? You will definitely be able to do it because you've got a little bit of a helping hand here.
And you've got real
curls. And then you've
curls.
got all these curls, and you can decorate your sheep however you want to make it look wild or really neatly groomed or whatever. And you make these little legs from the wool that's in the kit as well, and all you need to do is the head. But a lot of it is covered up by wool, so even if it looks a little bit wonky, it's fine.
£17.55, and you're saving £10.
And with this one, you also get the templates. So a lot of our kits have got templates in there. Get to that page. So you know when you have to aim for a certain size,
okay.
you get templates in there.
That's it. Yes, I'd be wanting those.
So you know the head needs to be that shape, the ears that shape, and the legs that shape.
So you can just lay it on.
You lay it
and
on
think,
exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
that's really
it.
useful.
And that really helps. And remember, there's the tape measure here on the left-hand side on every single page
Perfect.
as well.
You've thought of everything.
Well, we try.
He's really cute. He's even got the little bit of peach that's used for the outside of the eyes and the little cross on his nose. Right, hang on for a while to get through. Right, the fairy box. Now this is over here, so I'm going to come back. The fairy circle. So this is the kit for the fairy circle. There we go.
Grab the middle there.
That's the most beautiful mobile, isn't it?
It makes 6 fairies.
With wings.
And they're really tiny. Again, there is a tutorial on our YouTube channel. Other than that, we've got it anyway in the instruction. It tells you exactly how to do it.
And they've even got tinsel in them.
Yes, so they've got a little bit of Angelina fibre in there
Not tinsel.
because every fairy needs a little sparkle, right?
Absolutely, but they've also got curly hair.
So you get different types of. This is actually a yarn, like a boucle yarn.
Oh, okay.
And it's often used for doll making. And then they've got these lovely little organza wings they're just the right size for the little fairies. And you can again you can design them in your own way. We suggest how you do what you put together, which colours, but you can design them however you like. Basically.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I think they're really
isn't it?
nice
Really,
to hang up
really
in the children's
sweet.
bedroom.
Yeah.
Or or because the slightest breeze will make them
Yes,
dance.
just in a little corner to have the
that's it.
fairies. Oh, that's beautiful.
That's it.
So that's the fairy box. This is the kit that you'll get. And everything you need is in here. Just £18 and you're saving 10%. That's amazing. Amazing price. Right, last 3. Keep walking back from one side to the other. And Heidi goes, the makers kits are great. My favourite make today is the moon gazing hare. Well, Heidi, that's on at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, second
so
show.
you have to wait for that one. Now this one is Tatty Teddy. Now this is special, isn't it?
It is. So Tatty Teddy is under license with Me to You.
Right.
So Carte Blanche, who are the license holders. So it is. There's only one Tatty Teddy, and this is the one.
And this is it.
This
and
is
he's
the
on,
one.
you've got him
he
there.
He is there, and he's been really popular. I've been
He's
so happy
gorgeous.
with people making him and showing him off. So he has this little separate heart. And so very, very typical for Tatty Teddy are his little patches on his feet and tummy and on his head. And then he's got the stitching as well, because he's not a perfect bear.
No, he's a Tatty Teddy.
He is a Tatty Teddy. And he's 100% wool. So it's slightly different technique actually from the mice, where there's no wire in there. It's all needle felted body parts that then get put together. But he's also very famous for his little blue nose. And and I think the wool that is used for Tatty Teddy is absolutely perfect. We couldn't have wished for better.
Okay.
So thank you, sheep.
No, thank you very much. Yes, and
Thank you, sheep, for doing this.
So it's just £25.20, and again, you are saving 10%. I mean, how are you going to choose which kit or which ones? To be honest, I don't know, because they're just gorgeous, aren't they?
They are. And I will also just say, on the licensed kits that we do, we usually don't give a discount at all, so you are saving quite a lot of money.
We're very lucky then.
Yeah, definitely.
He is gorgeous, isn't he? And then I'm going to finish with the 2 owls, which are just stunning. So we'll start with the tawny owl. I'll come over to you for that, because we kind of need to see them together. I mean, that is a work of art. So could a beginner do this?
So I think if you're a crafty beginner, you can do it.
Okay.
You also get a toolkit with it, which is it's if you open the box, it's not inside because it comes separate.
Oh, okay.
And it's literally the same
one.
tools that you get with all of our kits, like a small little toolkit that comes with it. Normally we sell them without tools, but here you get it with tools. And what's special about the tawny owl is that the head is closable.
Of course it is. Of course. So that it can just follow you around the room.
It can, yes. I want to turn it all the way around. I don't want to freak people out.
How does that work then?
So it's got a wire that goes from the head all the way down to the base, and there are technical tutorials of how to make that very special technique on our YouTube channel as well.
I mean, it's
now the
so
legs,
realistic.
you get the legs in there as well, so they are actually wire legs, so you don't need to make them yourself. You still have to work the legs, but you don't have to make them from scratch, and they're actually pretty fastened in there, so you can actually have the owl sitting
that is
unaided.
stunning, isn't it? And it's so realistic.
And tawny owls, they actually, I think, one of the owls that look often different from each other. So they're less recognizable because sometimes they have more grey in them, sometimes more brown.
Oh, okay.
But this one, I'm really loving this one. I mean, I shouldn't really say that I made it, but I love all birds.
No, I know, but it is beautiful.
So yeah.
Does his head go all the way round?
It does. Okay, I did it now.
That's fantastic. Yeah, but then you can have it facing whatever way you want.
I feel I have to turn it the other way now again.
It's brilliant. So you can have it face anywhere. I mean, it's just think you're getting all of the materials in there, and it's just £26.10.
That's it. Yeah.
Wow.
It's such a good price.
It is an amazing price.
Really
I
is.
love that. And then the last owl, the large barn owl. Is this Hedwig? Was Hedwig a barn owl?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he?
Or was he? No, there was also a snowy owl, wasn't there?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, wrong way. That way. Can't turn the head on this one.
Face.
Yeah.
So this is the large barn owl pack.
It's probably the most popular British owl because it's the most easily recognised.
Okay.
It's quite a stunning owl with these really white features and that lovely face mask, and then you've got the beautiful
it's that
patterns.
beautiful heart-shaped outline,
exactly.
isn't
so
it?
it's definitely one of our best-selling owls we've got in our
And he would look lovely. You could put him like on the top of a cupboard. That's
yes.
where I'd put him, on top of a
That's
shelf,
right.
just looking down.
Just looking down in the
At
corner.
everyone.
That's it. Yeah. So he's whilst we don't say it's a beginner kit, I think for a crafty beginner you're well into it. So the reason why I'm saying this is because we do monthly subscription boxes, and this was one of our subscription boxes, and we sell them to total beginners, and they've all managed to do the
so as long as obviously it's not going to be as quick as a mouse.
It's tried and tested. That's what I'm trying to say. Tried and tested by our customers, who will tell you that is definitely you can make it if you're a total beginner.
Okay. Yeah.
Just with a crafty.
And it comes with the mini toolkit.
It does, yes.
So it's got everything you need.
That's it.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Steffi. This has been brilliant. I'm hooked. I absolutely love them. Yeah, literally, absolutely hooked. Oh, it's just wonderful. So we'll see you back in an hour, and we're going to be talking about the fruit bat.
We are fruit
We've
bat.
got lots of other kits,
Yes.
but I love the fruit bat.
Yes,
Who's
I
currently hanging
think-
upside down over here. Can you see?
As they do.
There's the fruit bat. I love the fruit bat. It's cool. Anyway, and some others as well. So you're going to be
and some
talking us through
others.
them. So if you love the needle felting, please do join me with Steffi at 12. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time with Sandi, who's going to be showing us how to make this fab Time for Tea tote bag made from fabric hexie. Super easy. We've got kits and we've got instructions on their own. So don't go anywhere. Check out your needle felting kits in the break, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Join us next week from Monday through to Friday. We're doing crafting for kids. I know, we've got all these projects that can either be made by children or for children. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? And guess what? We are launching a competition. Now, I don't know the exact words because I've forgotten it already, but it's a competition that children can enter. There are 3 categories, right? The winners will end up on air with us, and they'll win £100 worth of fabric or sewing goodies or anything like that. So join us on Monday for a week of crafting for kids. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and we've got Sandi back again.
Hi, Rebecca.
How are you?
I'm
Did you have a
fine,
nice
thank you.
break?
I had a lovely break. Thank
Just
you.
an hour.
Yes, just an hour.
Lovely. So you're going to show us how to make Wendy's beautiful time for tea bag.
I am.
It's very lovely, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Easy?
Yes, it is.
Oh, good. I like that. Easy,
Yes.
but nice.
Easy but nice.
Easy but nice.
Yes, easy but nice.
That's a really, it doesn't sound very attractive, but it's an easy make, but it is beautiful. Where is it? I want the bag. I can see it in the picture.
Yeah, there we go.
But I want to hold it.
It's not a quick
It's got an owl in it.
It's got an owl in it. That's coming home with me, look at that.
Not only that, it's got a mouse on it. They look so cute in there. It's well, you can see the size. A really lovely size, isn't it?
It is, yes.
So it's called Time for Tea, but it could be. I mean, Wendy said, a perfect size to take your craft projects out and about with you. So it is a really good craft little bag. I would have put, the project I'm working on at the moment and put it in there.
It'd be lovely for knitting.
It would be. It'd be very nice for my crochet. Let me just say. But also, what a lovely little shoulder bag.
If you're just going out for an afternoon.
Yeah, just a little shoulder bag.
Wanted a few bits and pieces in it.
Just perfect. On holiday. You know, when your handbag's not quite big enough because you need to be putting other things in, like your waterproof and your umbrella or your sun hat, and depending on where you're going.
Yes.
Or at the moment in England, your sun hat and your umbrella. It's very weird, isn't it? Lovely size. Anyway, we've got various options for you. So let me start. I'll start with the kits. So what you get is the full instructions. These are by the Crafty Company, which is Wendy Orlando, and she's got wonderful, really, really comprehensive, full colour photos, everything you need to know. It's all covered in there. Now, if you want to make this one here, is that the one that you've got on? Yeah, you have got the bright one.
Yes.
Well done, Ben. He's actually concentrating. And you also get the panel. Now look, the panel has got all of the hexagons already on it, and look at them. They've got tea things in. So we've got teacups and teapots. We've got hexagons with cakes in. All of the hexagons you need. So you've got 60 hexagons on there. Do you need all 60?
You don't.
So you get
you
some
need.
left over?
There's only a few left over, but
Okay.
you need most of them.
Right, but you do get some
But
left
you do
over.
have a few left over.
And you also get, get better, half a metre. Tell now.
Of the line.
Yeah, we now feel it. Half a metre of ivory lining that goes with it. I know the codes now. Not all of them. I know
I was
ivory and
gonna
white. That's not very good, is it? And I can tell now.
I was very
that's half
impressed then for a minute.
Oh yeah, IBZQLJ21. Yeah.
But you could go on there.
And I know white begins with G.
Oh right.
Yeah, but Kat knows the codes. Go on then. What's coupon?
You could go mastermind.
Yeah.
I know all the codes.
I know
to
all the
yes.
codes for the Sewing Street plain fabric. So it's lined in an ivory. So that's that one. Time for tea to make your hexie bag. It's got a nice gusset to it as well.
Yep.
Quite like that because it's
nice
got a nice
gusset on it,
depth
yes.
to it, hasn't it? And it also uses a very interesting hexagon technique, which Sandi will be demonstrating in a moment.
Yep.
Now, the blue and white one, which you're going to be showing
I'm
us
going
how
to be
to do.
demonstrating. Yes.
Again, full instructions, very important. And then you get the hexagons in blue and white. This is lovely, isn't it? It's blue china. So on the hexagons themselves, well, that one's got like tea bags and teaspoons on it. And flowers and little tea items. Really pretty. So if you want to, you'll see this in action in a minute because Sandi's demonstrating this one, but it's very, very fresh and bright. Beautiful. And also you get half a metre of the ivory to go with it. That also comes in the kit. Got loads of you have got these in baskets, so you do need to get checked out with them. Right, we have also got the instructions on their own, if you want those. So it does explain to you that if you haven't got the panel, what you need, so you'll need 62 1/4 inch size hexagons. So if you haven't got the panel and you just want the instructions, you can cut your own hexagons, then that's what you'll need. But if you want just the instructions on them, they're just £9.99 if you want to make this using your own fabric. Which is fantastic, isn't it? So if you want to make the time for tea, just instructions on their own. Now, we've also got some fabric panels. Now, these are really lovely to go with it. They're smaller hexagons, so you can't use these to make the bag. The panels you need to make the bag are in the kit. But these are smaller ones. So these are 2.5 inch sides. So when it says 2.5 inches, that's not the size of the size. Is there a tape measure there? I just need to know what. There's usually one hanging up and I can't find it. I'm going to measure that.
I've normally got one on here as well.
I found it. It's all right. No, I found it. It was in there.
At the same time.
So I'm just going to measure this so you know actually what size they are. Right, so they are 1 1/4 across the side, because when you measure it, and what they've done is they've measured it that way. But when they've measured it across, but when you have a hexagon described, if you're using it for EPP, the measurement given is the measurement across one side face. So it's actually 1 1/4. So if you were going to use these for EPP, you would use 3/4 inch paper hexagons, because they have a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So the 2.5 applies to that side, but normally you would describe them across there. So they can be used to do EPP with, but you'll need 3/4 inch hexies for it. Or you can use them for your own makes. Lots of people use them. You can make things with them by keeping them all together. It's just if you want to use them for EPP, but you can cut them. You can make cushions with them, bags. So that's the time for tea in the smaller version, 60 of those. And then we've also got the smaller version in the blue and white. There we go. Lovely. Right, so where do we start with this?
Right.
When we cut it, do we cut them all out?
We do.
Okay.
Yes. We have to cut everyone out.
Everyone out.
This, I said, it's quite an easy pattern, and Wendy's patterns are always great.
Yeah, they're always fab. Always fab.
The instructions are brilliant on it, so it leads you every step of the way with it. But yes, so it's not quick, so you have to cut every single hexagon out.
Did you cut them out with scissors or with a rotary cutter?
No, I cut them out with a rotary cutter.
Oh, okay.
So I did them in strips. So I cut out a strip first.
Oh, I see what you mean. So you would have cut down that way.
So I did a strip like that,
Right.
and then sort of did them.
And then went down the edges.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah. So it took a little while, but it doesn't take too long
No,
to
that's
do.
fine.
So cut all those. Then you have to cut them in half again along the larger side.
Right.
So the way you were saying they were measured.
Yeah, so from
one side
across,
to the other side.
I think these are faces, aren't they? And then these, I don't know all these sides, can't remember.
I know,
but from the largest
side to the
across.
largest point across. You draw a line and then you cut them across. So you then end up, so you've got 60, I think, on there. So you end up with 120.
Okay.
Triangles, half hexagons.
Half a hexie.
And then you have to sew them all back up together again.
Okay, but I presume you swap them round.
Yes, I have done.
Yes, because otherwise that would be odd, wouldn't it?
Yes.
They look great though, because it gives you a real patchwork effect, doesn't it?
It does.
A double patchwork effect.
Yes. And especially with that one, you can sort of put the blues, the sort of aquas
I'll
together.
come over
you can
to
put
you
the
with this
peachy
one.
colours together, so that you can try and get similar sort of colours. I did just like every other one on this one here, and then sort of the teals and the more pinky colours and the lemons. So you sort of, she said, sort of keep them so they will look like a proper hexie rather than completely abstract. But some of the times
I don't think I do that.
Well, with some of these I've done.
I think I would be
abstract.
like that.
Yes, yeah. So you can do.
I'd be
certainly,
breaking Wendy's rules.
Yeah, well, no problem.
I don't know why.
Well, I did a few sort of. So like here we've got a teacup, and then those like big flower and a small flower. You've got a
so
teacup
you've
and a
kept
flower.
the same
So I kept the
colours
same
together.
Colours, if I could.
Right.
But then not all the same.
Okay.
If you see what I mean.
But it's up to you. It's your bag.
Yes.
You can do what you like.
You
But
can,
yeah, I think
whatever,
I'd be mixing it all up. I don't know
a
why.
little bit random.
Yeah. So because on her instructions, she has kept them.
She's kept them pretty much. Are they the same or?
Well, look, see what she's done is
She
kept
hasn't.
the blue.
The blues and then the whites and the pales,
Yeah.
which is what haven't
and
done
mix
at
them
all.
up. No, mine would be totally mixed. But it depends how you feel. So that's quite nice. You can choose. So right, we cut
And
them all
she
in
does
half.
also say lay the front and the back out at the same time,
Right.
which is a good idea because I didn't with the blue one, I'll admit, and so I was left with less of a random selection for this one. If you sort, I think I had more blues in it because I was sort of quite random with the front ones.
Right. Okay.
So, but again, it's your bag. You've got two
So
different
lay it all
sides.
out.
Lay it
Take
all
a
out.
photo.
Yes. No. I just laid them all out like this. So I laid them all out.
No, I always because I take photos because I can't remember or something goes wrong.
What I also did was I put a number
That's a good
on
idea.
the side, so that I had 1, 2, 3, etc. going up the side, so that when I took them to
Because I was
sew
making
them
a
up,
quilt at the weekend and there were 9 in each row and there were
Yes.
9 rows. So I laid it all out on the kitchen floor, moved it all round, took a photo and then
Yes.
I labelled every row. Because
Yes.
there was no way
No.
that I was ever going to remember
No, it's not.
what
Then you,
was
then
in
you
what
think,
row.
why is this random one in the middle? Where's she going? Yeah, I normally take a photo, but we just lost a hex.
Was
It
that?
here.
Oh, me. Because I went, oh, I put that one with that one.
So yes, you've got hexagon. So lay them out in rows. So you're doing one up, one down, and then also make sure that they're going in the right direction because some of them are directional as well.
Yes, indeed.
So what I did was when I cut them in half, I put a pile of tops and a pile of bottoms, and then took
Because of the
and then took
direction.
one of
Yeah,
each.
no, that
so
makes sense.
even the flowered ones, they're
Yeah.
not particularly directional, but I still took one of each so that you knew that what you were getting. So I put them in little piles and then took them
Okay.
like that. Then you sew them together, so you've got sort of one facing up, one facing down along the lines. Now what I've done is I actually get a 1/4-inch ruler and
Oh, so you're not sewing them together?
I am doing in a minute.
Right, okay.
But I draw a line down
I
there
see.
because if you do that, when you line them up,
it
matches
So before you do anything,
yeah,
draw
I just
that
put
line.
the little line on it. And then you can clip them, and I tend to clip them, but with these I actually pin them because they're quite small rows and you've got like 10 clips in there, they're a little bit heavier.
See what you mean?
So I do tend to go back to my clips sometimes. So
No, but what I mean is you're not, because I thought what you were going to do now was sew them
Oh
together.
yeah, no. So you sew them in the
Oh,
in
this
the
is
row.
clever.
Yeah. So you sew them
Is
in
that
the row.
because
So you see, I'll do that.
it means you can, that's the way to join them?
Yes. So then you're joining them back up, and then you join each row to each row.
This is making sense because I was thinking, how do you machine sew hexes together?
Yeah.
And this is why they're all cut in half.
Yeah.
Now I get it.
It's clever, isn't it?
Yes, I was thinking, why are they all cut in half?
So you're doing it a bit like a bias binding. So you're joining each one. So I always think if you've got that line there.
So you only need to do a line on the top one.
Yes. Yeah, on the top piece.
And then you know it's right.
And then you know it's
genius.
Right. And then pop
now
it
I know
over
I should
there.
cut them in half.
That's right. And lay it down. Let me see. So then you're getting it lined up, because otherwise you're not quite sure where your little dog ears are meant to be.
Yeah, but if you've got that line, it's easy.
Yeah. And it doesn't take much longer either to do it.
No.
So I'd sort of go
this
along.
is such a lovely bag to make, though. I'd really enjoy this.
Yes. I did it in a Sunday.
Yeah, no, I would enjoy it because I like that kind of lay it out, photograph it, put it. Yes, this is
and then
nice.
put it together,
and then I would sew one row at a time.
I did. I pin them all together, and then I keep my ironing board downstairs and my sewing machine upstairs, so it gives me some steps to do.
Really? I so wouldn't do that. I'm far too lazy.
So I was going up and down, but I'd take sort of 2 at a time with me, so that I've got them labelled. So you've got 2.
There's no way I would do that.
So these 2.
You should get a mat on your table.
I'll have if I get really tired, but I try and go up and downstairs. So then I do both those rows and then sew those 2 together.
Okay.
And leave that, and then I get the next 2 rows and sew those 2 together, and then I'd sew it to this one.
Oh, this
then
is all
do
making
the next
sense
2,
now.
So it's the ones that keep going along. So I'm going to sew these. So if you've got a 1/4 inch foot on your
or you
machine,
just
is
draw
good,
along
but
your line.
But you don't need to anyway, that's what I'm saying, because, and I did tend to take the pin off and just sort of line it up a little bit more. And this is why I was saying with the...
Can we see the sew machine?
Can you see?
Thank you.
There we go. Yep, so I'll switch on.
Fab.
Now, there we go. You don't need to go backwards and forwards at either end because it's too small, but I will put that down a little bit. I'll put that to about a 2.
Oh, okay.
Just
so
because it's quite small,
yeah,
so then if you do cut
that
it,
makes sense. I never really know. I was doing this yesterday and I was thinking, oh, shall I go down to 2 or is that going to be too short? Is that going to pull the fabric? Oh, I was up and down.
It doesn't, and I always tend to do it just when...
Because you know when you do SPP, you do like 1.8, don't you?
Yes, yeah. And I always find that 2, especially with the smaller little pieces.
Yeah, and then it doesn't come undone.
No.
No, I couldn't make my mind up yesterday at all.
Yeah. So I'm going to just do these. And then if you take the pin out, because sometimes the pins can just move it a bit, and then you can just hold it with your hand and just sew along that line. So you're getting it right. I'm sure Wendy won't mind saying, if your points don't particularly match, not all of mine do.
There are no point police, so I think you'll be all right.
This is it. And also by the time you've quilted it as well,
yes,
you find it doesn't matter.
Well, I'm always amazed by how much things, if they don't match up, shout at you when you make it. And then you never notice.
You don't.
But you make it, you think, oh.
Because I think you're looking at it, aren't you, all the time, and you're just like going, oh, that's 1/2 centimetre out there.
I know.
You know, that's terrible. They're going to all notice that I'm 1/2 centimetre out, and you think, oh, by the time
And then it's
you've done
amazing
it,
how nicely fabric stretches, isn't it?
Yes.
To just sort of.
And when you've washed it as well, because I mean, you can wash this bag. So if you've been out and you've spilled something in it, or you know,
you've got your little picnic in it. Do you know, actually, what would be nice? Lunch, work, office.
We could go back to Prosecco again.
Yeah, we could do. But you could take your flask, your lunch bag in here, couldn't you?
Yeah, yes, that'd be a
nice thing for when you just want to take your lunch out.
A lovely little work bag, isn't it, as well, you know, for going to work.
Yes,
you want something a little bit big, because you've got your packed lunch in there, haven't you? So it's...
Mice. I love the fact it's got a mouse in it.
I think that's lovely.
Isn't it lovely?
What's it called?
This is one of Joe Carter's toys.
Oh,
I know that.
Nice.
Put it back in his bag.
Oh, dear.
It's a house for a mouse.
Yeah, bag for a mouse. There you go. If you've got a spare mouse, you can pop it in.
Yes.
Put a cat in it, or...
It'd be a nice little bag for children as well, wouldn't it? Little overnight bag.
I was just going to say,
It's
going
just
to
a nice
grandparents or
size.
something.
I just like the size and the fact that you've got the gusset that's caught in, so it holds it inwards.
And you can put little poppers on there as well to just sort of hold it a bit more. I didn't on that one.
Okay, so if you want to have it open or not open.
Yes. Which is nice because it just sort of folds it together a bit more.
But it is
Right.
it's a lovely technique. I'm liking this.
There we go.
So do
So
we
that's
press
that.
now?
We press
Should
now.
I press? Because I quite
Yeah,
like
you
doing
quite
patch.
like
I don't
it. There we
like
go,
doing
yes.
shirts.
No, oh no.
Hate
I
doing
do
shirts or duvet covers.
And I'm going to press them open. I'm going to be very controversial.
Okay, I will set your
Yes, and
seams
set the
first
seams
because I'm
first, yeah.
quite.
And before I cut all the hexagons out as well, I just put a bit of best press
Oh, did you?
on it, and it just sort of keeps it a bit firmer for you as well.
It is
'cause you're-
good. Have we got
you're
any
dealing-
Ben?
I think that, is it?
It's not. It's
well,
starch
yes,
savvy.
Yes,
It's very good starch savvy.
it is. I've got both of them, and I use both of them. They're both great.
I
think
Is it
that
back
was
in
one
stock?
I've been using at the moment.
It is very lovely, and I use so much of it. So when I get these panels, I always starch savvy or best press the whole panel.
Yes, first,
before
that's
I
right,
cut
yes,
out.
I do
and
as
then
well.
sometimes I do it after I've done a little seam.
yes,
Well, you know when you've got lots of seams,
Yes.
and you sort of then press it from the front a little bit.
I know, yes.
Nice.
And it does keep them really nice, doesn't it? There you go.
Yes, I'll just get the
Do you want
starch
that, and I'll do this
savvy.
one.
Or is the one? No, that's that one.
Oh, there you go. Take your job off you.
Kat's just going to get me one an opened one. Thank you.
You're going to pop a little bit on this one.
Yes.
There we go.
So this is the starch savvy. It's brilliant. So it's like starch, but not. Oh gosh. Came out a bit quick then. So all you do is spray your fabric with it and then give it a press. And it doesn't make it like the old-fashioned starch super stiff, but it just gives it, I don't know, it gives it that little crispness. Also, you will never get your seams pressed quite the same. And it's better than water, and I don't understand
Yes.
why, but it is, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yes.
Because you know when you, water doesn't
yes,
do
it
the
doesn't
same.
do the same.
And when
I
you
don't-
get creases, particularly when you buy fat quarters, that never comes out with water, does it?
No.
But this stuff,
It's
is
brilliant.
it still a bit wet? I think I
No, it's
oversprayed
fine.
it.
I'm just going to trim those bits off.
But if you've never tried it, have a go. It's really, just for any cotton fabrics, it's perfect. If you're sewing anything on the bias, so if you're cutting your fabric diagonally, it just sort of stabilises it. It runs through the machine better, and then it doesn't leave any residue. Doesn't it doesn't mess up your machine or anything. And when you wash it, it washes out.
Because old-fashioned starch,
Oh.
it used to. I mean, you could stand your fabric up afterwards.
Yeah,
couldn't
you could.
Really?
Well, and some people
And-
used to use that as a feature, didn't they?
Yes.
Because people used to
Yeah.
use it with. Oh, I've used the one now. People would use it in crafts, wouldn't? To make things stand up.
Yes.
Well, this smells
But
nice. This
it
one as
smells
well.
lovely, doesn't it? Is that the one with lavender in it?
No, it's not. This is just plain, but it still
It
smells.
smells lovely.
Stabilises fabric to avoid distortion.
It's funny because when you iron it, it brings out the smell in it, isn't it? When I
It just smells like ironing.
Yes.
Fresh. There we are.
Thank you. So what I've done is I've just trimmed off those little ears.
Ears.
Ears. Ear.
Ears.
Is that-
Or yours, as they say in Wiltshire. My auntie lives in Wiltshire. She says yours.
Ears.
Yeah.
Trim those ears
Yours.
off. So wherever you're living, just
Yeah. Trim your ears off.
trim your ears off.
Yours.
And it's funny how different places have got.
Yes, different things.
Because Andrew's from Wales, but he doesn't sound very Welsh. But there's certain words that he says
Yes.
that
That are
and here is here.
here.
Yeah, I can never
Here.
say it. That's right. I
Come
go to-
here.
Yes, just say here to me. He
here.
says, yes. So I suppose a bit like he is, isn't it? So, yeah. Right. So this is when it's good if you've labelled them because you know which way up you're going.
Yeah, so this is a
So-
genius way of sewing hexagons together.
So when you pop them together like that, then we're just going to. I do tend to use the clips now, and I normally start in the middle. So I always feel that if I've got the middle one right, then it's not too bad.
Ah, okay.
So if you can get the middle one right, and then just go across.
Well,
And
this
then
is
I
where
just
clips
clip-
are good because you don't take
Oh,
them out. Now we
yes.
have clips. We have clips. I'm coming back over here.
Right.
Oh, morning, Wendy. Wendy says, I can't believe you've got Rebecca Reed ironing. Wendy, I like ironing fabric. I just don't like ironing anything that involves clothing
She's
or
done a
laundry.
really good job, Wendy, as well.
Yes, I did.
I'd recommend
Did you
her any
notice
day,
what a
yeah.
good job I did? And lovely pattern, Wendy. Very lovely.
We love it. We think it's great.
But I'm glad you're watching, Wendy. Look, fabric clips. Da, 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 da. We love a fabric clip.
Fabric clip.
We love a fabric clip. $14.99. We had these last week. They're amazing value. $14.99 for 100.
I always buy a bag because I lose them so much.
I do. I don't know what happens to them.
I don't. I think there's a clip fairy somewhere.
A clip fairy, yes, definitely.
I think it's
I
the
might
mouse
just
in the
put a
bag
few in
that-
my pockets.
Yeah.
Just to get on no, you might notice. Anyway, if you've not used fabric clips, honestly, they make
Oh, they're a game changer.
for things like matching seams. They're brilliant, and they're great actually for labelling rows and quilts and all sorts. You can use them. They're really good if you're using like PU or vinyl where you can't mark it. And you shop around, have a look at prices of clips. This is an amazing price. If you do have fabric clips, if you're like Sandy and I, you never have enough, so get another packet. Just $14.99. All sorts of colours as well.
No, I'm always popping an extra bag of those in my bag because literally,
I know.
and often you've got several things on the go at the same time, haven't you?
Yes, exactly.
So you're thinking, now where are all my clips? You're thinking, oh, I put them all, because if you're doing a bag or something,
Yes,
you clip them
you
all
clipped it
round
all.
and you've got maybe a handle and you've got something else on it. And you're thinking, half of them are there.
Half of them there, so they are worth getting. Fabric clips, wonderful things.
No, you can never have enough.
No, or pins. Don't know where they go either.
Oh, I know.
Buy a lot of pins.
Do you want to iron this?
Oh,
as
go
well?
on
There we
then.
go. There we
Go on
go.
then, otherwise I'll be letting Wendy
That's-
down.
I
She'll
know.
think I'm a
Now with that one,
part-time
I do
ironer.
just iron it straight up.
Are we open?
No, I don't open that one.
Which one would you
so
like
I
to go?
tend to, I put it here.
Oh, go
And
upwards.
then I went upwards with
Okay.
them all.
Got to do it the same way.
So I'm sorry I didn't follow your pattern completely, Wendy, if you're watching.
Yes, she is actually. We know she's watching, and she's going, I never said that.
I know, she'll say that's not in my instructions.
Yeah, I didn't say that at all. Now, I'm not going to starch this one because I don't think it needs it. I
No.
think that's fine on its own. There you go.
Lovely. And then I'm going to add it onto...
Which way did Wendy do? Did she go open then?
No, she doesn't open any of them, I don't think. I think she just folds them all up. But I'm a bit controversial. I do like to open some of the seams when I'm doing it. I think probably because I started dressmaking before I started quilting, so I always opened a seam.
Yeah, I'm
and
the
then found
same.
it quite difficult to go back and I think, oh no, that looks a bit bulky, I'll just open it. But if it's a really long seam, I tend to do it one side or the other.
Yeah,
'cause
but
then
I
you'll
find
nest, but-
now that when you press the seam open, the fabric isn't quite as stable.
No.
Especially when you're doing a long line like that. Sometimes it goes a bit wibbly, and I don't know why.
Which is why I would tend to do it
Yeah.
up. I don't open those out. And if you're doing a big quilt and you've got when you're sort of sewing some of them together, you've got a big line, those always go
It's
up.
really weird, like if you put like a 2-inch border on or something, it goes all wibbly.
Yes.
And I don't know why that is.
Yeah. But if they're smaller seams, I think sometimes they just need to.
Oh,
when
I
you
can never
open
make
them.
my mind up. Really.
That's the joy of it though, isn't
I
it?
know, who cares?
Yeah,
Nobody
it's-
looks anyway.
no.
I go, yeah, I pressed all my seams open.
That's right,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. Oh yeah, I did.
No one's going to look.
Because you've got interfacing on the back of it anyway, so nobody sees it. So they won't know. Wendy, I did sort of press them all up, honestly.
Yes, she is watching and she knows. She's probably taking notes.
I know, she won't let me do any of hers again. She'll say, no, don't let that Sandy do it. She makes her own designs up as she
Yeah, I'm
goes.
going to read it now.
Yeah,
Press the seams in the opposite direction to the first strip.
there we go. I'm sorry. And as I said, Wendy's patterns are so good, they'll tell you exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, it does actually.
But if you're like Becky and me and you're a bit of a rebel, you are.
As you have pressed the seams in opposite directions, they should nest together.
I know.
We should say if you have pressed the seams. Or as you haven't pressed the seams in
right.
opposite direction,
They won't
nest
They won't
together.
You'll be in a right mess when you come to do it in the end. You silly
Funny.
girl. There we go. I'll let you iron the last
Yeah,
one
go
as
on then.
well. There we go. Whilst I get just a bit of a larger.
Yeah, and you haven't followed her pattern either. Look at the colours.
I know I didn't, did I?
Wendy, we're really
Wendy, I'm so
sorry.
sorry. Would you ever forgive me?
Yeah, for pressing seams. Do you know what? You can press your seams whichever way you like. Nobody
That's right.
cares. It's yours. press them however you want, whenever you want. I quite like that.
Right. I think it looks nice.
It reminds me of do you know Blockbusters?
Oh yes.
Blockbusters. Do you remember that?
Yes,
I'll have a
I
pee,
do.
please, Bob. All the young people out there are going, what are they on about?
Or what are they on?
Yeah, what are they on? I bet Ben has no idea what we're talking about.
I bet he hasn't. Right. Now I'm just going to...
Blockbusters. I'll have a pee, please, Bob.
Yes.
It was. It was like that, wasn't it?
Yes, it was all hexagons, and they had to go.
Yeah.
So you go from there and had to
And then
make
what
your
was
way
the
down,
end
didn't
bit?
you?
The golden something, wasn't
Yes,
it?
where you had to go across in a set amount of time, didn't you?
They
really
were all
quickly.
like A-level students, weren't they?
They were
Oh,
all-
why don't they bring Blockbusters back? I
It was
loved them.
great, wasn't it?
They did bring it back, did they?
Did they? Who did it?
No. With Stephen Mohan.
Oh.
Didn't know that. Bob Holness.
Bob Holness did it, yeah.
I had a friend I met in toddler group and her husband was called Bob Holness. And
and
I
it
could
wasn't the
never,
Bob.
ever say, meet
me a
him without
pee,
saying, can I have a pee, please, Bob? I just couldn't not do it. You look nothing like Bob Holness.
Did you not?
Nothing. No. But that was his name.
Oh. Who was the man on Sale of the Century?
Yes. Oh, what's his name? I can see his face.
So, because I used to have a
Had
friend
beautiful
and
posture.
he looked exactly
Yeah, he's
like
really
him.
lovely posture.
Yes.
Begins with N.
Oh, Nicholas Parsons.
Nicholas Parsons, that's it. You began with N.
Yes, and we had a friend that used
You look
to
like
come round.
Nicholas
Oh, he
Parsons.
was, when the first time I met him, I said, "You remind me of something." He said, "I know." I said, "I know." He said, "I know." He said, "It's Nicholas Parsons." I said, "I know."
And you went, have you heard that before?
That's right, yeah. Now then, I could have
Right, so when you've done this,
Yes.
we're just getting sidetracked on
I know,
Blockbusters, you trim it.
you trim it neater than I've just trimmed it there because I could have done with another blade.
I know, but you're a bit high, it's too
It
high
is.
to trim neatly, isn't it? You need a box.
Right, so once you've trimmed it, I'm going to get 2 strips. Yeah, I'm only little, aren't I? I could do with that. I should wear high heels, shouldn't I, really? So you get 2 strips, and you get them a lot longer than your...
Oh, and this is where your extra...
This is where your gusset bit comes in.
your fabric comes in. And this comes
That's
in
right.
the kit, that other piece of fabric.
Yeah. So, now Wendy does say do it longer than you, which I always do. And I always do the strips. If you put a strip on the side, you always do it longer because then I think it looks neater when you trim it off afterwards, rather than trying to make it fit. So I'm just going to... This is where these clips, because with the clips as well, you can sew it from both sides, can't you? With pins, you've got to do the one side.
Yeah, and that's so much better, isn't it?
It is,
Because otherwise
yeah.
you have to move them all, which
Yeah.
is quite annoying.
I know.
So this lining fabric in your kit, you'll get ivory fabric, and it comes with it, which is fab.
It's lovely, isn't it, that it all comes with it. There we go. So we're going to put them down the sides, and I'm just going to sew these on as well. So again, I would start just a little bit further up. Where's my scissors there? Just wanted to... There we go. So you can see it's a lovely, easy bag to do.
I like them. No, I think it's
and
quite
it
a nice
looks-
make. I like the fact that
Yeah.
you cut it all and then reorder it and sort how you want it. And you could really play around with it because I think I'd start off, I'd look at Wendy's design and go, right, I'm going to have mine in lines.
Yes.
And then I'd start fiddling with it. And then what you can do is take several photos of the different layouts.
And
The
see
s-
what
'cause
it
with
looks
your
like.
eyes, it doesn't work. But when you see it on a camera, it makes quite a difference.
I do that
Goodness
a
for
lot
phones.
with the quilts that I do, especially my memory quilts. Sometimes you put them all out and you think, yeah, that's okay, not quite. And then if you take a photo of it, you can really see
It's very
where
easy
you
to
need
see
to change
which one to move round.
Because sometimes I think you're almost too close to it in a way. Do you know what I mean? And
And the good thing is, you see, once you've got the kit, you've got the instructions, so you can make your own.
because you'd make it again.
Oh yes, definitely. It's a really nice size. That's lunch. That's a proper lunch, isn't it?
That's a good lunch, that, isn't it? I should have brought that with me today.
Big lunch.
Brought my breakfast in it today.
Cat's eating her lunch. What are you eating, Cat? Pot noodle.
Pot noodle. I thought I could smell some. Are you hungry?
Actually, John and I had a conversation because I think I bet it was Kat eating pot noodle, and we talked about how much we love pot noodle. And my friend was watching it, and she bought me one.
Yes.
Doner kebab pot noodle. Oh, it was horrible. I said, I'm going to eat it because I love them. I haven't done them for ages. Doner kebab.
Doner kebab, that's...
Yeah, it actually tasted quite a lot like a doner kebab pot
Did it?
noodle.
Oh.
It was horrible.
I can't eat pot noodles because they're not gluten-free, but they do gluten-free ones, but they're not very nice.
Yeah, but they're not as good.
They're not as good at all. Right.
So this is actually is this the sides you're doing now?
Yes, this is
right,
like the
so this
gusset
is the
bit that I'm
gusset.
doing, yep. There we go. So then we can, do you want to do your ironing?
Yes.
She's carried away with the mouse.
I'm talking about the mouse.
So I would just iron it up. There.
So I'm ironing this to one side.
Yeah, that's
is
fine.
that okay?
Yes, yep. Yep.
Oh, I
and
didn't
then
set
iron
the
the other
seam
side.
one moment. I always feel bad when I don't do this. So
know,
when
I
I
do,
iron to one side, I always sort of like hold it like that.
Yes.
And then go like that.
It does make a difference when you set the seams as well, doesn't it?
It does, and also if you do your hands first.
Really?
Because if you iron it, then you
Yes.
can end up pulling it. So
Yes.
if you...
Do it with your hands first.
Yeah.
Because I always thought, setting seams, it's a bit, you know, you
I think
don't
I'm an
need to.
overpresser. What I would then probably do, I'd then spray it and I'd
press-
iron it again.
it's twice the size.
Yeah, I iron everything out of it.
And then we need to just
And then trim.
trim those off. Yep. See if I can get some more pressure on there. There we go, that's a bit better. And it on this side. And then you do exactly the same with the other one.
Okay, this is quite nice so that you're not like sewing the gussets separately. It's all been joined
Yeah,
onto
it's
the
all
front.
joined together.
I guess the seam that joins them helps them to hold it in.
Yes, I would have thought so.
So because you've got the
This
seam
seam
down
here,
the
that's
side,
right.
that
Yeah,
makes it go in a bit.
Because it went in very easily. There we go. Now this is a bit I'm going to let you iron because I've not had the luck on Sewing Street trying to get H640 to stick.
Really?
Do you know, I use shed loads of it at home, absolutely shed loads, and I have no problem at all with it fixing, which is why I buy it all the time. And I come here and it's like,
Why?
if you think we're going to do it for you, we're not.
Why is that then?
I don't know.
Is it a different iron? Because I have this iron.
You've got that iron, haven't
Yeah.
you? Do you know, I can go outside into the green room
No way.
and iron it on.
Maybe it's nerves. It knows.
It knows.
You
it
see, who
just
said
goes,
I go 1 and 2 and... No, just 1 and 2
just
and... Susie
Maybe
Duncan
that's how
told
I'm
me
going
that.
wrong.
1 and 2 and... She told me that. So that's what I do.
And it works.
Yeah, pretty much. There's no 3.
No 3.
1 and 2
2.
and go. 1 and 2 and
go.
Sometimes you have to do the edges again.
Yes.
But that's about it.
Yeah.
I think this is not going to stick now and we're going to laugh, aren't we? We're going to go, well, that was rubbish.
That was rubbish. Because I was doing a bag and I had
I think...
this and a Bosel and nothing would stick for me
No,
at all.
I
It was
think
a
when
nightmare.
you're on air, you rush. I know I do.
Yes. Because you do, because you think people don't want to
Yeah,
see me
you don't,
sitting
because
watching
it's actually
me.
quite boring,
Yes,
isn't it?
sitting watching me. Putting this on. Is it working?
Yeah.
Shall I move on? So I'll do the straps next.
Okay, you do that while I'm
Right, so with
persuading
the
this to
straps,
stick.
you need to take some of the hexagons that you've got left, and you need 6 for these.
Oh, okay.
And again, you do them up, down, up, down, up, down, and sew them in exactly the same way that we've sewn the front
Oh, and
and the
they
back
have wadding
panels.
on as well.
And then you put some wadding on, which I ironed on beforehand, knowing that I could.
So how much wadding do you need?
Just as you need the wadding for the front and the back. What's it saying here? 1/2 metre.
1/2 metre. Sandy and Bex, you two have the best on-screen chemistry ever. Love watching you. Actually, we watch you both because you're so funny from Daddy.
You so much. We can make a double act.
Yes, we could do. Morecambe and Wise.
That's right, yeah. We could be
No,
on,
much funnier than that.
oh, we are, yes. We could be on the pyramid stage next year, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could. Oh, thank you so much, Danny.
That's lovely. Right, so you do it
I'm
in
nearly
the
there.
same,
It's just
in
my
the same,
edges.
right, in the same way.
It's only
and
my
then
edges.
with a little strip of the lining material that you've got, you pop that over the top. And
You
in
will
fact, before
stick.
we do this, now Wendy says put sort of like a tacking stitch all the way around just to hold
Right.
it on. But I didn't do that again. Wendy, please, I hope you're not still watching.
I'm
'cause
so
I
sorry,
know.
Wendy. I'm so sorry. She didn't do the tacking stitch.
I know. What I did was I did like a matchstick quilting
nice.
down it.
Yeah, no, that's
and I thought
nice.
it just sort of made it, I like a bag that's got a little bit
I
of...
like that. So it's
texture
got
to it.
that padded, but it's
Yes.
not as
No.
squidgy.
Yeah. So it's still padded the same, so that's what I'm going to do with this one. So I'm just going to literally just do about 4 lines down here before I put the lining back on it. So then you don't need to put that tacking
No, do
stitch
you know what?
on.
You're right. This is weird. It's on the edges. It doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Well, do you know why? It's on the lowest temperature.
Oh no.
Who turned the iron down? Ben. But it was Ben. Ben goes, I don't even know how the iron works.
People don't iron these days, do they, unless they sew though?
Don't buy what?
Don't iron unless they sew, do they?
Do they not?
Do you? I iron.
I actually don't because my husband does it. I used to.
really?
To be fair, I used to do all the ironing, pants and everything.
Oh, did you?
Pants, tea towels,
Oh,
you
no.
name it. But
Yeah.
then he started to iron more recently because he then doesn't feel guilty when he's watching sport. I don't know why he watches sport all the time anyway. But his iron broke the other day.
Oh,
we have
his
our
iron,
own-
if you-
God, don't let him use my iron. Don't let him use my iron. This is mine.
Andrew tried to use that in the green room the other day, and I think he flooded the green room.
No.
So it was
So he had to use mine, and he said to me yesterday, I don't like your using your iron because the feet don't go up.
Oh, no.
I said it's a nanosecond because when you put your hand
That's
on,
right, yes.
they go.
They go.
I went, it honestly is a nanosecond. I said, well, don't use my iron then.
Oh no! But
But
does
no,
he do?
because I always ironed everything, and I mean everything. The only thing I don't iron is things that melt, like bras.
Yes, yes.
And I don't iron my pants because they might melt, but I fold them, you know.
Yes, I fold them neatly.
Everything else.
And socks I don't iron either.
No, but everything else.
Yeah.
And then so he always irons when he watches like tennis or rugby or.
Does he iron yours as well?
Yes, but I have very little. He also does loads and loads and loads of sports, so he has the majority of the ironing.
Yes. I used to do most of the ironing, but I think Andrew does now because I'm too busy.
Ben's just saying, why would your underwear melt if you iron it? Well, because pants
It's
are made from
nylon,
like,
isn't it?
well, I don't know.
Or no, it's not. It's it had
I don't know
You don't
what
want to put
it
an iron
is.
on it, no.
No,
They're
it's
not like
cotton.
boxer
It's
shorts.
like,
aren't
what
they?
is it?
It's a special material nowadays, isn't it?
Sort of slightly. It's nothing. They're nothing weird. They're just like sort of stretchy and I don't know.
And they don't need ironing either, do they? Really?
But
Just a bit
men's
of a-
pants,
Yes.
I iron them. I stayed with this
do you?
family in Germany when I was about 16, and
Yes.
the mum of the family, she ironed my pants and she folded them into little parcels. So folds the sides in and then the gusset, and then it's so I iron all my pants like that.
I always fold mine like that.
Do you? Do you? Did you stay with the same family in Germany that I did? Because I've never heard of anyone else who does that.
I do. Oh dear.
You obviously, Ben, don't have the same ladies. Well, you obviously don't have ladies' pants. I don't even know what they're made from, and I'm not showing you.
Because I know it's not nylon, is it? But it's sort of some.
Yeah, just some kind of synthetic stuff that stretches.
Yeah, and it would melt like an elastane, is it? Or
Yeah, I
something
don't know
like
what I
that,
do. It's just sort of thin, isn't it? And
Yeah. Right, we didn't think we were talking about pants today, did we?
And this is stuck now because I turned the
has
temperature.
it?
You know why? It's the temperature.
That's brilliant. I said I'm not doing another show where it's not sticking.
Well, whoever used it last has obviously had a very low temperature. Gosh, this one's really clean. I must clean mine. Mine's covered in
I
dust
must
and
clean
fluff and all
mine as
sorts.
well. What do you clean it with? Do you have a stick that you clean it with?
The sole plate, I've got one of those iron sticks, which
Yes.
is
Is it good?
fantastic. Yes, we do sell them. We got them then. The iron sticks, they're brilliant. They smell terrible.
Yes.
But they say you should work in a ventilated room, but you don't really need to. I just rub the bottom of it and then I have an old piece of fabric and you
just
wipe it.
yes.
Oh, it comes out so clean.
Yeah.
No, mine is dirty, it's fluff, it's the outside of it.
Yes. Really?
It just gets covered in fluff and everything. So
Because you use it too much. Oh,
Yeah,
there
we
we
got
go.
them.
Oh.
these, honestly, the iron stick,
I need to pop one of those in my basket. Because I use a paracetamol on mine.
this is brilliant.
It's similar sort of stuff, but it's better because I've got like a paracetamol. And you do it when it's
no,
hot.
you do that.
Do you do that when it's hot? Or when
Yes.
It's, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I had a piece of fabric, I'd show you, others can't use it.
think I've got any.
Have you got a bit of fabric?
No, very tiny little bit.
No, I need a big piece.
Yeah, I'm talking about that sort of size, no.
Oh yeah, is that an old piece? Thanks, Kat. So, it will smell, but honestly, it's genius. So what you do is you just get the iron, and I have it turned on, I don't know whether you're supposed to or not, but I do. Oh, I need to do it this way so you can see. Now, it will run down, so put a cloth underneath like an old bit of fabric,
right, yeah.
and then just rub it on all over like this, because you might have some black bits. If there's a bit that's quite black and burnt, rub it even harder. And then you just get it on the fabric and you wipe it like that, and it is amazing. If you've got a, see, it smells, I mean, it's not horrendous, is it? It's just a bit smelly.
Yeah, mine's terrible.
But if you've got with a real, then you might have to do it a few times.
Right, I'll get one of those. Pop one in my basket.
Have we got any, Ben?
It's better than my...
We sold out, but we normally have them in stock.
No. Yeah, I'm ashamed of my iron, it's terrible.
And I do actually, now I've got one. Now I have the stick, I clean it regularly.
They need to though, don't they? I mean, even
Yeah.
apart from sort of like, you know, catching it on transport paper and things like that, you just need to clean them, don't you?
No, I think the outside, because we're always ironing, aren't we, with lots of fluffy stuff. So have you finished that handle?
I've done that handle, I'm just doing this one.
Okay.
So I've done this, the quilting on it.
Clean.
There we go. And then I'm just going to try and turn it inside out, which we've not got any turning tools.
Oh, we do.
Ever, do we?
Kat, where's the turning tool? One moment.
Oh, sorry. We're making it run
Poor
around
Kat.
today, aren't we?
It's like, how far can we, it's a bit like you with the ironing board upstairs.
I know.
Oh, there it is. I was looking in there, silly. This is my favourite tool ever.
There you go.
Ever,
really?
Yeah. If I had to say what's my favourite tool, I mean, obviously other than my sewing machine, which you kind of need.
That's not a tool, that's just a necessity.
So what you do, put the tube inside, sew the end up if you can, but if you can't be bothered like I can't.
Oh, right, the other end's sewn.
Oh, it is sewn up.
Yeah,
Oh, right. Yeah. If you've sewn up the end, push it all the way to the end. I'm not showing
did I?
Sandy because she knows
No,
how to do
I
this.
didn't.
I'm just showing you. If you haven't sewn up the end, just pop it in, push the tube in. Da, da, da.
That's brilliant.
It is brilliant, isn't it? I would not be without my turning tube. There you go. And you get 3.
Big.
We're probably sold out of those as well, aren't we, Ben?
So I can't put any of those in my bag either.
Just gonna have a look. And I have a little,
There we
little
go.
drawstring bag as well.
And then you could decorate it with something, put a little
I
label
do,
on
I
it, couldn't
do.
you? There you go. Let you iron that. Right, so I've got this one here now.
Now this is where I'd use my wool pressing mat.
Oh yes, there is one under there, I think.
Oh yeah, so there is. I'm going to spend this morning demonstrating tools that we don't have in stock.
Yes,
But
sorry,
we
Ben,
normally
sorry,
do.
Ben. We've often got them there though, haven't we? Yeah, that's fine.
Well, you know when it's a bit spongy like this. Oh, look at that, $7.99
Oh,
for the turning tools. Honestly, they are amazing. And make yourself a little drawstring bag to keep them in, because there were 3 tubes and 3 sticks, and I lost one of mine.
oh, and then I suppose.
There we go.
I was just trying to.
But you see, the good thing about the pressing mat is that when you've got something that's quite thick and squishy, because you're ironing from the top and the bottom, you get a better finish. There you go.
That's lovely. Then we're going to take a pen, heat erasable pen, and draw a little square out.
Oh, to box the corner.
Box the corners. So we're going to do that one on that side, and then put one on the other side.
I'm not sure how straight I got that on the.
Oh, don't worry, that's because we're cutting it off anyway, so that's all right.
Oh, that's true. Good point.
Because I was going to trim it, then I thought it's fine because we're cutting it off anyway. And then I would cut these rather than use.
And all of these instructions are in the all these instructions are in the measurements.
That's
All these
right.
measurements are in the instructions. So if you want the instructions on their own, they are $9.99 to make them beautiful time for tea bag. It's just a lovely size, isn't it?
Yes.
For your lunch. It's 11 inches by 12 inches by 3.5 inches, if you want to know. That's the instructions. Now, if you want the kit that Sandi is currently working with, which has been the most popular, the blue and white one. I'm just going to move over here. Wendy always folds hers and boxer shorts in parcels. Wendy. There must be something. Maybe people who sew. Maybe there's a coincidence.
Yes.
Oh, Wendy's on the train.
Oh,
she says, "You're keeping me amused on the train, although don't keep making me laugh because I'm getting funny looks."
I hope you're off somewhere nice, Wendy.
Yeah, where are you off to, Wendy? And she also came up with Nicola Parsons, so I didn't read that. It was on the other desk. So the blue and white one that you get the big panel with, and the instructions, and a 1/2 metre of ivory that goes for the lining and the gussets. Only $19.99. Now this is the most popular. Beautiful, isn't it? Oh, only in the lead by one. You can't, statistically. I think it'd need to be more than that, wouldn't it? I suppose it is. Numerically, it is in the lead. Loads in baskets, mine, so you do need to check out. Don't want you to miss out. That would be really sad. Because we are very limited now on both of them. Now, if you want the coloured, what's this one called? Bright, multicoloured one. This is the one that's in the sample that I've been showing you. Here's the panel with all these hexes. And you get the full instructions, and you get 1/2 metre of ivory fabric. All you need is a bit of wadding. And everything else is in there. And then because the instructions give all the measurements, once you've got your kit, if you want to make another one, then you've got the instructions as well. And then also we've got, as a little additional extra, if you want the baby panel, so it's just the little hexes, which have I can't even what I said now, 1 1/4 inch sides. Yeah. So if you were using these for EPP, you'd need 3/4 inch hexes, or you could, if you follow the because they're the same number on there. They've both got 60, haven't they?
Yes.
So if you've got the instructions, if you buy this panel, you can make yourself a mini bag.
I was going to make a little pouch to go inside
you could follow the instructions exactly the same, but it would just make a miniature one. Or you can use them for EPP, or you can just use them for cushion fronts, bags.
Just a handy little.
Julie sent a message. You two are so funny. The next Antideck, by the way, are they my needles? Yes,
they
Julie.
are,
yes.
Julie, yes.
In fact, we mentioned you. You had a personal mention at 9 o'clock because Sandi said she'd asked you to drill a hole in them.
Yeah.
I think they're fab.
They're amazing. I think they just
I've got
lovely.
one of Julie's crochet hooks and I absolutely love it.
My daughter says you can now make me a nice big blanket, can't you? Now you've got those. I said no, they're holding.
No, I know, but I did say
up.
when Julie was on air, they make great wall hanging things, wouldn't they? They are gorgeous. So yes, they are Dewy Jumbo. So if you want to make the wall hanging, you need the Dewy Jumbo needles.
Dewy. They've got to get them.
So there's the blue and white one, and then if you want the baby bright, there it is. Oh, I really want to make a little bag out of this.
Yes,
it's so cute. Wendy, if I send you
it?
this, could you make me a little bag? Thank you. Has she answered? Oh, it's so rude, isn't it?
Yeah.
I bet she goes, I missed that. I was going through a tunnel. Yeah, I didn't see that message.
Bad signal.
Right, gosh, we're nearly there. How are we getting on?
Yep, we're doing okay.
Ben says we've got to wrap it up.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry,
Ben.
I've
got to wrap it up.
Right, so what I've done is I've put the handles on.
Right.
So you lie them right sides to right side so that when they're up, you can see them like that. And then I've just sort of done a quick stitch over the top of them. Put the two together, sew down the sides, sew here. And when you've done that, open them out, box both the corners. Now with this template, before you sort of put it all together, just make a template of the lining.
Okay.
And do exactly the same with your lining, so you can box your corners again. Make sure you leave an opening. About a hand's width.
Nice and easy then.
And then pop it in, sew around the top, And that's it. And then with the, I'll just show you very, very quickly,
Go on
sorry
then.
Ben. What you do is just fold it in here so that it's sort of even here, and then just catch it at the top there. And what you can do is put two little poppers there,
Oh,
so it'll
right,
just sort
so
of
it just
keep it
holds it.
fastened in if you want to keep it well, you can't with the mouse in it, but you could keep it fastened in otherwise.
I know he's great, isn't he?
I've got a giraffe in my bag.
There's a giraffe in one. There's all sorts of animals on this set. Anyway, thanks, Sandy. When are you back?
I'm back on the 7th of August.
Oh, I've no
Just
idea.
after the quilt show.
No, is that like a Monday?
It is a
No, I'm
Monday.
not, because I'm doing 2 days of the Festival of Quilt and presenting, so I said to Hayley I'm not
I'll
doing
see
Monday.
you on Sunday, because I'm going on Sunday to
Are
the
you?
Festival of Quilts.
Oh,
Yes.
fab. Do you want to do my demo for me?
Yes, no problem at all. I'll pop in and do it.
3:30.
Okay, I'll be there.
Yeah, 7. It's the hour.
Is it a mouse
No,
or
it's
is it a...
it's the hour 7:20. You could do that.
Oh, right, yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll go home then. So we'll see you then.
See you at the quilt show.
Sandy and I will also be at the Festival of Quilts on the Sunday. I'll be there
Double
on
act.
Thursday. Yes, I'm doing this out on 7:20. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time. We've got Steffi back with us, who's going to show us how to make some more beautiful animals, including the fruit bat, which is Kat's favourite, and the hare,
Is it lovely?
which we won't put in the bag. Look how gorgeous that is. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Join us next week from Monday through to Friday. We're doing crafting for kids. I know, we've got all these projects that can either be made by children or for children. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? And guess what? We are launching a competition. Now, I don't know the exact words because I've forgotten it already, but it's a competition that children can enter. There are 3 categories, right? The winners will end up on air with us, and they'll win £100 worth of fabric or sewing goodies or anything like that. So join us on Monday for a week of crafting for kids. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. We have got some most beautiful needle felting kits for you. And so far, the fruit bat is selling the best.
I'm not surprised.
Should we do that first then? Shall we? Now, the fruit bat is behind Steffi. It is beautiful. It's currently hanging upside down on the wall.
It is.
Shall we? I'll come over to you with my kit. And it has to be upside down, doesn't it?
Well,
It feels it does.
But when you look at the kit, I often turn the kit the wrong way around. If you look at the front,
yes,
I often have it
like that. But
And
actually,
then
they look so cute the right way up, don't they?
I know. So then I think, why is the writing upside down? Oh no, it's the fruit bat.
But I presume they don't fly upside down. They just. I wonder why they hang upside down. You don't suppose they don't get a headache because all that blood rush into their heads.
They might have a headache.
Or maybe they're designed. Yeah, why do they hang up? I don't know. Don't know enough about that.
I know.
Ben's going to Google it.
Find out for us. I can't sleep tonight if I don't know why they hang.
He has got the most beautiful little face, though. It looks a bit like a what's those Australian animals that aren't koalas?
Kangaroos?
No, they're just little. Wombat maybe or something like that, and they have those little faces and big eyes, don't they?
It sometimes reminds me of a little fox. Or
yeah, and his ears.
So he's he knows why bats are hanging upside down.
Why do they hang upside down? Because they can't what? Because they can't run.
Oh, they can't take off.
Oh, so because they can't run, they have to hang up. Ben has just done a demonstration of a bat. Oh, okay.
It's all going a bit batty here.
So because they can't run, then they can fly. What's the end of the
well, I've got to talk about this. So basically, it is a wire frame, so very similar to the mice, but a bit more sophisticated, a bit more advanced. And this, it took me ages to work out how I could felt this wool down so paper thin, because that's what they've got really leathery paper thin wings, don't they? But I wanted to do it in wool, and you know what I've used? I've used parchment paper.
Oh wow!
It's not in the kit, but everybody's got theirs at home, right? So you
just
put parchment. Yeah, you put parchment paper underneath as a barrier between the wool and your felting mat, and you stab into it. And then instead of lifting the wool off first, you lift the parchment paper off.
Yes.
And that stops from pulling the wool apart.
Wow.
It is such a good technique. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. I don't know if somebody else thought of it before, but this was a genuine discovery of mine.
Yeah, but sometimes you do discover things, and I've discovered this, and then someone else goes, "Oh, I've been doing that for years."
Yes,
I know.
I know. So I don't know if somebody else is out there who's doing it. I'm not claiming it as my unique technique, but I've definitely discovered it in the most genuine way. And it is amazing. I use it all the time now. If you need to make anything really thin, felting something really thin, place parchment paper down first and then stab into it.
What is parchment paper?
Oh, sorry, baking paper.
Oh,
yes,
right, greaseproof
paper.
Sorry, yes, or baking parchment.
Only I know parchment paper.
No,
is that a phrase, or have I made that up?
Well, it's greaseproof paper or baking parchment.
Right, oh, well, there you go.
To me, parchment paper is something that the Egyptians wrote hieroglyphics on. Parchment. Yeah, pattern paper. It's got to be something
something thin. And
like tracing paper,
you need to be able
paper.
to put the needle through. You don't want the needle to break, so it needs to be quite a thin paper because let's try it.
Yeah, let's have a go. So this is dressmaking pattern paper.
Honestly, I do make stuff up.
But it is called baking parchment as
well. I make
well.
up new sayings.
Right. So this is dressmaking paper.
This goes. Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Oh yes, it will go through. So something like thin like this.
So hang on, I've got the wrong needle here. Let's try the
Just
right
stabbing
needle.
the bat.
Stabbing the bat. There we go.
It's only $8.99 for one.
So
you get 10 meters. You should have this. You could make hundreds of bats.
I know. I've always been raiding the cupboards, and then when my daughter wants to bake, there's none in the cupboard. So
I know I'm like that actually. So I've started buying this because I always used our greaseproof paper for
it. It's very satisfying.
It's really satisfying. But this is
instead
perfect,
of
isn't it?
now pulling the wool off, which is what you would normally do, is off the mat.
Yeah.
You actually pull this off, and then that means that when you pull this off, it comes off. Look, you have.
Yeah, you've got the little holes.
You probably can't use it for much afterwards, but it's such a good technique to make a really thin layer of wool.
Right.
And that's what you need to do with
you need dressmaker's pattern paper, and it's amazing because it's 1 metre wide and 10 metres long.
Oh, yeah, well, get that, guys.
In fact, it's a shame you can't cook with it because it's cheaper.
Have you tried?
No. So I might be lying, you might be able to, who knows?
Be.
So if you weren't watching earlier, I'm just going to go through the kits again. So in the kit you get everything, you get the full instructions, which assume no knowledge.
No knowledge required. Just start at the beginning and finish at the end.
And definitely not the other way around.
No.
But this can be for a complete beginner, could be for children, probably over 10. But if they're supervised, then you know your children whether they can do it.
And you get templates, lots of templates in here. So that's the wing because you've got to follow that with a wire. You've got an idea of where you need to head with a head. You've got. I
love
comical.
This is my favourite template. Look, that's the fruit bat skeleton.
Kind of.
I love that.
And it's based on the Peter's dwarf epauletted fruit bat.
Oh, with the different fruit bats?
Yes, there are different fruit bats, and this is almost sort of life size as far as I could do the research.
Really?
And so I wanted to make a bat that was life size and at the same time didn't look too scary, because sometimes bats can look really scary,
cute.
but he looks just super cute. And you get the little glue-in eyes in there as well, so they have everything in there that you need.
Yeah, so you can see you've got all of the wool and the wire.
That's it. The wire
for him and all the different colours.
That's it.
And the needles.
And there is a technical tutorial on our YouTube channel for the wings as well.
Right.
Talking about what's not called parchment paper, but if you buy this stuff, I forgot.
Yeah, this dressmaking paper.
Yeah, dressmaking paper. If you got this at home, perfect.
Yes,
or buy it.
Yes, or just buy some for the wings. And you also get in here the
little felting
mat,
kit,
which I've left over here.
That's it. You need the tool kit.
And in the kit as well, you get the wool press, the little wool mat, and the felting needles. Now, you can do it with the little mat, but we do sell the bigger mat if you want a big one. It's just a bit easier. You've got more space, but everything you need is in the kit. But if you want a bigger mat, just to make it a little bit simpler, we have got the mats on their own, just £11. And these are all 100% wool.
Yeah, 100% wool. We try and keep our kits plastic free as much as we can. There are sometimes limitations, but definitely the fruit bat is a plastic-free one because the eyes are made from glass and metal. Okay. The wire obviously is wire. The wool is 100% wool, and then throw in the tool kit, which is stainless steel needles, and then the wool mats. So
you've got fantastic, high-quality ingredients. Contents for your kit, everything you need. I mean, and he's just beautiful, isn't he?
He's so
feel
lovely.
like you just want to hold him in your hand like he's sleeping.
What I love about him too is I've seen people, and lots of our customers have made him, but they've made him in black and in all kinds of different colours.
Really?
Yeah, because once you've got the kit and you've got the pattern, you can just make all kinds of different colours and
a whole army of fruit bats.
That's it,
I wonder what the collective noun for fruit bats is. Could you have a look, Ben?
What is a
don't know. Do you think it's a belfry of bats?
I don't know, actually. I looked up mice because that's a mischief. And you know, in German, a bat is a Fledermaus.
A Fledermaus, yes, I knew that, and I don't know why. It's a what?
It's
a colony.
All right, okay, that's boring.
That's boring. We'll go Belfry. A Fledermaus.
And it's a Fluttermaus.
Yes, of course.
It's translated
It's
into...
flutter mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it is.
Yeah.
It can also be a camp of bats. I'm going to go Belfry.
Okay.
I think you can make up your own.
It sounds often like they do, actually. So.
Right. Okay. So that's the fruit bat. Right. I'm going to move on to the hare next. I'll go and get him. Is it a him or a her?
Well, I think it's a her, this one.
Okay.
But you can make a him. I love her. Look, isn't she lovely?
I know, she's beautiful.
Look.
She's gazing. So do hares gaze at the moon? Is that a thing?
Say that again.
Is that a thing that hares gaze at the moon?
Apparently so, yes.
Because you often see images of
that's it.
hares gazing.
They're sort of quite mystical animals, aren't they? They're used for Easter because they're meant to be a symbol of fertility, and I think that's where Easter comes from.
Yes, it does.
So,
eggs and all that.
That's it. Yeah. Well, I think that's it. And I don't want to say too much because I actually don't know what I'm talking about. This is one of those shows where I just talk a lot of spout a lot of rubbish.
I think originally the Easter is two things, but there was a pagan ceremony around that time that was to do with fertility, and that's why it's all lambs and eggs, isn't it?
Exactly. So anyway, the moon gazing hare is a common phenomenon.
No, I know you always see
like
the
boxing
images.
hares as well, don't you? I think that's what they do. And
but you see images quite often of that, so they must do that.
And she's lovely. I really love her.
She's big, isn't she?
She is big. So all of the, except for the fruit bat, but in a way the fruit bat is big as well for a bat. All of the kids that are coming next, they're big kids. Yeah. So if you like making big stuff, this is it.
So we get full instructions again, exactly the same as before,
That's
but obviously the move. You get these loads of this beautiful brown. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful colour, and it's so soft. And this is merino, isn't it?
No, this one isn't. This is so we have different wools sometimes.
So
this one we started with a Shetland, and I think this is a mountain sheep.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes wools look very similar.
Right.
And,
okay.
And we buy whatever is available, because sometimes when it gets to the end of wool season, meaning the sheep haven't been shorn yet, which we've just had, so we have to wait for new stock to arrive. Can you smell it? Oh, I love the smell of sheep.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Oh, I do as well. Oh, that's really nice.
It doesn't smell. It smells like a comforting feeling of
it's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah.
It's just
Oh, it is. It's like a hay barn.
Yeah,
that's what it smells like.
It smells like really. For me, it smells comforting. But I grew up in the country.
It makes me think of like woolen blankets when you go to one of those really posh shops that have beautiful woolen blankets. Oh yes, that's lovely.
It's a nice smell.
So that's mountain sheep.
This one is mountain sheep, but we have used Shetland in the past. And then in the instructions, what's special about this is that you get to make parts. So you're not making a whole wireframe, you're making parts using this florist wire. It's paper covered, but you're getting a whole roll of florist tape in there.
Oh, okay.
And the reason why you're using florist tape is because if you wrap that with...
Move that out of the way a minute.
If you wrap the wire with florist tape, I can give you a quick demo if you want.
Go on then.
If you wrap the wire with florist tape, you make the wire sticky. And if you've never worked with florist tape, lots of people curse it, but we're gonna talk about it in a minute with a puffin as well.
What is it normally used for?
For floristry, so to wrap it around, say, wire stems or something like that, to make it like a flat.
Oh, so you'd attach like a wire to a
make it
stalk.
Look that's right.
Right, stem.
But the way to use it is by you wrap it around the wire, and it only sticks to itself when you pull it. So it expands, and that's when the stickiness comes out. So it's not unusual tape.
So does it not feel sticky then?
It does when you pull it. It feels more, so it when it's just like that, doesn't feel sticky, right?
No, not at all.
But when you pull it,
oh, that's weird.
yes. So
How does that happen?
You had to it's a concept you've got to get used to, that you could, and it only sticks to itself. So when you wrap it around the wire, you always have to make sure it overlays. But what it does do, and I'll show you this, so I just wrap a little bit. what it does do, and the reason why we use it, is because it's brilliant for wrapping wool around it once it's got that sticky layer on it.
Okay.
So at the moment, if you were to wrap wool around here, it's possible. But what will happen is you're just going round and round in loops because the wool is just not sticking.
Unlike with the pipe cleaners where it does stick.
If you've got a wire prepared with florist tape, it sticks all instantly because you've got the stickiness.
Genius.
It is so good, honestly. So you're making parts, namely the front paws here, and then the hind paws from wire. So the body itself is wool, but you're making the parts that support the hair with a wire armature.
Oh, that makes sense.
Again, there's a technical tutorial on our YouTube channel. But you've got the templates here on the back, so that gives a good visual aid what you're actually doing. And you've got the wire here inside as well. So you have the legs, that's the hind leg. You can see that, right? That way around. So it's that size. And then this is the front leg, which is actually that way. So if that makes sense, that's the shoulder, and then that's the paw. So that is why you've got a whole reel of florist tape. You won't use all of it.
Yeah. So you can keep it for your flower arranging afterwards.
Well, or for more wire
or for armature. More wire
That's
things.
So what we love to do is always trying to introduce new techniques to our customers, because we don't want you to just do one project.
Yeah.
We want
and also learn with you.
Exactly.
So start off and learn.
That's right.
And I think it's quite nice. So if you've done one of the others, you think, oh, what does that do? And the fact you get a whole reel, I'd appreciate that.
And we talk a bit more about the puffin, because that is how the legs of the puffin are made when we come to it. So
I'll put the hair back.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting all excited.
This
is what I love doing.
I think it's brilliant. I think it's lovely, and also these techniques where that you put that in, and it's the specialist material, that's the joy of the kit, isn't it?
Exactly, and it's as much fun thinking it all up and dreaming it all up than it is.
Yes, it is.
Teaching it and then for people to do it.
Working it all out. Should we do puffin next?
Let's do the puffin then.
Is this your favourite one, Ben?
The puffin is actually, I've never really seen one for real, but I really am dying to see
I went to the Shetland Islands last year, and I went, oh, there's a puffin, and then I turned around and there were about 50 of them.
It's amazing. I really want to see them they're such stunning and unusual looking birds.
And they're really funny because they sort of waddle along.
That's it. They're also, I think they call them the clown birds, because they're funny, they're like comical.
Oh no, they are, they're lovely. Yeah. But I was amazed because I thought it'd be one of those things like, when you say you see a seal and you never do, but there were loads of them.
Oh right, I have to go to Shetland.
You need to go to Shetland.
That's it. It's actually funny because the body is made from Shetland wool, so that's quite...
There you go. Well, there are loads of them there. Like, it's like, oh yeah, okay. When the first time I was so excited, it was like, oh, there's another one. Okay.
So again, you get your florist tape in there.
Yes, you get eyes.
And the thing about these legs is...
fantastic colour.
That's it. Well, it's all in the beak. You make the beak first, actually, because it's made onto a bit of pipe cleaner. And
so we've got... Oh, look at this.
So the legs, that's the beginning of the legs.
Where do you get... Oh, not me, where. Did you make those, or do you actually get...
We buy them ready-made, but it's one of my passions, as you probably have already found out, is sourcing things.
Definitely.
And I look at everything with needle felting eyes.
Yes.
Baking paper. How can I use this?
Feet.
This is it. I mean, I really want to tell you some of the things from the previous show about the mice, what these things are actually used for, but I'm not going to.
I'm really interested in what they're actually used for.
All right, here we go. They're not here, the mice. But anyway, the rowing mouse, the bamboo boat is a sushi dish.
No.
It is, yeah. And the little wooden oars, they are coffee stirrers.
Oh, they don't look like coffee, they're posh coffee stirrers.
Let you into my secret now.
No,
You've got to buy the rowing mouse now.
Oh wow! So what are the feet then?
So the feet are feet, but we modify them so that you make the toes longer. And here comes the mouse.
Oh, they're very short coffee stirrers.
Yes, I know, but we had to find the ones that only had one bit at the end, because there's different types. So yeah,
that's some serious sourcing.
And the little boat is literally it's a little bamboo dish for sushi.
Wow. I think it's genius.
You'll never look at everything
No, I
the
won't.
same
And
way
coffee,
again.
I've
ever
never
again.
seen coffee stirrers like
Yeah,
that.
well, it took us a while to find them, but we knew what we were looking
Exactly.
for.
And
That's
the feet are feet.
That's it. And so the feet, they get extended with the pipe cleaner that's in the kit, and then you wrap, because can you see how shiny they are?
Yes.
That is quite a sort of a special feature of the bird, is that they actually look really realistic.
Yeah, so
And
you couldn't have needle felted
no,
them.
well you can, but they don't look like puffin
No,
legs.
no, they
and
don't
so
like
what you
fluffy
actually
feet.
do is you wrap the florist tape around it, and then you absolutely smother it in PVA glue.
Oh, okay.
And then
that
you let
makes
it dry.
them shiny.
It really does look a bit sort of like, oh my god, now I've got completely ruined them. But you smother them
But
in glue.
also, it gives them that kind of wrinkly,
It
leathery
does. It
effect,
makes them
don't they?
really look very
Oh, they're
realistic.
just gorgeous.
And there is actually, again, sorry, I keep talking about the YouTube tutorial, but I want you guys to have as much help as possible.
Yeah.
Is you can look up the technique of how it's done on our YouTube
And that's
channel.
all and when you get your instructions, the information is all on
Everything's
there
in there.
about
Yes.
getting onto the YouTube tutorial, so you haven't got to remember that. But that's brilliant because I love the way you can make him go round. Look, he's
Yeah,
looking,
so you
because
can
they do
pose
that.
him. Yeah, you can pose him when you needle felting him, or it can be accidental. It's all right if he's a bit wonky.
And then so you've got the lovely pipe cleaner, nice pipe cleaner.
Yeah, so that is actually used for the feet, and then the wire in there is used for the beak.
Okay.
Because the beak, you make that beak has to be really firm. You feel that how solidly felted
yeah, that's
it is.
a super felted
Yeah,
one.
that's it. So, and then you get the eyes, and they've got these really distinct marks here on their eyes as well, which it's in the features that makes them really
It is.
realistic. So yeah, and that is apparently the size of a puffin.
No, it is. I've seen them. I've seen them.
Yeah,
There were
there
loads
you
of
go.
them. And he's absolutely gorgeous. I thought they were like penguins, though.
Yeah, lots
I
of
was like,
people-
is that really?
I know,
I
lots of
honestly
people-
thought it was going to be that big.
Yeah.
Know nothing about birds, clearly. I do know what a puffin looks like because it's big, but I expected it to be the size of a
Yeah,
penguin.
they're really quite small. There are bigger puffins. But
Oh, okay.
These are, I think, the Atlantic puffins. They're that size.
Don't know. But they were penguins.
The
so-
one thing that I do know is whenever I design a product, I learn a lot about animals.
Okay, well, yes. Well, that's because you've got all the markings correct.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So if you know anyone who loves puffins, then make them a puffin or buy them the kit, because these kits are for people with no knowledge. And I think that's what's really unique and special about needle felting is, with all of the crafts, you can't just start at the beginning and make something. So if you've never crocheted before, you've really got to learn how to hold it and how to do the yarn.
That's
and
it.
it's
not
not
with needle felting.
and with sewing, and
Yeah.
I think, obviously the longer you've needle felted, I'm sure the neater your puffin.
does, yeah.
But with sewing and knitting and crochet, it's different, isn't it?
It is. You can't just be let loose.
No,
on a
you need practice.
facet, sort of pattern.
No.
You've got to build up to it. But with needle felting, that getting to something a lot more advanced is so quick.
Yes,
and I
just-
think it's more about building the confidence because you don't believe. Can I actually make
Well,
this?
I'm not being a perfectionist.
Yes, and not
like me.
That's it.
Only with this though. But you could achieve that, and I guess I bet your puffins are neater than beginners' puffins, but you can still make a puffin.
I'm telling you now, our customers, when I've seen them make puffins, I'm well impressed.
Oh, really?
Well impressed,
Oh,
honestly.
okay.
There are people who like it to be absolutely
Yeah,
perfect.
yes.
And I'm not one of them, you
Oh.
see. So there's always,
There's
anybody
always
can
somebody.
always improve my needle felting.
But
and that's
and
good.
also the fact that in the kit you literally get everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say with these bigger ones, you'll probably find it a bit easier if you've got the bigger mat. That's all.
Yes, and
Miss
for this
Putty's-
one you need the glue, but then if you get your mouse bundle, you get that
Yes.
anyway. So
And
there
I'll
you
put
go.
the put his feet back in. I think that's great. He's got little feet in there. Oh yes, there's the mat. Thanks, Kat. So there's the mat. So I would say for the bigger ones, although you get a little mat, you don't have to have it, but it will be easier with the bigger
It will
mat.
be easier with a bigger mat. You don't have to lift it off so often.
Yeah, and it's
you
only
have to
£11.
lift it off anyway, but I think a bigger mat is always great. So yeah.
Yeah, it's just coming up. So that's just £11 for the extra mat. Ben's just finding it. You got it? There it is, £11. What should we do next? The pony. We're going to do all of them.
Lovely. So the pony makes only one, I'll say that straight away. But you have so much wool in there that you can design your own pony.
Oh, okay.
So if you like, and it's not just it's not just a pony. You can actually make a horse.
Right.
So
And you can choose the colour.
you can choose the colour. So you've got in there, you have got 3 different colours.
So you've got
You've got the white, the brown. So this is for the.
smells lovely,
This is
doesn't
for the making the core.
Right.
Everything. All ponies start out with that.
with the core, okay.
But then, and this is what I love about, and you've seen a little bit about needle felting earlier when I mixed wool.
Oh, yes,
you can tone down this lovely chestnut color. You can tone it down to a really light beige. You can make a mix of all the wools. So these are just 2 possibilities of a brown pony.
I see. I was thinking, well, how are you going to have enough of that? But because the core is cream,
yes,
then the colour
you're just
is put on
colouring
top.
it in.
Oh,
So you use
okay.
the core for the inside, but the pattern in here or the instructions allow for longer legs, and so does the wire. So you're actually trimming the legs shorter, but you don't need to. So if you look at this here, you can see there's the wire frame, and you can see where the legs are, where the wire goes all the way down.
Right,
You're actually
yes.
cutting that short, but you don't have to. You can keep it longer, so you don't need to make a stumpy little pony like that. You can actually make the legs longer. So these are modelled on Dartmoor ponies, but you can make a Shetland pony, you can make a longer-legged horse.
Oh, okay.
So it
can be your very own pony.
Yes, absolutely. It can be your design pony, and I think this kit would be absolutely lovely for somebody who's got their own
Yes,
horse.
I think that's lovely because you can get them the spots in the right place or the markings,
right.
or sometimes they have like a little white flash on the top of their foreheads,
That's
don't
it.
they?
And you get in there also the silk clay. Now the silk clay you need to make the hoofs.
Oh.
So they have like they do proper clippity clop.
Yeah, they have. And they're clay, are they?
They're silk clay, and that
They've got like
So-
little hooves.
and you can be more sophisticated.
Oh, it's all in the detail, isn't it?
It's all in the detail.
It's all in
yeah.
the detail.
So you get pink and brown, because sometimes hooves are not necessarily brown. They can also be sort of a slightly
Yes.
whitish, pinkish colour, and you've got all of that in that kit to.
So that's lovely. So
to
you can really make your own
personalise.
pony or
Yes,
horse.
That's it.
Exactly the
You
same.
get the glue and eyes again because they've got big eyes, horses, and then you get the wire to make the frame, and that's an aluminium wire.
and they're all so different, aren't they?
Yeah,
it's the
and
sort
also, sorry for interrupting you, but the aluminium wire is a bare wire. But what you get in that kit is our lanolin-rich core wool. And the lanolin-rich core wool has still got the natural lanolin in there, can't even say it now.
Right, yeah.
And that helps you wrap the wire.
Oh, I
So
see.
with the other projects, we've put florist tape
Because
around
it won't wrap
That's
otherwise,
right.
'cause it's
but
quite
with
slippery.
This, because it's quite a I don't want to say greasy wool, but it is a greasy
Oh,
wool.
yeah,
It's
no, I know.
clean.
Yes, it's got a
The
slight
wool
stickiness
is
to it.
perfect for wrapping around wire.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Slightly, it's not sticky, but it's got a slight something
it
to it,
makes
isn't
your
it?
hands really soft
Oh, yeah,
because
it's
it's
nice,
the
isn't
natural lanolin. It's one of our most popular core wools for that very reason.
Yeah,
that
because
it
it was-
felts
yeah.
around the
And
wire
it-
really easily.
It smells lovely as well.
It is
Really
clean.
nice.
It's
Yeah,
just
no,
that
but it
it's
smells nice.
Normally the wool gets washed so that everything, even the natural grease of the sheep, which is called lanolin, gets washed out. Ooh. But on this occasion, it stays in there to help with
No,
that.
but it makes it smell really nice, doesn't it? But I think this is lovely because this is the sort of thing that you can make for somebody or for yourself to be the exact replica.
I think so too, and you surprise yourself how much detail
Yeah.
you can put on there to be recognisable.
So if you know someone who's got a horse or loves a horse, this is the kit
This
for
is the
them,
kit,
isn't it?
yeah,
Because they would
absolutely.
absolutely
Including
love
yourself.
that. Right, I think we've got just the two owls,
yeah,
which you're going to show us how to do.
I will.
So we've got the two little owls next. So we've got the baby barn owls and the little owls. So these are the baby barn owls coming off the shelf. So if you're an owl lover, if you got the big owls before, we do have the big owl kits as well. In the last hour, if you weren't with us at 10 o'clock, Steffi showed us how to make lots of others, and we have bigger owls, which are all on the shelf here, so the bigger ones. So if you want bigger ones as well, we have those. So these are the Baby barn owls. Oh, they're
So I think this is again a super easy beginner project.
Right.
So if you, especially if you are thinking of crafting with children, but also for yourself, if you just want to have a go and have a guaranteed success because you haven't built your confidence.
Yeah, okay.
It's actually totally possible to stab a bit of wool with a needle and something like that hops off your
Right,
felting
so
mat.
this would be really good. I mean, they're all good for beginners, but you know, if you've never done, you want to build your confidence or have a go.
Yeah.
I mean, £17.55 is an amazing price, isn't it? And you're saving 10%.
And what's also nice is it makes two.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you can practice on one and perfect on the other.
Oh, and so they don't have to both. You can choose their
Yeah,
expressions.
you can make one with closed eyes, and then you can make one with open
okay.
eyes, and they can sort of cuddle up to each other. And
So
be
this
friends.
is the lanolin wool.
That's the lanolin rich again. Yeah,
'cause I
it's
can
really
feel
great
it.
for shaping.
I'm going to be an expert soon. I know that. I can. Oh, it smells
You
amazing.
identify the wool by smelling.
You know, it just smells so nice. In fact, it reminds me of stables. That's what the smell of stables.
It's a really comforting.
It's a lovely
I
smell.
know, I love it. Not everybody loves it,
Oh,
but I
it's
love
lovely. And then you get
This
brown.
Is,
That
yeah,
sounds
this is they're all natural colours so far.
that is sheep colour, isn't it?
Well, this is a country sheep, so that's a German sheep. I know they're sort of sheep colours, but sometimes you get surprised how many colours sheep come in. So we look at the sheep for their colours as well, not just the feel and the suitability of the wool, but sometimes we love it when there's an unusual sheep colour.
Because I know West Yorkshire Spinners, they do a natural yarn, and it's all completely undyed.
They do, yeah,
and it
because they do the
starts
blue
off.
face Leicester.
Yeah, which I love. But it starts off really dark, almost black, and then it goes all the way through to here, right up to white.
That's it. And the other thing is, it changes from season to season. We've had wools when we one year we had them in. They were like this one, for example. This one is a natural Portuguese merino, but I've also seen it several shades lighter, and it's because of if we had a hot summer, a lot of
yes, and they get
sunny
bleached.
summer. They do.
Well, yeah, but that's the same as we do, don't we?
Yeah,
You get your hair
that's
goes.
it.
So what sheep is that one then?
This is a New Zealand merino, but it's dyed black.
Oh, okay.
But this is an unusual one. This is a Cape merino, and look how short the fibres are.
Oh yeah,
And it's
looks
perfect for
it's got
little-
almost like that sheepskin, you know, sort of slightly bobbly
but
effect.
it's perfect for doing like the really fluffy details
Yeah.
on the owls because it's
Can
like
you see that one?
It's almost like cotton wool.
Yeah, it is. And it's got like little bobbles.
That's it. And when you felt that on, it just gives.
And
it
what
that
sort of
fluffy,
sheep is that?
That's a Cape merino.
Oh,
It's a
wow.
merino sheep from Cape Town, basically.
Oh, okay. We've got a whole flock in here. I don't think this flock has ever been in the same box before. And then you obviously get the wool felting mats, and you get the needles, and you get the eyes. So I'm
it.
going to do the last box, and then we're going to get onto
Yeah,
demo.
we're going to do this as a demo.
Let me put my
have all of that.
owls back in the. We'll all be owly mixed up otherwise. And then the last one is the little owls.
Oh, I've got them here already, haven't
The
I?
little owl.
Yeah.
Little owls.
Do you make two of that as well?
Oh, they're really
So they're
cute.
sort of a similar concept of doing one with eyes and one. Well, they both have eyes, but one's sleeping and one's.
They're really sweet, aren't they?
awake.
So what's the bit of yellow for?
That's the beak.
Oh, of course,
Yeah,
yes.
I mean we're very generous with our wool.
Yeah, that's a big
You
beak,
always
isn't
build
it?
up a bit of a stash when you finish with the kids.
I don't think
and-
that's a natural sheep.
No, that's
So yes,
that is
that's
also
the
a New
lime
Zealand
green
merino. So that's,
sheep of the...
Yeah, no, there's no coloured sheep of that colour yet in the field. One day.
And then we've got...
It's got the Cape merino again. That one is actually that one is an alpaca mix.
Okay,
Yeah.
got all sorts. And then the lanolin one,
And the lanolin, yeah.
because it's cream, that's how I know.
That's it.
And then you've got the eyes and the needles and the mat. So honestly, everything you need is in here. So it's a great kit to buy for yourself to have the whole thing. Because you know when you start a new hobby, you don't want to buy loads and loads of tools because you know you think, well, I might not do it again, or what do I need? You don't have to think about it. It's all in there. But it's a great gift as well. I think that's really important because it's lovely to be able to buy somebody a whole kit and everything that they need is in there of all great quality as well.
That's it. There's a story behind it. And I
Because
think it's-
sometimes when you buy starter kits, it's not always the best quality because it's just bits and
you
pieces.
have to be picky. Be picky.
I'm not saying but with other crafts maybe.
And with all crafts, if you buy something really cheap, you're likely to get cheap quality.
Yeah, that's
so
true. And
don't do it.
No, and this is beautiful, but I think it's a very good price. $17.55 and you're getting everything you need. Beautiful. Right, let's make an owl.
That's it. Okay.
When I say let's, let me
Okay.
watch you make an owl.
So
I'm going to give you a bit of
making one of
space to
these
do
now,
that.
so let's put these out of the way.
I'll move out the way so you can have a bit of space.
So obviously in your kit you've got lots of wool, so you won't need all of it, but if you're making 2, it's a good habit to split everything then in 2, so you know you've got enough for both. And you get your felting needles in the kit, and I've got mine here now. So you have your small felting mat, and you don't need a bigger one, but for this one, it's a completely different technique from the previous show, where you're actually winding the wool into a wool shape. And doing this, it means that you're going from one end all the way to the other. But if you've got, because you're aiming for this size, you know that at times you need to tuck the sides in as well, but you're literally rolling this up. And what I'm doing right now is I'm teasing the wool out, because what I want to have as many layers going on there as I possibly can, because that means that I'm already creating a nice firm sausage, I suppose is the technical term.
Sausage.
And with this lanolin rich core wool, what I love about it is that when you get to the last wispy ends like this and you fold them over and smooth them over, it's done. You don't need to even felt it. It's already a shape. So all now you need to do is to sculpt the wool. So what you want is a flat base so that the owl can sit up, and all you need to do is just stab into the base. Now, if for whatever reason you've done what I've just done but it hasn't held its shape, then of course you just stab a couple of times into these wispy ends to secure them into the shape. But with the lanolin rich core wool, you tend not have to do that. And can you see how it's reacting to the needle, making these indentations? And sometimes it's better to have a slight curved, almost sort of inward curve, because that makes it stand more securely. So don't felt the edges flat, because you just round them off. So just keep stabbing into that center, and then to make that rounder, you just stab over the top. So you're going in a semicircle from the sides all the way up and down again. And you have to turn your shape. So either rest it on your felting mat and then turn it, or you can hold it in your hand, but just make sure that you're not going to accidentally stab that needle into yourself, because it does hurt. I'm not going to lie. So once you've got that little shape, it looks like a little, I don't know what it looks like a little dome.
It looks like a snowman.
Yeah, that's it. So then you're going to start giving it features, and with this wool I'm going to now make that very distinct little heart shape that goes around the owl's frame or face. It's like a frame, and for this you can do this as you go. By the way, I'm notorious for not following my own instructions, so if this is slightly off the beaten track...
So when you read the instructions, you go, it never said that in mine.
It doesn't really matter. There's many ways of getting to the same result. But I'm going to twist this between my fingers to make a nice, long, thin strand. And then you felt this on. I usually start here in the dip, where the top of the heart is. And you're felting this on as you go along.
Oh wow, it's so clever needle felting, isn't it?
It's so clever, it's like magic with wool.
And how it stays in.
It does. Now, I don't have enough of the longer strand that I've just twisted, but that's okay, because I'm just going to add a bit more to it. So don't ever panic about needle felting, because everything, you can adjust everything by just using more wool, using less wool, pulling it off, felting it down more, felting it less. There's so many ways of always adjusting your project. It's always, you can correct it, that's what I'm trying to say. So there's the little shape that frames the face now. And you can make it more pointy at the bottom if you want it to be a proper heart shape. And then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to take a little bit of the brown wool, and you're going to make this into a little beak. Now you only need a tiny little wisp, and the best way to make a beak shape or an extra little shape like that is to fold it in half and then roll it up into, again, a little sausage. There's lots about sausages in needle felting, but with this one, you want to felt into the tip a little bit more then so hold on to these wispy ends. They're quite useful for not stabbing yourself, but also for fastening it onto the shape in a minute. So you just need to give that a little stab over, and then you open up these wispy ends like that, and you put that where the beak is going, and then just stab the beak in. Now,
but it's great because you've worked all this out, so which I imagine took time.
I just think once you've done a few projects, it's all repetitive.
Yeah, but it's sort of working out, right, well, if I do a sausage like that, then I open it up and then it will go on, and how big it needs to be.
And there are other ways of getting to the same shape as well. So what I'm doing here at the moment is I am actually sort of adding some of the features, but at some point what you will do is using this fluffy, lovely Cape Merino, and you're filling in the shape.
It's like a veneer, isn't it?
It is, and it has got these, it has that effect of little feathery, it looks feathery, doesn't it? Like very, very fine down feathers.
So is this quite often how needle felting's done, where you have a base of a different wool and then you have an overlay of a...
That's right. So you use a core wool because you don't want to have the nice dyed wool on the outside.
Right, okay.
And owls have got sort of, they have like hooked beaks, like birds of prey. Well, they are birds of prey. And so you could, even if the beak sticks up like that at the moment, you can get that hooked effect by just adding a little bit of feathers over the beak, and they often have their beaks are often really covered with lots of feathers, right?
Okay, and then you can get that effect, right?
And I don't stab the needle in very deep at this point because I'm just adding surface color. So to enhance the big eyes of the owl, you can actually add a little bit of black wool. It just also softens the eyes as a base. The eyes just need to be, the black that you're putting down needs to be bigger than the actual eye that you're putting in.
Oh, of course, because the eyes come in the kit.
That's right. So you just put that as a backing, and it doesn't matter. You want it to be sort of a bit wispy because it makes it look more natural.
Yes, because it wouldn't be an exact circle.
No, that's it. So just make sure that the black is and work in symmetry. That always helps with, especially when you make animals. It's really important to constantly compare one side to the other. So then you've got your, for that owl you get quite big eyes. We package the bits that go in the kit in paper bags as well. So just as a, there we go.
Yeah, and those details are important though, aren't they? You know, when you buy a kit, it's having the right things in it.
So with this one, we have to poke him in the eye sadly again, but just do it.
I know, it makes me feel wince slightly.
Quick. Put the eye, I love that part because of the natural glass top of that eye, you instantly get that reflection point and the eye is made to come alive. I just love that part when you've got a little owl.
Well, I think it's often with anything, like if you're making soft toys, it's the features, isn't it? Like the eyes nose, they make or break it.
That's it.
But because you've given those as an actual item, you know it's going to be right.
And then you do add a dab of glue behind the eyes. So don't take the eyes out again because wool and glue doesn't mix very well, so you don't want to poke the wire in.
It's a one-off moment.
That's it. So now you can continue giving your little owl features, and you do this by mixing wool, because I always think that owls actually often look themselves like an owl pellet, if that makes sense. They're often sort of
I remember owl pellets.
Yeah, they often they look sort of mixed up, and everything's like quite feathery and in different shades of brown. So you can now, however your heart's content, you can give it
yes, because yours is very multi, isn't it?
It is. And you can, especially with a barn owl, they have quite sort of brown colours in there and quite speckled colours. But because you don't have to add that detail, you can just rely on the wool to do that for you. Just mix the wool, but keep it very mottled and almost flecked. And then you add the wing to your owl, literally not even pre-felting it, but because you know you want a round shape at the top, and that will help the 3D shape of the wing as well. If you are fastening it on, and then you know that it needs to sort of come that way a little bit, so you can sculpt that with your finger and just felt it down very softly to get that slight wing shape, and then you repeat that on the other side.
But that's amazing. So just by mixing together those yarns, and you didn't even really super mix them.
No,
you get
no,
that real feathery effect.
I want
don't
that
you?
mottled look, because ours is often about mottled.
Yeah, no, they are.
Mottled. So then it probably would have been a good idea to do the two mixes at the same time and do enough for two. But anyway, I didn't. So I'm hoping that this will be a similar one for the second wing. In the instructions, it gives you all the bits of information that you will need to do it. But if you look at this is much lighter than that. So now that I know that, I'm just going to add a bit more brown into it. So none of it is actually very scientific. So it's very loosely.
Yes, but I'm sure no 2 owls are the same.
Well,
anyway.
this is or even their wings.
They're all going to be slightly different colours, aren't they?
So we're putting the second wing on. Again, work with symmetry. I'm just checking the other side. So I just shape the wing as I'm putting it on. So where I stab my needle is where the distinct line happens, and wherever you stab is where the reduction takes place. So you're tucking the wool in, but at the same time you can sculpt it and shape it. And that's the second wing on. And all I need to do now is I need to colour my little owlet. That's what they're called, owlets.
Owlets. Not
in with this lovely fluffy white wool, which makes them really look ever so cute and cozy. And I just do this. You can see I'm almost applying it like I'm
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And just stab it in very gently. So you don't want to squish the owl now. So you want to just add the surface color or the surface texture by just stabbing into it and allowing the wool to give it that extra texture on top. So we're not smoothing this out, we're actually just allowing it to be nice and fluffy.
It's supposed to have that kind of fluffy effect, isn't it?
And if you want to give your owl a little tail.
Yeah, so the adult one is much smoother.
Yes, the adult one is, but
because it's lost the down.
That's it, yes. If you want to give your owl that little tail, you can actually even now still pull out a little bit of that wool. Can you see how that makes a tail?
So you can sort of
yes,
adjust
you can still do it, and then you can stab into it to firm it up a bit and give it more that distinct shape. So it has that little kick here at the back, and then basically you're just colouring in the rest of the owl in that fluffy, lovely downy wool, which is the Cape Merino, which is it's not, I don't know anybody else who actually uses that Cape Merino. I think that's quite unique to us. That really soft, yeah, I've never seen it anywhere before. I tell you why. So a lot of the wools that get sold in general are also suitable for wet felting.
Right.
But the short fibers are utterly useless for wet felting because they don't hold together.
So how do you find them? I mean, where do you start finding wools?
A lot of I've been buying wool from our German supplier for the last 15 years.
Okay.
I've got a really good contact and I've been to see them. They've got their own sheep. I absolutely love it. I just wish there was more British wool. There is British wool, but I wish there were people who process British wool.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem,
right.
is that there are lots of sheep, and sadly a lot of wool gets completely, wasted in many ways. But what we need is the industry in this country to actually process the wool.
Right, okay.
And yes, so
in the right way.
Exactly. So even the Shetland wool, that sounds really awful now, but even the Shetland wool that's used in the owl has actually come from Germany, but I'm sure it started out in the Shetlands, if that makes sense.
Wow, okay, and then it goes to be processed over there, and then that's
exactly.
mad,
so it's actually
it?
travelled to the continent to get processed. And
is this process specifically for needle felting?
No, I think the wool is made for wet felting as well.
Oh, okay.
But wet felting is actually quite a big market.
Right. Okay.
In terms of crafting, because it's been around for a couple of thousands of years.
But it's a different process than if you're making it for
very different
yarn or.
That's it. And also people spin with it. That's it. Yeah, you can turn it into yarn.
That's true.
They weave with it. So needle felting is a very small part of what it's used for. But for example, the lanolin rich, you would never use that for wet felting because you can't actually wet felt a wool that has got fat in it.
Of course. Right.
So we love it for needle felting, but it's taken us a while to discover it because whenever we looked at it, it said not suitable for felting, but it actually meant wet felting, not needle felting.
Oh, I see. So
you
never
use wool
used
for
it.
stuffing.
Okay. No, it's really
as well.
interesting, isn't
so
it?
you can use it for toy stuffing wool.
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, you can buy wool toy stuffing, can't you now?
Yeah, exactly. So there's lots of uses for it. But I want to say that this is probably done.
He's beautiful.
There, so you can make him a friend, and then if you get the bug, you can make lots. And more and more and more.
And
Yes.
it's quite nice that they're all different as well. So like that one, you've got almost like little stripes on him.
That's it, and it's completely accidental and random.
I got the mummy.
But I think that I think the owls are one of these really super easy projects that you love making because they're so individual and so
Yeah,
unique.
no, I think so.
And it's a quick success. I think that's often the thing is that people can get disheartened because it doesn't happen quick enough.
Yes, yeah,
And
I
when
agree
you
with that.
when you build your confidence with needle felting, that is when you can then attempt more, maybe even more realistic things that you freestyle.
Yes, that's true.
A lot of people do animal portraits.
Well, also, it's when you want to try new crafts you haven't done them, you need to try them on a small scale. Say, do I like them? Does this suit me? Is
That's
this
it,
suit?
yeah.
Some people like to be able to sit in front of the TV. Some people don't want to. Some people want to have portable. So you need to make sure it suits you. So it's nice to start with this.
Yeah.
But I also think it's great that you could actually start with this.
Yes, absolutely.
Because, I mean, he's beautiful.
It all depends how much of a challenge you want to set yourself. The resources to help you along with it are available. You just need to make use of them and start at the beginning. Don't worry about the end. That's what I'm always saying. Because I know sometimes people want to read ahead, but if it daunts you, if you get to the end and you think I'm never going to be able to do that, then just don't read the end.
I'm a bit like that with instructions. I might read the first bit, but I never read the whole thing.
No.
I read the first, so I'm kind of a little bit ahead, but otherwise it is a bit daunting, isn't it?
It can be because you just think, how did I get from here to there now? And because a lot of the stuff is not what you do, it's what the wool does.
Yes,
the wool
exactly.
has made the pattern in the wings.
And anyway, you've put all the hard work into this. You've selected the
That's
right
it.
wool.
Yeah, just
so you don't need to worry about it. Yes, trust it. Well, that's lovely. Thank you so much. I'm going to put him back in the shelf. These are absolutely gorgeous, and thank you for showing me them today. I really enjoyed it. Are you back on with us soon?
Oh gosh, yeah, we have got dates. Oh, I've forgotten the date. August.
Sometime
It
in
will be
August. More animals sometime in August.
I'm going to have a think now. I want to say it's the 24th of August, or it might be the 25th.
Okay.
Anyway,
well,
August.
lovely. It's been brilliant
Yes.
meeting you. I'll just pop over the day. But thank you. It's so been nice to meet
lovely
you. And,
working with you.
Yeah, I want to have a
Thank
go.
you.
I want to have a go. You've convinced me now. I think I have to make a mouse. Thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street and all my fab guests with Steffi and Sandi. It's been lovely. Tomorrow, is it John on tomorrow? John will be here tomorrow for Rainbow Hour. I want to start singing the Rainbow theme tune to that. He has got Debbie Harris with him at 9 o'clock with her caravan pincushion, and then at 10 o'clock it's dressmaking with Nicola Pottinger. At 11 o'clock Debbie Harris will be back with her sewing organiser, and at 12 o'clock it's all about applique projects with Nicola again. Thank you for joining me today. I will see you here. Actually, I'm not back in on Thursday when John's presenting with Amber Bakes, and then I'll be back presenting on Sunday and Monday. So have a lovely rest of the day, and I'll see you back here very soon.